Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2019 Spring Split Grand Finals here in the LCD. I'm Palle, and this is Revo, and we are live from the studio here in Hydra in Copenhagen. Tonight, Copenhagen Flames will face Hobro Vikings in what we hopefully will be a long night and a long series. Diving right into the matchups we have on Copenhagen Flames: Nilla in the top lane, Young in the jungle, Eden Fox on mid lane, and Gooby and Kalhira in the bot lane. Meanwhile, on Hobro Vikings we do have Nonki and Vigo in the top lane. Both will be subbing in depending on the matchup. We have Bartholdi in the jungle, Alec in the mid lane, and Echoes and Jebahor in the bot lane. And Revo, who will be the most important guy for tonight's matches?
Well, to start over at Copenhagen Flames side, we see them play a lot revolving about Eden Fox. Actually, he wants to generate some leads. Also, last series yesterday we talked about Young being this having this fundamental value for the team. So I'm definitely looking forward to see if he's gonna put out this fundamental amount of materials for his team so they can activate Nelly, probably one of the best players on paper coming into this whole tournament. And Eden Fox, a newcomer actually a little bit, who's been showing up big against some of the best mid laners in the entire tournament. So I'll be having my eye on those three. Over on the side of Hobro Vikings, I'll be looking a lot towards this new substitute, Nonki, coming also out of pretty much nowhere yesterday, right? Popping off completely against the second seed Wicked Gaming. Wicked Gaming that also took down Copenhagen Flames, but Hobro Vikings making it look so easy to take down Wicked Gaming multiple times yesterday. So looking towards Nonki, looking towards Bartholdi actually, because he's been a guy really stepping up recently also. Like yesterday, completely toying around with not only Flipper but the entire Wicked Gaming lineup. So looking forward to see if he can pull out some edges on Young, on a jungler with such wide knowledge about the game. Also, I'm not sure if I want to mention Alec here, because he is playing a more utility-based role than we used to see him play. But that's working out for Hobro. Like, they're better than they've ever been before, and they've never ever been to playoffs, and now they're standing here in the finals.
Yeah, they've never been to playoffs, but some of the players have been in playoffs before. Alec and Bartholdi, we saw them last split around. Alec on Box Vipers and Bartholdi on GGE. So they have some experience. When you look at Copenhagen Flames, well, none of the players have ever been in the LCD playoffs. Sure, Gooby and Kalhira have played before. Gooby has played in the CSD and Kalhira has played for Lyngby, but none of them have been in this situation before. So for sure the nerves are going to be here. Also, Copenhagen Flames are known for choking in the playoffs. So maybe also the staff of Copenhagen Flames are having some nerves right now, because if they choke this time around, well, there's got to be something wrong. And you actually mentioned Bartholdi against Young Coke. How do you think that this matchup is going to play out? Because Bartholdi played basically like a god yesterday.
Yeah, well, I'm actually expecting Young to pull out a very nice early game. Like, activate his laners, activate Eden Fox, activate Nilla. Like, trying to get those balls rolling, while I see Bartholdi focusing more about the skirmishing, more about growing into the mid game, perhaps more finding some important engages. Also, I was talking to Gulbo last night, because you were mentioning that these guys from Copenhagen Flames are newcomers to the playoff stage. They're coming in as favorites. None of them have ever been in a playoff. So he talked to me about how these guys work together and how they they back up each other's weaknesses and they make it work, and that's what I'm expecting to see from Young. Backing up his team where they're weak. So also, earlier today, I was having a chat with Kalhira. He was not going into the playoffs. He was not ready to call Copenhagen Flames a favorite team. I asked him again today. Now you took down Atlanta 3-0, and you're looking stronger than ever, and you're facing Hobro Vikings. You won 2-0 against them earlier this split. Is it about time you guys feel like favorites? And he answered, you know what, I'm ready to feel like a favorite. So also big words from the man, but I'm looking for him tonight.
Yeah, when you feel like favorite, you have to play like the favorites, and that's what we don't usually see when Copenhagen Flames reach the grand final because they always fall short. So this time around they will have a new chance with a completely new lineup. But let's talk about the drafting phase, because last day we saw a clear pattern from both teams, especially Copenhagen Flames, because they sure love some assassin in the mid lane and Vladimir in the bot lane.
Yeah, I've heard multiple players from the LCD just talking about how you can ban out Zed, Kassadin, and what's the third one? I forget. It doesn't matter though. But there are 3 very key bans you can throw against this team, and they won't be able to do anything about it. Like, it's just super complicated for them to step out of their playstyle. We also heard from some Orlando players saying that we only win this game if we play some style that isn't Copenhagen Flames, if we don't fall into the Copenhagen Flames play spiral. And eventually they ended up falling into this. We know what Copenhagen Flames can do with Elite, and we saw this is a team that are doing probably the fastest rotations in the league. So yeah, I'm looking forward to see if they can keep this up, because they're definitely favorites. And as you're saying, we have a pattern with this team, so I'm definitely expecting them to get back on that pattern and let that pattern break the curse of the playoffs.
Yeah, and Copenhagen Flames are probably also the team that can play the most amount of different play styles. They can play late game, as we saw in game 2 yesterday, and they can sure as hell play the early game compositions. But we are heading into game 1, so we will send it over to Niels and Theo, who are ready with the draft and game 1. Stay tuned, guys.
Thank you to Pelle and Rebo for that analyst desk. Can we get some finale hype in the chat? We're so hyped in here. Grand finale, it's finally happening. We have been waiting for such a long time, and it's gonna be so great. I can't wait.
Me neither, and I think we have possibly the best final that we could have. I mean,
yeah.
Especially considering how Hobro Vikings played yesterday, which I think was above every expectation we had. I mean, they look so strong coming up against the Flame side that has been looking strong throughout the entire split, but has shown some sign of weakness here in the later stages of the series, or the split, sorry. So I think this is the best final that we could have, and I'm really looking forward to see how the two teams will do it in their way. I mean, there's so much hype.
Yeah, the hype is insane in here. Also, just all around Hydra Esport, the location we're in, the studio, everyone cannot keep their emotions in. It's insane in here, but I can't wait to see what's going to happen in this game. As you said, Hobro Vikings seems so strong, especially against Wicked yesterday. We've seen them, I would say, it's one of the best teams that has evolved the best throughout the series. Started off a little shaky, but has evolved into a powerhouse of a team throughout the split, especially here in the end of the split. And I think they have a great chance against Flames, even though Flames is the favorite and Hobro is qualified as the underdogs. I wouldn't consider them underdogs anymore, not after the beat they took against Wicked yesterday.
Yeah, but the thing about the series against Wicked was that they took a hit on the morale too, being so far ahead in the first game in the series, 40 minutes in, 10k gold up, more even at some point, but then actually ending up losing the game to a great game on the kill, but still keeping their cool into the second game, into the third game, and into the fourth game, where they sealed the deal and played themselves into the finals against the Flame side that sweep Atlanta 3-0.
Yeah. so I want to touch on how the game yesterday against Wicked, because in the first game that they lost to Wicked, we talked about, when we watched the game out in the lobby, we talked about the errors that Hobro Vikings made in the first game. They all ran it down mid. It was kind of an error in play style. They all 5 were grouped instead of focusing the pressure on the sidelines. But the 3 other games, it was just insane how they just corrected it instantly and played such a great game. Their macro play was on point. They pushed all the sidelines, opened up the map entirely for them, and took control of every game since then.
Yeah, and I hope, I think that if they have to beat Flames, or of course they want to beat Flames, but one of the best tools to beat them is maybe to match their macro play, which have been their core strength. Nila and Edenfox has been arguably the best side laners in the whole split, and if we can have Nongi and Alec, or Batoldi maybe even, but most likely Alec and Nongi match that side lane pressure, they might stand a chance on beating him, because their fighting is on point. I think they played some very good fights yesterday, and Flames have been beaten in fights. So I think that's the key. Match the side lanes.
The fighting is the strong side of the Hobro Vikings lineup. Most definitely. But I can't wait to see what Echo's gonna do, because Echo is one of the most talented AD carries in this split, if I had to say so myself. And I can't wait to see what he pulls out, because he's such a dominant player and probably one of Hobro Vikings' biggest win conditions.
Yeah, and he has a strong or a difficult matchup going into Gubi, who has been, in my optic, the best ADC in the split, maybe. Even though he hasn't shown his true colors, I think, because Flames has been very good at sealing the game before we even see him getting played as the ADC player he is. But yesterday we saw on the majors that he definitely has the mechanics on point, he has a shot calling on point, and he has every tool to be a very good ADC player. So yeah, I want to see how they do it in bot lane.
But now we're inside the draft for the grand finale of the LCD Spring Split Playoffs 2019, and the first two bans have been played. It is gonna be Jarvan from the side of Flames and Silas from the side of Hobro Vikings. Two picks that we see consistently throughout the split. And Silas, I understand totally. I think he has almost 100% pick ban rate in the LCD so far. And Jarvan probably up towards Batoldi. Batoldi is a great Jarvan player. We've seen a lot of him, so I understand totally that they choose to ban him out.
Yeah, Nunky can pull out the J4 in the top lane as well, so taking this Jarvan away, they remove a flex pick from the side of Hobro Vikings, making it harder for them to go further onto the draft. Morgana goes away as well. A ban that we have seen a bit more here in the later stages of the split after she got her mini rework. Was mostly a visual update, but of course the ultimate got a few buffs, making it a bit stronger. A bit some tweaks to her W, but yeah, see a lot of play. But also Elise taken away. That's definitely a ban against Young. He's been using the Elise very well. Yeah,
Young is a great carry jungler, and Elise is one of his strong picks, and we've seen him consistently on him. So totally a tire ban against Young, no doubt about that.
The thing I'm excited to see now is, are you gonna ban the set on the side of Hobro Vikings?
That is a possible side, because Edenfuck has shown himself to be a very dominant set player, and I think it should be taken away from him, because if he can get Edenfuck rolling on the set, it's almost GG every time, because you can just go in and completely annihilate Echoes on the ADC, which Echoes is one of the win conditions, so it would be a dangerous pick to have on the Edenfucks.
Yeah, and even though he doesn't get steam rolling in the lane phase, he can still pull it off later in the game, as you saw yesterday against Atlanta, where he actually didn't manage to get a kill onto the kill, who's just been banned. He didn't manage to get a kill in the lane phase, but he just played his way back into the game and did very well in the later stages of the game, despite not having that huge lead from the lane phase.
I want to point some things out now that the last ban have been placed. As I said, set is open, but also Vladimir is open, which is a consistent pick throughout the Flames lineup, both for Gubi and for Nille. So definitely a dangerous pick, and it's going to be picked here, probably to Gubi, I think. We've seen him yesterday against Atlanta just dominating the bot lane with this AP carry pick.
Yeah, and it's a 3-lane flex pick right now. Nille can play Vladimir, Edenfuck can play Vladimir, and you say Gubi can play Vladimir, so it gives them a lot of flexibility going on to the draft. But now, there are actually 2 picks open they have 2 picks now on the side of Hobro Vikings, so they can kind of answer this, I think, and they can get 2 prior picks onto themselves. And they choose to go for the Lee Sin, which is understandable. I think they want to put a lot of the pressure onto Bartholdi, who has been maybe the strongest on the side of Hobro Vikings. Arguably, probably. I guess they've been really good at playing as a team, but I think Bartholdi has really just stepped that one step further ahead of the team.
But I want to mention Echoes as well, because Echoes individually as a player is one of the greatest AD carries, I would say so myself, in the split so far. Especially in the evolving aspect. He's evolved into one of being the best AD carries at all.
And he's been good at stepping up when it mattered, I think. And he's been very good at being safe, not dying too much. Good at CSing, one of the best CSs in the league. So yeah, definitely a good player. But
now here the supports has been locked in for the team. It's gonna be Galio on the side of Hobro Vikings and Fresh to the side of Flames, as well as a Rek'Sai in the jungle for Young. A pick that we've seen him play before, is definitely a very strong jungler right now. Very good dueler, especially after he got the buffs right now that he can get his full Fury stacks in just 3 auto attacks. It's really good. We've seen him on the Hail of Blades. And I wonder if he's going to go that as well, or he's going to go the Conqueror route on the Rek'Sai, which is more traditional.
Yeah, both things are viable right now, I think. So yeah, definitely we can see the Conqueror route. I think he played it yesterday and went with the Hail Blade route.
He went with the Hail Blade, yeah.
I'm only 90% sure on that, but I think that was what he did. The Sander pick coming on to Alec or Nunky. Either way,
Yeah.
a very good pick if they want to pick, if they want to get set onto Eden Fox. Lissandra can mitigate a lot of the set pressure by building reasonably tanky, getting the Kindle Gem, Tabi maybe, and then has the ultimate to negate a lot of the damage. So I think it's a fine answer, and one of the answers you can pick into this set. So maybe that's why they went for it.
But it also contradicts a little bit the Lee Sin pin, because Lee Sin pick shows a little bit of they want to get some early pressure in the lanes. They want to get some kills and some gold over on the carries early and enable their laners. But Lissandra is a very safe pick. Can also be utilized in the early game because she is a very all-round good mid laner. Has a lot of equipment to deal with most of the situations. Has peel, has CC, has some disengage also. Can do a little bit of both. So it contradicts a little bit, but Lissandra is able to stay in the lane alone without any help, especially if the pick is set because the ult is so strong against the death mark.
Yeah, but what you have to remember about Lissandra is that you have a great gank set up if you want to get Bartoldi fed. You can have now great gank set up in the bot lane with the Galio, and in the mid lane with the Lissandra, enabling Bartoldi to get those lanes ahead. So I think it's a very wise pick, even though, yeah, you're right, it's more of a safe pick, kind of like Vladimir. Works decently well in mid game, better in the mid game, and tops up at the late game.
And the Flames lineup is not having anything from that Lissandra. They are all running Cleanse and Ghost, which of course is the Summoners that they are choosing.
Yeah.
No question about that, which is very, very wise. Everyone running Cleanse and Ghost. The only viable option against Lissandra.
Yeah, the good thing is to pop the Ghost before the CC lands, so when you cleanse, you can move out very fast and then get away.
Especially in Rek'Sai and jungle, he can take his jungle route very much faster, which just pops the Ghost right away.
Yeah, and all the XP he will get from the not having the smite is very important.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I can see that happening. But shits and giggles aside, Echoes have picked Severe.
Yeah.
I love to see that pick on Echoes. We've seen him consistently on this pick, and it's such a great AD carry. Especially now the crit item changes, he just does a lot. He scales up so great.
Yeah, one of the best scaling ADCs right now, I think, in the pool of maybe like Jinx is up there. Vayne, of course, always a good scaling ADC. But the way Sivir works with the Ricochet crits is just so good.
Insane wave
clear.
Yeah,
insanely good, and especially when you're so good at farming as Echoes are, you will just get to that point whenever you're behind or not. And if you get pushed in, you have great wave clear to sustain your way through to very late game.
Talking about scaling, we get the Cassiopeia pick over on Gooby most likely. It could also be a pick for Eden Fox. We do not know yet.
And it could be a pick for Nille.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and Hecarim. Is it gonna be the Hecarim top lane on Nille with the TP Ignite? We hope so. It's so sleeper OP.
Yeah, we believe at least.
Yeah, we believe at least.
And we said it to some of the managers that were here yesterday watching the games, and they were like, nah, not too sure. But I think he actually played it very well. It was on the side. It was Snonky who played it, right?
Yeah,
into Fin, who's a great top laner, Fin, and actually pulled out a great game on the Hecarim. So, but interesting to see that the set is not locked in. Why we're getting an Urgot locked in.
Oh,
on the side of
crazy.
Vikings.
But it's gonna be a Hecarim top lane because Nille has chosen Ignite and TP. So we're gonna see the Vladimir on the Gooby as we expected here in the caster studio. And right now, right on the bat of it, Flames comp is looking very, very nice, I think. It's a bit untraditional, but it looks very good. It's been a long time since we've seen Cassiopeia in the mid lane, actually. We've mostly seen it in the AD carry position, but mid lane is, I think it's great against Lissandra.
Yeah, it's been a while since we see Eden Fox play anything else but set. So it's nice to see him on a good old traditional AP carry in the mid lane. And Cassiopeia is maybe the highest damage dealing AP carry in the late game. And the ultimate Petrifying Gaze gives so much utility to the team whenever she hits with a stun or not. So yeah, great pick all around. And especially with the amount of pressure they can put into her backline now with the Hecarim coming in, Rek'Sai coming in, and Vladimir. They don't need anything to peel right now. They have no champion that needs to be peeled.
No.
They only need backline damage.
Yeah. But before we go into the game, we have a little shits and giggles caster video so you can get to know us casters.
Oh, the best thing for me about casting is definitely getting a lot of positive feedback. I think I like these moments of complete like ecstasy in the middle of games where everything just explodes. I think that's more of your field though, because you're a play-by-play caster.
Yeah.
I like casting because I like reading the map like it's a book, you know. Like I pick up a book, open up a page, I like the map is always an interesting book for me to pick up and read. That's what I like the most. Definitely, as nerdy as can be.
Yeah. But as you mentioned, probably the thing I like the most about casting is when a big team fight is going on and they're smashing together and one team is behind, but somehow they manage to get the perfect team fight. Boom, and you yell and that's the most beautiful thing about casting. You can yell, you can scream, you can go completely mental, and it's all right when you're a play-by-play caster. You can say pretty much everything as long as it sounds like okay, it's fine, and you're having just such a great time. You can pretty much scream whatever you want. Just scream what's in your mind, and well, I have a lot of things in my mind. Sometimes too much. So I just enjoy spreading the news out. Also, as you said, the positive feedback. Sometimes reading through Twitch chat, obviously. Not always, but sometimes when the good feedback is there, when the compliments are there, well, it's my heart just.
Thank you guys so much when you do that.
Thank
It's
you.
really.
The very best thing is that I get to win almost every argument with Theodore on screen.
Well,
in front of a lot of people.
Well, that's not exactly true. That's not exactly true, Nils. Almost every time you win the argument, but like 90% of the time. You win, but 10% I win, but and I win big.
You win
and
big.
That's the utmost, the greatest thing about casting. But no, like I think for me it's because it's great to like do something, talk about a passion you have, and League of Legends is our passion. It's a game that we both have been playing for a lot of years, and that's why I think for me it's a great thing to do.
Well, yeah, of course, if you put aside all the shits and giggles, I think the most important thing is that we get to comment on this game that has become highly competitive, and there are so many aspects of it, and yeah, it's just a great opportunity for both of us. So, and then the argument winning.
And then the argument winning, of course. And we are back after that fairly embarrassing video that we do not talk about anymore, but. Let's talk about the team compositions, because we have talked a little about the Flames composition before we went into the video. But let's talk about the Hobro Vikings draft. I'm sorry, I cannot talk. It's the hype. It's overwhelming me. But let's talk about the Hobro Vikings lineup, which I think is looking very, very strong. They do have a lot of engage on this team. They have the Lee Sin, the Urgot, and the Galio. A lot of peel for their carries, which is the Severe on the Echoes.
Yeah, and the Lissandra, you forgot to mention, is probably one of the best engaging champions in the game, because she can come from all kinds of angles. And the great thing about their comp, or the thing that I like, is that they have the capability to be a fighting team comp with the Sivir in the late game and a lot of lockdown and CC for her. But they also have the capability of going into a more siege-oriented comp with a 1-3-1 setup. Having Lissandra and Urgot in the side lanes, and the Galio very good at answering whatever might happen. Can even have the Lee Sin hovering maybe in the jungle, and the Severe with the very great wave clear that they slightly lack on the side of the Flames. I mean, they of course can clear waves with Vladimir and Cassiopeia and of course Hecarim, but they're all champs that need to get very, very close to the wave to be able to clear it. So overall, I think the comp on the side of Hobro Vikings is slightly more traditional and therefore maybe slightly better. But on the other side, there's so much to do on the side of Flames. They have so many tools right now to fight and to set up a 1-3-1, just as Hobro Vikings do. So I think we're going to have a very exciting game.
Yeah, we can't wait, because we're actually into the first game of Summer Wrist. In the grand finale, the first game is... We cannot take it anymore. Let's just get into this game, because it's such an incredible game. I can't wait. I cannot hold it inside anymore.
But you have to, because we're gonna make 1 minute before minions spawn. So, but from there on, we go.
Why do you have to destroy it from me always?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's just you're destroying my happiness every time.
Yeah.
Every change we get, you're just gonna shit all over me.
I know. And it won't stop this game either.
But let's talk about. We talk about Young, and on the Drake side, he has chosen to go for the Hail of Blades route, as we talked about. It is an easier way. It's easier to gank in the early game, get some kills or get some damage off, because you can get this true damage off so much faster with the Hail of Blades.
Yeah, and it's just when you gank as a jungle, you need immediate damage. You need immediate reaction. And the Conqueror, even though it is very fast to stagger up on the Rake side with all the resets and that, it is still 5 attacks you need to get in before it's fully stacked. Hail Blades kicks in immediately, and therefore I think it's very good on jungles especially. And we see it all around, right?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you. But the top lane, let's talk about the top lane. The Horse versus the Urgot. incredible. We saw it yesterday. Incredibly dominating Hecarim in the top lane with the Ignite and TP because of the Q buffs he just got with the ramping up damage up to 20% extra damage on these Qs, which has a second cooldown early. So it's really a lot of fighting capability in the early game.
Yeah, very good. It's a very good pick, and as we're pretty sure it's sleeper OP and will be very dominant. We have to remember, if you lose lane on this Hecarim, you are in a very, very bad spot. You have no flash. You have TP and Ignite. You don't even have a Ghost with some escape. You're really, really screwed if you get behind until you get your ultimate to escape. So it's up to Nil to play it almost flawlessly and able to ensure his team the win.
I couldn't agree more with you, and it's looking like, especially because you have no flash, you are so susceptible to ganks. We saw yesterday when it was played, and it was Nunky that played it actually, I think.
Yeah, but look top lane now.
Look top lane now, already just dominating, got the E up, and is Ignite going to come on it? It is not, but it gets him so low over on the Nunky's Urgot. But again, you're so susceptible to ganks because you do not have a flash. Oh yeah, flash in here, and Bartholdi is actually there, but Gubi goes down. First blood already to the Hobro Vikings lineup. It goes over to Bartholdi. Great play from the Hobro Vikings. Great run down from Bartholdi. Engage, gets Gubi already in level 1. He does not have the Sanguine pull up. It's such an easy kill.
Almost a rinse and repeat from the game against Atlanta, where Atlanta pulled that on Flames, where they flashed in very, very early, and we all were like, what's going on? And they, unfortunately for them, whiffed it. But here, worked perfectly. Kill onto Bartholdi. He's onto a rampage now.
And here we see why Bartholdi is a great Lee Sin player. He's so confident in what he's doing. He knows, okay, I can engage here without dying. I know Jeppe will put all the Ignite on him, and he is so dead.
Yeah, and luckily for them, the kill goes over to him on Bartholdi and not Jeppe from the Ignite. So that's really good, considering later in the game. And now for the early game, of course.
Now Nil is actually pretty low because he has the corrupting potion over on Nunky. Popped all stacks though, and so has Nil now because Nil is actually a little low. He took one tower shot, I think, and Nunky is actually on the healthier side now. But I think still don't think he can fight him. He still has Ignite on the Hecarim.
Yeah, and the way that Urgot works now, I feel like he has lost some of his strength early, but he's actually pretty good throughout the late game.
Yeah. Bartholdi in the mid lane, landing his Sonic Wave here on Eden Fox, but it's not going to be enough. Takes him down to half HP without popping any summoners. Great engage here on Bartholdi, which is already putting a lot of pressure on these lanes.
Yeah, he's doing very good, I think. And as we talked about in the draft phase, they have great gang setup in both mid and bot lane. So it is so good for them. Oh, look at this.
And he's already bot lane once again. Echoes flashes over, but Young is there to answer and then flashes in on Bartholdi. Is he going to die? No, he flashes out here. And also a flash from the side of Kalhira, who is actually coming out hook onto Jeppe, which is now most likely dead here. And the kill goes over to Young. The first kill on the lineup of Flames. Such a great fight down here. A lot of flashes get burned, but it ends up being a kill over to Young. While we're fighting up in the top lane, Lily ignites Urgot, and Nunky goes down to the horse. What an insane and early fighting potential we have here over the Flames lineup. It's so good to see that they're just fighting right from the get-go.
Yeah, I don't even think they're supposed to be that strong here in the early game. With maybe the Hecarim, of course, is very strong, but Vladimir does nothing until just a few items and maybe a level 6. So it's mostly up to them to punish the mistakes that they're making on the side of Hobro Vikings right now. And I think they're doing very good, playing very reactive to the proactive side that they had taken onto Hobro Vikings side.
Yeah, I think it's great to see how Flames are playing this. They know they have the early game advantage, even though Echoes is, as you said, Gubi on the Vladimir doesn't do much until he gets some items. But Echoes isn't very strong in the early game either. He does have a lot of damage with his Q, but nothing Gubi cannot sustain up. So, Gubi gets CC'd here. He be able to take the Lantern out into safety of his support, Kalhira. Nothing here, a little trade, but definitely in favor of Echoes and Jeppe.
Yeah, and I think they're actually already basing on the side of Flames right now. Or maybe not, Gubi staying in lane. But they were definitely trying to base, but Gubi doesn't have to TP to get back to lane immediately. So if they base, they will lose a lot of CS, and if they stay, they're starting to get killed. Jeppe has his Ignite up again.
He does, yeah. He engages actually here, and the Q, and he goes in here. That pull out for Gubi. Is it going to be enough of killing? No, the shield comes in, but the Ricochet hits him.
Oy.
And actually, Jeppe going down to the tower shot. Kill over to Kalhira. What a turn of events down here in the bot lane.
Yeah, that was really not supposed to happen for Hobro Vikings right there. That was the one. If that play had gone onto them, they would have been in a very great seat in the bot lane. But right now, it's actually evened out totally for the side of Copenhagen Flames and Hobro Vikings. Not a great play. A bit unlucky, I feel like. I like the idea from Jeppe Hall quickly getting his CC out before Gooby was able to take the Lantern out. So I kind of like it.
I see a lot of pressure from Eden Fox over to Alec, and Bartoli comes in here with the all-frozen tomb, but Petrifying Gaze comes in as well. Eden Fox out with a bit 10 HP and actually lives here. Pops the cleanse instantly when the frozen tomb comes out. Gets the Petrifying Gaze onto Bartoli and actually lives throughout this. Very, very skilled. Very nice to see that he knows exactly when to pull his cleanse and knows exactly when to pull his Petrifying Gaze, which secures him that he lives.
Yeah, good play by Eden Fox. We've seen this a lot where he actually gets focused a lot on the mid lane, but the amount of mechanics that is on that guy allows him actually to play around really well. We saw it especially with Zed, the way he utilized his ultimate and his W was, very, very great. And it was kind of the same thing here.
And now Hobro Vikings has gotten the first objective of the game, which is going to be an Ocean Drake over to the side of them, which is really going to help them through the laning phase, especially with Echoes and Jeppe Hau, which is going to be having such a nice lane now, especially to match up with the sustain from Gubi's Vladimir.
Yeah, the Ocean Drake here before the 6-8 minute mark is probably the best Drake you can get. It just enables your lane phase to be that much better, especially considering that the Sivir uses a lot of mana, so does Alec on Lissandra. Look at this straight in the top lane now.
And Lily is engaging her up in top lane, and Nonky gets very, very low. The Ignite is activated, so is... Oh, Jesus Christ. The horse takes another kill. The Onslaught of Shadows just popping off, fearing him, making him able to do nothing at all. And that's the second kill for the Flames top laner.
Yeah, it was so good play by Nila. And maybe a little bit of misplay by Nonky. It seems like he's really underestimating the damage that is coming off of the Hecarim here. So kind of unfortunate for Nonky.
Yeah, but as we said, OP is Hecarim top lane, Sleep OP.
Yeah, Sleep OP. Yeah, I think it is really good, especially considering those Q buffs, which was supposed to be a bug. Or Riot said themselves that it was actually a bug. It was always supposed to be like that, but no one noticed it because Hecarim was doing fine anyhow. So yeah, kind of funny that they actually fixed it.
Yeah, and now Echoes and Jeppe Hau actually pushed a lot into their tower, trying to wave clear here, but the wave is going to be crashing onto them. But Tolly is in the mid lane. Alec comes in, activates Frozen Tomb, cleanse is not up. It's going to be a dead Eden Fox. No, he actually survives here. Oh, Dragon Kick in from Tolly, but he's also going to go down instantly to the tower shots. 1-for-1 trade jungler for the mid lane. Eden Fox goes down, unfortunately. Seems like he was going to live with little health, but Bartoldi comes in and Dragon kicks him to the face.
Yeah, and notice that Gubi actually TPs into the mid lane, so now he's going to lose out on a lot of CS in the bot lane, which means that play might actually go slightly over to the side of Hobro Vikings since they forced Gubi to come into the mid lane and waste some time there. So decent job on the side of Hobro Vikings actually. But Bartoldi, I like it. He's playing really confident, it seems.
Yeah, he is, and what we expected from this young jungler, it was so great on Lee Sin. All come out here for Rek'Sai. Is it got enough to kill Alec here? It seems like Young, one more basic attack, flashes after it and takes the kill down, takes the WoW mid laner down with him.
Yeah, good job, Young here, noticing that Alec doesn't have either Frozen Tomb or his Flash, which means the Sander's actually a pretty free kill, considering he cancelled his Glacial Path. So yeah, well played by Young.
Yeah, great follow-up on the ult after the Glacial Path. It was such a great timing with the Void Rush. He just, as soon as he came out of the Glacial Path, he procced it, get out, took 2 damage attack. Had to burn his Flash to get the last attack, but definitely worth for him.
Yeah, so worth. Young is 3-0 now, and it's actually ahead on CS compared to Bartoldi. So Young is actually right now outplaying Bartoldi.
Engaged here from Bartoldi and Alec in the mid lane, just camping Eden Fox to eternity. There is nothing he can do. He does have cleanse up. Frozen Tomb is not up yet, but it seems like he's going to get out because Nille is actually there to defend his mid laner, but it's not going to be a fight this time.
Yeah, unfortunately for Flames, I think if Nille had come in and they had continued to chase on Eden Fox, I think that that would have been a kill on Nille because he had the ultimate up.
He did, and now I want to point out for the last talk before we got interrupted by this mid lane fight here. We're talking about Young and the Flash he burned on the... I think it's actually a great trait to burn the Flash on the Rek'Sai because he does not need it as much as a lot of other junglers because he has the tunnel. If you can... mid lane, Petrifying Gaze come out on 2%, and Bartoldi is very, very, very low. Going to go down even though he's dragging him out. Alec is frozen tombing himself, but he seems very, very dead here. There's nothing he can do. Another kill over to Young, who is now 4-0. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Nilla is going in. Onslaught of Shadow has come out, and Echoes has to flash over the wall down here.
And the Flames domination is kicking in right now. They are utilizing their mistakes on the side of Hobro Vikings to perfection right now. Gotta give it to Copenhagen Flames, even though they, on paper, probably have the worst draft, or the worser draft, the weaker draft here in the early game. They're still managing to get a lot of job done, considering the Rek'Sai.
And now Flames is looking towards the Rift Herald, gonna be able to take it pretty uncontestedly, because they do have the superiority in River. Their mid laner is down, Ali is just on the way here, but now Nilla is looking for a fight with Nunki, but actually comes out with only half his HP without being able to damage Nunki very much. And it is a Rift Herald going over to the side of Flames now on the Young.
Yeah, he does the right thing there, Nunki. Oh, look at this.
Oh, that's a roam up the top lane. Hook comes out, but Nunki managed to dodge it with his E. Nicely played there. He knows they're grouping around him. But now the Dragon is spawning and could go in favor for the Hobro Vikings lineup. It's gonna be a Cloud Drake in favor of their already existing Ocean Drake. And because they're all top, they should be able to take it pretty uncontestedly here.
Yeah, they should. And it's gonna be worth a lot. What they have to look out for now is that they don't quickly spawn the Rift Herald somewhere else to counter the pressure. But I don't think Young is going to pull the trigger. He has the Rift Herald, right?
Yeah, he has the Rift Herald. Young is there, but he's not going to be able to take it.
Yeah, Young picked up the Rift Herald, yeah.
But he's not going to be able to contest this Dragon. And it's going to be the Dragon going over to Hobro Vikings, which is their sliver of hope, even though the Flames lineup is so far ahead right now.
Yeah, they are getting quite far ahead.
Oh, now Kahira is getting totally grooved around here. Ali coming in, but Young is there. Hero's Entrance get popped here instantly. Kahira goes down to Bartoldi here, but Bartoldi is in a bad position. Flashes out. W is over to Yebehao instantly, but the Void Rush comes out. Young takes him down, and it's going to be Yebehao who's the next target for the Rek'Sai, and it goes down to Gubi as well. Alec also going down. A 3-4-1 trade in favor of Flames here. Such a great play. Really nice collapse for the whole Flames team around the Hobro Vikings, and comes out on the top.
Yeah, now they can spawn the Rift Herald for even more pressure onto the mid lane here. The first tower will probably go down here unless Eggers can pull out some great defense. Man, you're just going to give it to Copenhagen Flames. They are just better on every position, it seems, right now. Even though they played it pretty good in the early game on the side of Hobro Vikings, Copenhagen Flames are just showing that they have quality all around the board.
And now Nilla is looking for the fight against the Nunki at the top lane. Fear Beyond Death comes out, and Nilla is actually very, very low, but he gets pulled in and chomped to pieces by Nunki's Urgot here. Nothing he can do, actually. Great damage coming out from Nunki, even though Nilla was ahead in the top lane.
Yeah, that's what I noticed with the Urgot changes they made. Into the mid game here, he's actually fairly decent. I mean, has a lot of damage with the Conqueror and the Black Cleaver and the Fear Beyond Death. That gets procced here around the 20 HP, right?
Yeah, around 10 to 20% HP.
Yeah.
25%.
25%, yeah.
25%.
My bad, yeah. Which just gives him a huge edge in the fighting. Yeah. Also, very greedy by Nilla, I think. He was so far behind tower. I know he had backup from Young, but he should have just waited 1 second to pull the trigger, and he might have gotten out.
I couldn't agree with you more, but looking on the Flames side, they are very strong, especially Young, who has put in a lot of pressure and gotten a lot of kills all around the map. Didn't enable his laners very much because he has got taking the kills, but has opened up the lanes for his team to just push it out and get the gold advantage, which they have. They have a 3k gold lead on the side of Flames right now, just 40 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and Young himself has been able to pick up a few kills on the raid, making the Rek'Sai very strong.
Hook on Alec here. The Frozen Tomb is up. He's going to be able to take it, but he's not going for it. Get the paths out. Is he going to be able to be taken down here? Flashes out, but the Void Rush comes out. Oi, Alec pulling the Frozen Tomb just the last second, but it's a kill over to Eden Fox here. Actually, very, very nice of the Frozen Tomb here, but now Bartoldi engages on Bartoldi, on Eden Fox. Dodges the Petrifying Gaze just instantly, but now Yebehao and Echo's looking for it, but they collapse completely. But Young Bartoldi going in as well, kicks Eden Fox out of the Prime Cleanse, but Nunki's there as well, and it's gonna be Eden Fox going down. Young very, 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 very low, and it actually goes down here to Nunki, which is very good. Fear Beyond Death is being attacked onto Nille, but it's not gonna be enough to pull him up. He is off, and now Nunki is the next target, and he's gonna get a double kill and lives here. Takes Scooby down with him. It's gonna be another kill, and 4 for a clean ace. 50 minutes into the game. What a champion, Urgot. Nunki putting a lot of work here. What the actual hell? What is happening here, Nils?
Urgot is happening. We're back.
Yeah.
Urgot is back on the map. Man, did we miss that champion? Or not? I mean,
or not.
whoa,
We
it just pushed out so much damage in that fight. very tight corners. He just barely lived. I think it was, 100 HP at one point. But the shield just coming out from the E. And then the sheer damage ripping the side of Copenhagen Flames.
Yeah, and getting the Triumph stacks really helped him out and had made him live. And so much damage just come out. The Conqueror healed him up, the Triumph stacks, and secures a clean ace for Hobro Vikings, which is now taking nothing from Flames. They're thinking, okay, you have the lead, but it means nothing to us. Now we're getting a clean ace just 50 minutes into this game.
And now they're even in gold. They are almost even in gold now. Of course, Hobro Vikings has some dragons, and you might consider them ahead, actually, because they're also even in towers. So, worth for Hobro Vikings, I would say.
Really worth. Such a great play by Nonky. Great TP, great fighting capability. We see how strong Urgot is right now in the mid game. And not really much Nil was able to do here, even though he actually won the lane. He was very far ahead. But I want to talk about something else on the Flame lineup. Gubi, we haven't seen very much of him. We've been used to see Gubi very dominating, especially on Vladimir, against at least Orlando yesterday, but right now we're not seeing so much of him.
Yeah, I guess he needs some time to scale up. You gotta remember that Vladimir is not considered an early game champion whatsoever. So I think when he gets his second item, maybe the Spellbinder, or even the third item on the Death Cap, we are gonna see him pop off. And I think they'll need to hurry on the side of Hobro Vikings if they want to close the game. Because in the late game, Flames definitely has the edge with the 2 AP carries that they have.
Yeah, and Young just looking so strong right now. He have managed to just pull the early game out and not seems to get another kill, even though the Hero's Entrance comes out. But Young dodges it with Void Rush and gonna be able to take down Echoes. And now he's on a killing spree. Jeppe is the next target. Galio has nothing to say to him. Gubi is being focused down in the bot lane. Is Patoldi going to the Sunlight Wave? He is not going to take it, but now Eden Fox and Kalhiro flashes out to hook Nonky here, which is the next target, but goes down instantly to the Nilla Hecarim. Nothing without a challenge. Patoldi is next on the Flames lineup, who just collapsed completely on them to them. There is nothing they could do there. Great flash by Kalhiro. Took down Nonky with a hook, and now Patoldi was the next target, and now that the Drake has spawned, it is going over to Flames.
Kind of a bit of an organized game we're seeing right here. Kills here and there. Small benefits from either side. Ultimately, Flames end up getting the kills. And I think they'll maybe get one more here if he plays it well, Nile.
Yeah, but we see Flames time and time again just complete a dominate and another kill over to Nile here up in top lane. Just insane amount of damage from the Hecarim. The Onslaught of Shadows comes out, the Ignites come out, and there's nothing Alec can do. He's now 0-5 and only has a Proto Belt. It's not looking very good for him right now.
No, Alec is probably the one on the side of Hobro Vikings that is having the worst game right now. You could say Eggers doesn't have a kill on him. He's 0-2, but he's actually 30 CS up, which is worth a lot of money. So he's been doing okay, I think, considering that they've been putting some pressure into the bot lane.
Yeah,
on the side of Copenhagen Flames.
Most definitely, but let's just talk about before it was rudely interrupted by Nila just engaging on this poor Alec. Let's just talk about Flames consistently just keeps grouping very organizedly. They're just so organized and calculated in how they use their team and how they use the map in this game. They know exactly where they're gonna be, when they're gonna be there, and they just put all their asses almost onto them and just shuts them down immediately.
Yeah, they've been very good at finding the picks and playing the fights, except for that one where they got aced for some reason. But I think that has to do with the start of the fight, where they were maybe a bit too greedy and with the Rek'Sai ultimate.
Yeah.
But yeah, right now, if Flames continue to play like this, they're going to have a hard time on the side of Hobro Vikings, because it seems very hard for them to actually shut them down, especially considering Alec is so far behind. I know Nunky can really step up, but if they just hard focus him, there's nothing he can do with this new Urgot.
And now Flames is looking to go to the side lanes and pushing out these lanes and getting some towers, some more gold onto the team, I think. We have Eden Fox down in the bot lane, being able to take down the tier 1 tower in the bot lane, getting some extra gold to the team. And we also have Nilla in the side lane, so we could be looking at a bit more pushing now, instead of going for the fights that they used to.
Yeah, I think they should definitely try and set up on both sides, actually. Set up some kind of split. I don't know if it has to be a 1-3-1 specifically, but it has to be some kind of split to get some farm onto their carries. Split the farm and get some HP. Doesn't seem like they're going to go for this play. Nah.
But now Baron actually has spawned, and it's going to be the next objective. We see a lot of vision being put around. But now Eden Fox is actually getting collapsed on. But how is down there, gets the taunt, and that's a dead Eden Fox if I've ever seen one. Both of the players dodges the petrifying gaze, and Eden Fox actually fighting for his life here. Actually dodging a lot of damage. He almost take Nonky down. He's able to take Nonky down actually, but it goes down to Jeppe himself. Great play from Eden Fox here. Kites around the Nunky, gets a lot of healing from his E. But as we're talking, the fight is going up in the top lane. Young gets kicked out of the tower. Everyone in the Flames lineup is very, very low except Gooby. But Bartoli is after them here, but it's not going to be able to take them down. There are 4 against 2 up in the top lane. Okay, I want to talk about what just happened in the bot lane. Eden Fox versus Yebahau, and Nunky actually takes Nunky down with him in the fall.
Yeah, he actually played that very, very well on the side of Eden Fox. Even though the Petrifying Gaze missed, he actually managed to pull out so much damage. Oh, and look now, they start the Baron. Can they finish it, you think? Nah,
I don't think they can because the whole Flames lineup is going up there with such a speed that it's unmatched, and they do not have enough damage to take it, I think. Not unless Flames can come up. The TP comes out from Gooby, is coming up. The Baron is on half HP, but the Sphere ulti is activated here, and they choose to disengage immediately because they know the Flames lineup is on the way.
Yeah, great. I don't know what that Baron call was.
No, I didn't really need it. It seemed forced.
Yeah, they just wasted 30 seconds doing nothing. But yeah, what I was about to say with the play in the bot lane with Eden Fox, it was actually unfortunate that he missed his Petrifying Gaze, and even more unfortunate that his cleanse was slightly mistimed. So when the taunt landed on the from the Galio, he actually tried to cleanse it so that he could immediately try to get some health back from his E, the Twin Fangs, but it just slightly mistimed. And I think if he got the Twin Fangs up, I think he could actually lift through Yebahau as well.
But now we see the Flames putting, again, a lot of pressure on the side lanes, taking the tier 1 tower in the top lane, which now has 1 more tower to favor of Hobro Vikings, 3 to 2 towers, which opens up the map a bit more for the for Copenhagen Flames, because the mid lane, the bot lane is still standing over to the side of Flames, so they're definitely going to have a hard time pulling out and pushing these side lanes because they have to be grouped, they have to know where the Flames are at all times, and they cannot match the wave clear they have.
No, the 1v1 competition really falls through if you can 1v1 your laner, or it makes it so much harder. And right now, I don't see a scenario where Ali can 1v1 any of the
not at all.
Players on Hobro Viking. Oh, sorry, on Copenhagen Flames.
Not at all, because Eden Fox has an entire item more than Alec does. He's so far ahead from him, and not much Alec can do, but we see actually see an engaged TP here comes in from Alex. The river from very high fight, Bartoli goes in there, kicks Eden Fox away, and it's actually gonna be Gooby being taken down to fear beyond death instantly here, getting pulled in and jumped. Young is the next target. Here he goes down too. Echoes actually get to kill Heroes and to get activated, but on no one here, and it's actually gonna be a 2-4 no one to the side of Hobro Vikings, and now they're looking to take the Baron.
Yeah, weird fight, man. I don't know. I felt like Copenhagen Flames engaged that fight, but ended up just losing it due to misplays. Very unfortunate, of course, that Gooby couldn't get his W off, so he could dodge a lot of damage and get his health back.
But now Flames is actually looking to control and come and get the Baron right in front of Hobro Vikings. Onslaught of Shadows is up, but actually Nille is getting focused down to death here, has the Lantern out, and that means that's a free Baron probably for the side of Hobro Vikings. It's getting so low. Is it possible to steal here? Nille has Onslaught of Shadows up. Is it possible to do it? Yeah, but how? Very, very low. Come on, that is now Flames. It's now or never. Can he do it? No, he do not get it, but Tony gets a Baron, and Nille goes down. So does Eden Fox here, but takes down Nunky with him. Gooby comes in here, actually double kill to Gooby, takes down both Alec and Nunky, but now Echo's the next tire. Void Rush comes in, is he able to take him down? There's nothing Echo can do, and triple kill over to Gooby, turns the fight wholly around. Only Yebahau comes out unscathed of this Baron battle, and what a turnaround for the side of Copenhagen Flames here.
Yeah, seemed almost hopeless when they were hovering around the Baron, but they took so long to take it. I felt like they were on that Baron forever on the side of Hobro Vikings, so they could just rotate up on the side of Copenhagen Flames. Gooby came in, stepped up, showed us what he can do. That's what I said. He just needed 2 items, then he could pop off. Very well played on the side of Gooby. And now the game has been paused.
What an anticlimactic.
Very anticlimactic.
That's what happened, but what a fight we saw in this Baron pit. As you said, it took forever for the Hobro Vikings to take this Baron, and that's just enabled especially Gooby to come up because he was not there. So he came up, he came up, just turned it right around, got the triple kill, came up with such an immense damage with the Spellbinder, he also had needlessly large rod, and he has the Proto Build. Such an immense damage with him. The Hemo play came out, and it's just there's nothing to do about it, especially when the Hobro Vikings lineup was so low that it was, because it took so long. And a great Onslaught of Shadows from Nille just completely scattered the Hobro Vikings lineup inside the Baron pit.
Yeah, that ultimate from Hecarim was, I think, defining. And as we talk about a lot, the Hecarim ultimate is probably the best one to contest a Baron, because it just fears everyone out of that pit into bad places. And I think it really defined the fact that they got that Baron.
It really does, but they still have one Baron buff over to the side of Jeppe Hav here, which is being able to push out to counter push the push that Gubi has set up in the mid lane and defend his tier 2 mid lane tower.
Yeah, that Baron buff is very important. That they got out with that one is I think if they wouldn't have gotten out with that, man, it would have been so hard for Hobro Vikings to contest on Copenhagen Flames, because they are getting strong now. Cassiopeia and Vladimir are getting there. Even though Rek'Sai might fall off now, I don't think it even matters.
Very strong.
He can, exactly. He can still pressure Echoes. We've seen it time and time again.
We saw the Void Rush of the Echoes here in the mid lane after the Baron fight. Just took him down for, I'm afraid, almost 35% HP. Just completely executed him.
Yeah, completely. And he just landed W. Void Rush is online. Get in there, get some ease, get your true damage, and yeah, you're done.
Yeah. Then the Severe is down. There's not much you can do. Even if on the hunt is up, you cannot outrun the Rek'Sai.
But wondering what they're going to do now. I mean, on the side of the Hobro Vikings.
Yeah, because it seems like they're a bit undecisive. They don't know what to do. They have the Baron buff on Jeppe Hav, but it's not going to be enough. They're forcing a push in the mid lane. Nunky is in the bot lane. So, but it doesn't seem like they want to look for a fight. It just seems like they want to push in, but I don't think it's going to be able to. Because Eden Fox and Young and Gubi, for that sake, can clear this wave very, very fast, even with the Baron buff.
Yeah, and the thing is, as we mentioned before in the draft, they have to walk up to clear the wave. They don't have any range wave clear, and I think they should be more on the punish now on the side of Hobro Viking, punishing Gubi when he walks up. But they can, because he's getting so strong. So they're kind of in a standstill right now on the side of Hobro Vikings, and maybe they should consider splitting out even more.
Oh, Hugo Bartholdi here, but it's not going to be able to engage on it. There are not enough around people, because everyone from the Hobro Viking lineup's Viking is there in the mid lane, just for them. Oh, in the bot lane. Eden Fox and Nunky is fighting. The Petrifying Gains lands, but they're not going to be able to continue the fight because the tower is so low and Nunky is looking to push for it. Echoes, actually the entire lineup is coming here with On the Hunt, engaging on Echo Fox, but he's going to be taken out from Kill Hero with the Lantern. Such a clutch Lantern right here. Seconds away from getting hit by the Jeppe Hav taunt here. Great play by Kill Hero.
Yeah, he's so good at playing that Thresh Kalhira. He's good at hooking, he's good at flaying, he's good at lanterning. I mean, that guy is really playing the best Thresh I've seen since we cast the first game together.
Yeah.
I mean, so good to see him on that champ.
And now Hook lands onto Alec here, but not going to be able to follow up, even though Miasma lands from Eden Fox. And Hobro Vikings looking to just push in the bot lane tower now.
Look at that TP coming in from Hecarim here.
Oh yeah, actually see he's going to come down with a lot of speed here. Activates the E. It's going to be enough to take out someone and engage here. But the taunt come out. Dragon Kick completely annihilates Nille on the horse. And now Bartholdi is looking for the fight. The Hero's Engine comes in, and now it completely annihilates the Flames lineup, takes down both Kill Hero and Nille, and now they can just push it in with ease. Oh, a 5-man Petrifying Gaze. What a damage from Eden Fox. Takes down Echoes in the process. What a Petrifying Gaze here. Insanely. But now they're looking for the fight. Jeppe Hav is very low. Gubi just pulls the last minute. But he's taken down by Alec, who gets his second kill of the game. Bartholdi so low, but manages to get out alive. And that's going to be 3 kills in the favor of Hobro Vikings.
Yeah, let's just take a replay look at that. I think if we get it from all the way up to the Hecarim engage was kind of misplaced. I think it was a good thought. I mean, coming in from the back is what you want to do on Hecarim, but I think they just noticed it on the side of Hobro Vikings. So when he comes in here, they're just ready for him. They focused him down so hard, and the extended fight they actually win still, even though they are very, very low from the Hecarim engage.
Yeah, but again, Hecarim was so fast. Nille was so fast with the E, and that his team was similar, not ready to follow up. They were way far behind in the lane. They had no chance of following up at all, which has put Nille in a bad position to just get completely shut down so fast. Even with Asterix Gage, there was no chance that he could get out of it alive at all. But let's just talk about Eden Fox. That Petrifying Gaze, that was pure Cassiopeia porn.
Yeah, I imagine that Hecarim was there after that Petrifying Gaze had landed. That would have been such a clean fight, and they would have won the game off of it.
Yeah, it would have been clean ace.
Yeah, it was so close, but well, that's what you get for miscoordinating.
Yeah, able to take down Echoes with him, but it's not going to be enough because it was 3 kills in favor of Hobro Vikings here. And Baron is spawning in 40 seconds, along with Dragon in 20 seconds. So a bit of objective focus we're going to see here a little bit. I think in about 2 minutes we're going to see a lot of heavy objective focus, both in the Dragon Pit But also around Baron Pit.
Yeah, and it is only a Cloud Drake, so I think they are going to focus around the Baron, of course. But they might just quickly sneak a Baron. They definitely have the faster objective taking on the side of Copenhagen Flames.
Yeah, but also we have, as you said, we have established a lot of vision from both sides. We have a vision wall in the pit for the side of Copenhagen Flames, but totally dominating vision around Baron Pit for the lineup for Hobro Vikings.
Yeah, they have warded all the entrances. So if Copenhagen Flames will start it, and they will probably put a man there to zone, they will know where he is, and they will have a hard time answering it.
And also, I think now Hobro Vikings looking for taking this Baron, most likely initiating it because they do have the upper hand in the damage with the Severe. Now on 3 items, it's gonna be a little faster than we saw last time, which just took a million years.
Yeah, of course, the Silver will help a lot right now. And if Nungi will come up, he can of course do it. They can do it very, very fast. But I think Nungi will stay in the side lane, matching up with Nille.
And he does have TP up. Nille does not, but Nille, remember, he is a Hecarim. He has a Cloud Drake. He is able to come up really, really fast, but nothing compared to Nungi's TP.
No, not at all. Not at all. But you gotta remember, when you come in with TP, it is a 4-second challenge time, and you will often know if a TP is coming in, so you can kind of react to it. If Hecarim comes in, it's just out of nowhere, and you can get surprised and maybe get killed. But
exactly. Or just being way ahead of your team and going burst it in down instantly. That's also a possibility.
That's also a possibility, yeah.
But Hobro Vikings looking to initiate the Baron. Actually, already now they're clearing the vision around the river, but the Flames lineup is not far ahead, but actually they're pulling up on the other side of the wall, maybe looking for a cheeky engage here, a little sneak, a little trap sitting in the Baron Pit, but it's not going to be anything because the Flames is not falling for it.
No, they're just playing it cool. I like it right now. I like the state the game is in right now. It's a Baron dance. Keep clearing out the waves mid. Keep the 1v1 going in the bot lane. But eventually, looking at the top lane right now, eventually I think now he goes up to clear it now, Alec, because then it's actually Hobro Vikings that get the initiative, because that wave that Alec is pushing right now will have to be answered at some point if they're not going to lose the tower, because it is pushing right now, and Nille keeps getting pushed in the bot lane. So I feel like they have slight initiative right now on Hobro Vikings.
Nille cannot match the wave clear from Nunki's Urgot because the W has become a toggle now, so you can just consistently just spam the machine gun on the minions and clear them really, really fast. And that's why I think they're looking for a hook lands onto your How here, but not going to be able to follow up. They're way far apart. And talking about Nunki again, it is a possibility to TP. We saw him use it very, very well in the mid lane with a clean ace over to Flames here. Then he is able to utilize his TP very, very well, and he has the possibility to do it if Flames is looking for a fight, which I think they will, because they are most definitely the stronger team right now.
Yeah, but we got to think about Nille has his TP up in a minute, so, or not less, I think 30 seconds maybe. So that means he can follow now. And got to remember, Nille can actually cancel the TP on Nungi with the E, knocking him back, or fearing him if he's out of range. So it's kind of a gamble if he goes for it, Nungi. He has to be out of vision at least.
Yeah, which is the problem, because now both the top laners have to TP up and it's setting up for engage. I think Flames have played it cool and just keeping sure that they're not starting only because they're waiting for Nille's TP to get up.
Yeah, and they're also waiting for them to get items. I mean, the longer there goes, the more items Cassiopeia and Gubi will get, the stronger they will be. Gubi has completed his death cap right now.
But now, as the Baron dance continues, actually Echoes and Nunki have slid down to the mid to the bot lane and taken the Baron, which is going to be the second Cloud Drake, which also, because Flames weren't able to react on it, so it's going to be a free Cloud Drake to them, and not being able to really consist the Baron. And now that we're getting a game pause, we can just talk about the last few minutes of the game, because it's been very stalemate. Nothing has happened throughout this game. It's been very, very fast and very intense game. A lot of kills, a lot of picks off around the lanes, but the last few minutes was just been a dance around Baron.
Yeah, it's been a dance, and as I said, I kind of like that Baron dance. I think it was cool to see how both teams reacted to it, quickly pushing or slowly pushing out their lane, slowly reacting to one another. It's almost like a watch moving around, perfectly metric. And in the bot lane, the 1v1 was going on, but the very big thing is no one is ready to pull the trigger right now. No one is ready to pull on the engage. Hobro Vikings tried to set up something, kind of a bait with Echoes, but they were too far away to react to it on the side of Flames.
Yeah, it seems like that both teams are pretty afraid to fight, actually, and afraid to start the Baron because nobody wants to get in and all in. It seems like both teams are uncomfortable in their team fight potential. They don't know if they're gonna win this, even though we've seen that Hobro Vikings actually takes the team fight most of the time, at least in the last 50 minutes or so. But it seems like they're undecided. It seems like they're not really sure that they can do it.
Yeah, I think we've seen some finals shaking here.
Yeah.
This is the finals. Every mistake can cost you not a series, not a map. It can cost you the entire final. I know this is the first map, but it's also very important. We've seen yesterday and today, if you win the first map, you're very likely to win the whole game or the whole series. So there is a kind of a shake, I think, on both sides right now.
But talking about team fights, Gubi has come back with his death cap now, which means he is insanely strong in these team fights. With the Hemo Plague, with the Tides of Blood, he can put out an insane amount of damage, tons of damage, as our friend Freak would say. But do they have to watch out for him now? Because, as we said in the early game, he wasn't really afraid, he didn't do much, but now he has scaled up, now he's got the items, and now he's a complete threat.
Yeah, and in a moment, I think he'll pick up the stopwatch, being able to throw it on the Hemo Plague, press the stopwatch, and then go back into the W. So he can stay in the fight for so long, proccing that E that is now on a 20% CDR, and maybe has some runes. I think he's on a 40% CDR right now with runes and transcendence and all that. So I think he's the one to look out for. But it's hard to counter Vladimir. But how do you do it? I mean, you have to hard focus him before he can even press the W.
Yeah.
So it's very hard.
But talking about sustained fighting, we have also the Hegerim on Manila. We've seen him been shut down very quickly before, but now he has the Deadman's Plate and he has the Sterex Gauge, which
and
is...
a stopwatch.
And a stopwatch, yeah. He is able to be in the fight along, and the W also heals him per unit hit. So a lot of team fight potential for the side of Flames, but also on the side of Hobro Vikings because they have the Galio to soak a lot of damage for Echoes, enabling him to just pump out some damage with these out attacks, with these ricochets, and also Urgot as Nunki, as we saw in the mid lane, in mid game fight, in the mid lane in the jungle, he just can stay so long in the fight with Triumph, with Conqueror. He heals a lot of damage, and just being able to fight, especially now that the W is a toggle, he's just able to just be in there, not doing absolutely everything he wants to without going down.
Yeah, and I think they will have a hard time killing him now that he has a GA too. So I think it's a very even fight right now, and I think it will come down to whoever gets the better execution. Because right now they're totally even. Even though it's a 2k gold deficit, I don't think it really matters at the point of the game right now.
Both teams have come out Drake, 2 Drakes, or 1 Drake in favor of Hobro Vikings, but again 2k gold lead. But I think that the kills are a little bit better spread out on the Flames lineup. They have it on the carries. They have a lot of gold on the Cassiopeia, on Gubi right now. And it's more evenly spread out, not on the carries on the side of Hobro Vikings, which could be the deciding factor in the next team fight.
Yeah, that might be what will just tip the scales. But what I don't like on the side of Flames is that there are so many kills on the Rex side, which is kind of falling off right now. I mean, Rex side is not being obsolete,
no.
not at all. It's not a Pantheon, but it is kind of getting worse and worse the longer the game goes on. But at the same time, the Cassiopeia and the Vladimir are getting stronger and stronger. So I think it will even out, and that's why I think it is so even right now.
But as you said, Young will fall off in the Rex side. He's shown dominance in the early game, which clearly helped them, which enabled the lanes, but he will fall off soonly because he does not have the sustained fight capability that some other junglers do have. He has pick potential, as we saw in Echoes, and that's what he has to go for in these team fights. I think he has to go clearly for Echoes and get him down so that Jeppe Haug doesn't have an opportunity to just CC everybody, peel for his AD carry, and not just let Echoes damage the shit out of the whole Flames lineup.
Yeah, I think that will be like the key factor, getting the Echoes activated. That would be so key. Yeah. And also like that he built the QSS. But now we are getting back into the game. We will see how this Baron dance will continue. This little pause might have been just what the teams needed.
If any of the two teams is going to do anything, or they're just going to dance around Baron, not being able to decide what they want to do, which has been the factor for the last 5 minutes or so. It's very, very slowly right now. Just a vision tug of war right now in the Baron pit and in the river and jungle area. Nunki and Nilla still pushing in the bot lane consistently. They both have TP up, so it is a possibility to start the fight. But nobody from either Hobro or Flames wants to start this fight.
No, but look, everything is up. Everyone has ultimate, everyone has flash, everyone has every summoner.
It could be the team fight of the century.
Yeah, it really could be. I'm looking so forward to it.
I don't think we're ready here in the castle studio because it's looking to go up against it.
I am ready.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. Let's see it. I think I'll come here maybe.
Oh, they come here actually. Engage from Alex. Here's into comes in. He hits Young here. He's able to go down, but flashes out. Gets activated with the same. 3-round depth comes in. He gets pulled out, but dodges it with Young. But gets pulled into Nunky here. He goes down as the first kill. But House now focused. But is it able to take down? Gooby takes down House instantly. The GA is pop on Nunky, but now Gooby is next down. He goes down 2 Echoes, but Echoes also goes down to Eden Fox, and that's an complete annihilation of the Flames lineup right now. Holy shit, what is happening? A 3-4-2 to the favor of Wolf Vikings. Not being able to take the Baron right now, but a great team fight for Wolf Vikings right here.
Yeah, it was, but you gotta think about it. Eden Fox is still fairly healthy. He has no ultimate, but it will be up in not so long, in a decent amount of time. It's actually already up again, which means he can go for some play here. He is able to 1v3 right now with the HP that they have on the whole Viking side, and they are not able to start Baron. They're not able to take a Drake. They're not able to take anything. So this was definitely not the team fight of the century.
It was not, unfortunately, but it shaped up to be, and it could look like it. A lot of things got burned, a lot of flashes. Nobody has flash anymore, actually. Only Nunky and Echoes have their flash left. Everybody else burned it. It was, I think, the fight that turned, the thing that turned the to favor of the Hobro Vikings was Young, maybe a bit far behind of his team, getting caught out a little from the hero's entrance from Yverhav, which is a great ult, gets knocked up, gets caught out, and gets completely annihilated.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to go to Alec, who initiated the fight with the flash route, and just caught Young out. Of course, he was a bit out of position, but it's hard to play around the flash coming in from Alec. So giving something over to him, and then the follow-up from the team was very, very good. I mean, the TP press from Nunky was instant. He teleported right as Alec flashed, being able to hit the fight just a slight moment before Nilla did, and I think that might have actually been very decisive.
And also because Young came in, it enabled Echoes. There's a bit less danger for him to go in and get damage. He died, unfortunately, to Gooby, who take him down, which was insane damage, but he also goes down. But enables Echoes a little bit more when Rek'Sai is down to just push the damage.
Yeah, but now, look at this, we're back to the Baron dance.
We're back to scratch.
I mean, literally nothing happened except everyone burned their flashes, and I think this might be actually in the favor of Side of Flames, because they're the ones who want to get in, and the Side of Vikings are the ones who want to get out with the Echoes especially. But right now, I think they have to pull the trigger on the fight, Flames. I think the reason why it went kind of in Hobro's favor was that they pulled the trigger, but look at this. Young
is engaging out here, but Nunky and Hero and Eden Fox is there to follow up Nunky as well. Hero essentially comes out of it, and Nunky getting shot down completely. His GA is not up anymore, and he goes down to Young here. Is nearly able to follow up here. Gooby is in here now, but Hemo play is activated, but Hobro is actually here to win the fight. What a damage comes in for Gooby. Insane healing. He gets 1 to fully health almost from this Hemo play. But now Batoli is looking for Nila and takes him. No! He killed Hero. Really saves Nila's ass right here, but lanterning him out in the last second. And it's gonna be a 2-for-1, actually in favor of Hobro Vikings once again.
Yeah, but then again, they can't really do anything with this right now.
No.
They can't start a Baron, they can't do anything, because this time they might have gotten Eden Fox, but now Gooby's up, and Gooby's almost full HP, and will be able to respond to every move they will make on the side of Hobro Vikings.
Yeah, it's such a... It's not even back and forth, I would say, just kind of almost boring. It's just... no, it's not, but you know what I mean? There's nothing happening. They can do nothing with this team fight. Even though Hobro Vikings come out on top, it's a very little margin they come out on top with, not being able to do anything with the lead they get.
No, but they are slightly chipping the gold onto their side. Only slightly, but they are on 3k ahead. And it might actually be making a difference for every fight of this kind that they will take. But now they're changing objectives, going for the Elder Drake this time.
Yeah, and it seems like Flames is going to actually trying to contend this instead of going for the Baron Holy. But what are we rooting for another fight? Because if we just keep playing like this could be the longest game in the LCD history.
Yeah, it might just be. Who knows?
But Young and Nilla is looking for this engage. Gooby is a little far out, but so you have to wait. But he gets pulled in here with Eden Fox. Yeah, but how engage is actually here from the side of Hobro Vikings. But we're going to do hook onto Nunky here, who goes down. Also the shadows hits him, but he flashes out instead. Unstoppable comes in, but Toldi goes in here, but goes down. Young taken down. Double kill over to Gooby. A lot of damage. Kill going over to Nilla as well, taking down Alec in the process. But now Echoes is on rampage, taking down Gooby. But now Bataldis also goes down. Echoes fighting for his life here, but goes down as well. And it's a clean ace in favor of Copenhagen Flames. who completely turn this around and takes the Elder Drake down with them.
Yeah, this time they really stepped it up. They really played the fight their way. They were the ones to be sort of on the back foot, but they turned it around, got on the front foot, got a great engage, and they closed the game here. If they get the Baron, I am pretty sure.
Yeah, they're looking for it, and they're going to be able to take it pretty fast with Nille and with Eden Fox. And there's nothing that Hobro Vikings can do because they're all playing the black and white simulator right now. And that's unfortunate because they're going to be the Baron over 2 Flames. And now it's possible for them to just close out the game whenever they want.
Yeah, if they played well now, they have Baron buff on 2 that can go into a solo lane and on Cal Hero that can stay with the 2 others on the team. This is the perfect scenario for Flames to close out this game. And they have the Elder Drake for 1.5 minutes more. Every fight they take, they will definitely win.
And now they're sending Eden Fox and Nille into the side lanes to push out with these Baron buffs, which is a push that Hobro Vikings cannot answer at all. They need to be focused. They need to group around these 3 people and just trying to pick them off. But they have no possibility to fight because Elder Drake buff is still up. It is a lot of true damage coming out from the Flames lineup.
Yeah, even though it's only 2 Drakes, it is, remember that the Infernal Drake gets doubled, and then true damage kicks in even further. So there's so much damage on the side of Copenhagen Flames right now. And they even won the fight before without the Elder Drake, and without the gold that they just spent from the Baron and the fight.
Especially with Eden Fox just being able to pump out so much DPS with these Elder Drake buffs, with the true damage. It's gonna hurt like hell.
I'm really excited to see after the game who actually pump out the more damage, Eden Fox or Gooby, because I think it's very close right now.
I think it is as well, but I also think Nonky's up there actually. He does do a lot of damage in the team fight. He just be able to have the W up all the time.
Yeah, and of course Eggers will be out there as well.
Yeah.
He hasn't had a lot of free time. Gooby and Eden Fox has been very good at challenging down. So and of course the fear from the older Nille.
Yeah, the Fear Beyond Death is a strong team fighting tool, but Nonky just got burned out. Oh, a flash from Cal Hero who hooks Nonky, but able to eat out, engage from Nille here, but not gonna be able to follow up from anyone. Everyone getting caught out a little bit here, but nothing engages on it. Okay, but they're looking for a hard push in the bot lane with all 5 team members. It's gonna stream up to be the next fight here, taking the tower down, looking for the inhibitor next. Now you have House, also the shadow comes in here. You have a House, next target. Eden Fox get very low, but activates Sonia's here. Actually, Alex goes down to Gooby, which pumps out a lot of damage, but Fear Beyond Death comes in on Eden Fox, taking him down with the Fear. Nonky looking for the insane team fight, 1 versus 3, but pops the GA, but now he's caught out. Is his team able to follow him up? Hero's Entrance comes in, but just to be safe, to secure the top laner's life, and it's gonna be a 1-for-1 mid laner for mid laner.
Yeah, I think that's gotta be kind of worth for the Hobro Vikings. They removed 1 Baron buff from Eden Fox. I was pretty sure he didn't have it in the first place, right?
Yeah, he didn't. He did have it.
Yeah, he did have it, right? Yeah.
And they keep their inhibitor alive.
Yeah,
which is very important. They managed to push them out. They got the inhibitor and now it's open, yes, but they managed to push them out even though they looked good in the fight. Flames at the start, they managed to turn it around, managed to take their mid laner down. Great Fear Beyond Death coming out from Nonky, pulling him in, chomping him to pieces, and
yeah, Nonky was actually 1v3 in the
he
one
was.
time. I mean,
it's impressive.
Crazy that he could actually manage to do that. I think the Conqueror healing really helped him out, along with his adaptive helmet that actually gives him quite a bit of tankiness on the side of on Hobro Vikings, considering that a lot of the damage coming out is Eden Fox and Gooby. Very much the same spell and magic damage that he can absorb with the adaptive helmet.
And now we see why this grand finale is so exciting with these 2 teams, because we're going into 43 minutes in this game. We see how evenly matched up these 2 teams are, how strong they both are, and that is why it's one of the best grand finales ever.
Yeah, I haven't watched many other LCG grand finales, but I agree with you. This is very good, even though it's been a bit boring through the whole Baron dance. I think now we're seeing some great fights, and hopefully one team can take the advantage and close out the game.
Hopefully, and it seems to go in the favor of Flames. They do not have the Baron buff anymore, but they have an open bot lane with the inhibitor. So it should be able to split push and maybe take for it, but they actually seem like a grouping. Hook comes onto you, but how are they able to engage them when they are not? They're not going for it, but Nille is actually active with his E here. Nothing to go for it. See, Ali flashes in here with Frozen Tomb onto Eden Fox. Gooby actually goes very, very low, but activates Sonia's here. Engaged from Young here. Batalia actually really low, still has a GA, but now Nille is called out. The GA get popped here, and Nonky coming in, putting out some work, and now Nille is going down. 1 pick off for the side, no, 2 pick off for the side of Hobro Vikings. Both Young and Nille goes down along with their timers and looking to close out the game here.
Yeah, flash in here from Nonky.
Sonas we get activated from Eden Fox, but he is totally caught out and he's going to go down instantly to Echoes. And now Hobro Vikings has a chance to just close out the games so easily.
Yeah, he actually TP's bot lane, Alec. I think he... Nah, the wave is there. Yeah, good TP, good TP.
Now they're looking to close out the bot lane as well.
Look at Goopy. He's going for the inhibitor. This might actually be a trade for them. They'll have to back soon. I think he has a lot of damage with his AP he's getting right now. And he will get that inhibitor fairly easily, but they can close out the game pretty fast in the bot lane.
Yeah, they will outpush him fairly easily. It gets the inhibitor here to the side of Goopy, but they put an inhibitor pushing for the end here. Goopy is backing now, but is able to end. Now, right, Kalhira just goes in easily on the Kalhira, but is taken down instantly to Vatoldi, and Alec is looking for the next kill onto Goopy, which pulls instantly. But now Hobro Vikings closing out to closing this game, which is the first game of the grand finale. Who's actually going to go over to Hobro Vikings? What a game! 45 minutes back and forth, but Hobro Vikings takes the cake in this first game of the grand finale.
You gotta give it to Hobro Vikings. They actually managed to come out on top after that long, dragged out game. Lot of back and forth. They actually managed to pull themselves up and was the stronger side.
What an insane game. I cannot handle it. Constant team fighting, except for that Baron dance, but constant team fighting, which with a little margin puts Hobro Vikings on top every time. Just get one more kill than Flames, but nothing that we were able to see made the big difference. But just in the last few minutes, they just turned it around, got these pick on both Nille and Young, and they just turn around to just end the game. Goopy is in the bot lane, but they know he's not able to outpush us at all. He does not have his minion wave in. He does not have the super minions. We will be able to end this game out, close it, takes down Kalhira, takes down Goopy, and ends the game. First game goes over to Hobro Vikings in this grand finale. What a game. We go over to the analyst disc to Palle and Revo now.
Thank you very much, Theo and Niels. I'm of course Palle, and this is Revo. And now we saw Copenhagen Flames lose the first game against Hobro Vikings. That was unexpected for sure. What do you think, Revo?
Well, I don't even know where to start, man. This game, it was such an incredible game. Best way, yesterday we had the series. We casted the series between Hobro Vikings and Wicked Gaming. Turned out to be one of the closest series. But this game shows that we're gonna have a bit of a different series. But this first game delivered even more than the first game between Wicked Gaming and Hobro Vikings. So, okay, so starting off, these two teams showing us that they want to play around the vision that they have. They want to play around those team fights, making all of these, we always saw them wait for the abilities to be up and all the abilities blown at once. Especially around the Baron area. We had some minutes where teams would just walk back and forth, getting vision, backing for more vision, while the other team comes in, takes vision, backing for vision, because they're out of wards, get back, all this back and forth. We saw the four-man, I think it was, Petrifying Gaze from Eden, definitely showing up on this Cassiopeia. But in the end, I mean, we saw the better team plays, and we saw the outscale, I would call it. We saw Ekas stepping up after going 0-2 and 3 in the early game, stepping up on this Sivir, and eventually winning one of the fights, putting out the damage that we know a Sivir can do.
Yeah, and I think the name of the game for Hobro Vikings is decisiveness and no hesitation. When they go for a play, then go for a play all together. Sometimes, well, the play is not the best, and other times, well, the play is a genius play. For example, when Hecarim, when Nilla TP'd to the ward at red buff, tried to go for the fight in the bot lane, well, they instantly focused down Nilla and killed him. It was this decisive team fight, because they just, when they go for a play, well, it's 5 man on one target, and is how you play coordinated League of Legends. And that is something we're not as used to when you see Hobro Vikings, because this was really just a perfect team fighting team. But also sometimes we saw Hobro Vikings be a bit too overconfident and greedy in the early game.
Yeah, they lost this lead. Well, they gave away a huge lead over to Copenhagen Flames in the very start, and it really looked like that we would see Nille on the Hecarim, and we would see Eden on the Cassiopeia take over these two side lanes. Didn't really end up happening. They found, like, they collected themselves over on the side of Hobro Vikings. And Hobro Vikings, I can't stress enough how this team has been stepping up, especially throughout the playoffs. We can call them Copenhagen Flames all we want, but I also want to compliment the ones who should actually be complimented. They are playing so ridiculously well as a team. Like, it's hard to point out a player from that team because they're making each other shine. Like we've seen, like to some degree on the Copenhagen Flames lineups throughout the entire split, actually. But this, like, we still point out some players from the Copenhagen Flames lineup. This game, I think, from the top up on Nonki stepping in, doing very well, and all the way down through the jungle, through the mid lane, through the AD carry, and down to the support. But how all of them working together, collaborating, setting up these Galio taunts, setting up these team fights to success. But it was to talk about the like moving further into the series, right? Next game here, I'm not sure what to ban. Like, I think we're gonna see some similar games because it's not really. I can't really point out a champion and say this champion made it really hard because so much back and forth between these two teams. So can't wait to see game 2.
Yeah, and it was definitely also a comeback story for Non-King in top lane, dying twice, solo killed by Nila, and then doing the perfect team fights. We are heading into game 2 and the draft of game 2 with Nils and Theo, who are already here, so stay tuned, guys.
Well, I think I know this one, and I think you know it as well.
You start, yeah.
Yeah. It was in Danish, a cast in Danish, and I had to say something, and it ended off being a word for.
Yeah. I actually thought about something else.
Oh, okay,
but yeah.
But my story is like I had to say something, someone died, and I had to make an expression for how violent it was, and I ended up saying the Danish word for jacking off on stream. Twitch chat noticed very, very quickly, and we as well did it here in the Casa studio.
I actually think you were talking about the Aatrox nerfs, that you were supposed to say that he's been gutted, like he has been like all the stats have been reduced.
Yeah, exactly.
It's been a big nerf, but then you say goggled, which means jerking off in Danish.
Yeah.
But that actually thought about a less more embarrassing moment, but just a very, very entertaining moment where we were supposed to say when the next stream was, and it was like tomorrow, but you kept saying see you next week, and I think I corrected you like 3 times, I think.
Yeah, 3 times.
But you just kept saying see you next week. It was a very entertaining moment, not that embarrassing.
No, but you kept correcting me 3 times and just kept saying see you next week.
And I was like tomorrow, but 2 of the greatest moments.
2 of the greatest moments with our streams.
Yeah.
The most awkward moment as a caster.
Oh, I have a bunch of those, but it's not for me, it's for you.
Okay.
So I think Pelle always, like almost once every stream, we like get back from a break and he goes like, and I'm like, wow, look who's muted again. It's my best co-caster, Pelle.
Oh.
He forgot it once again, and he remembers. You can tell he remembers.
I haven't done it the last few weeks, but true, it's like kind of like a thing I have to do. I believe I also said serrated dick sometime, like last playoff instead of Dirk. That was pretty dumb, to say the least. I do mess up some words, and especially when Dirk and Dick gets together, it gets awkward.
It does, and you've already said the D word like 5 times as we speak. It's yeah.
Penis.
I like this Danish language into the transition of English is just like sometimes you say something you don't want to say.
I do. I really do.
That happens all the time when you get telecast.
Now it's time for you.
Oh, you have something?
No, I don't.
I'm perfect. I'm like, what's embarrassing? I mean, what is embarrassing? My hair sometimes.
Your face.
Yeah, so I guess
I guess I'm the awkward one and he's the perfect one. It makes sense. You have to have the good and the bad and the ugly.
Yeah, I'm the good. He's the bad.
Who's the
End
ugly?
of story.
Who's the ugly?
Producer.
Thank you, Palan and Remo, for that analysis disc. What a game. I have to take my jacket off because it's so hot in here in the Castle studio. The underdogs takes the cake 1-0 in the grand finale. I cannot believe my eyes. It was such an insane 45 minutes of pure back and forth team fighting, but ends by going over to Hobro Vikings. What are we going to expect from this next game, Niels?
Well, it's hard to say, really. As you mentioned, it was back and forth fighting all the time, really, or not really. It was a lot of standstill also, but it was a lot of fighting primarily. And I think we're going to see some of the same, maybe, or more as setup. I don't really know. It depends really on the draft, what they can make of it. Right now, we have Flames sitting on the blue side once again. Can they get some great first pick that can make it work for them? It felt like kind of their comp didn't really work. Or I don't know, it was just me. It felt like they couldn't really make it work with this very heavy late game fighting comp. They just got outrun by the Urgot, really.
Yeah, Nunky on the Urgot put in a lot of work. Jesus Christ, he was strong. I couldn't believe my eyes. The Fear Beyond Death getting utilized so often with the Fear, with just chomping up these carries. Pulled in Eden Fox a lot of time, just waiting his death. There was nothing he could do at all. And I cannot wait to see if Flames choose to ban it out, because Nunky was one of the reasons they won, clearly.
Yeah. He really did it alongside with Alec. I think even though he got very behind in the early game, he just stepped up in the late game. Yeah. He made some great engages, used his flash very, very actively, and I think it was won them the game. They didn't really allow Flames to play proactively. They just forced the fights, wanted them to react, and they couldn't. They just couldn't, Flames. They were just not good enough.
No, and I can't wait to see what they pull out in the draft, because I don't think we're going to see the Hecarim again from the side of Nearly, because it worked out in the early game. A lot of damage, as we saw, but he came a bit behind and got caught out of luck. Maybe was a bit far ahead of his team, wasn't able to follow up. And the same with Young on the Rek'Sai pick. Great engages in the early game, put Flames so far ahead in the early game, got a lot of kills on them. But as we said, it falls off in the late game. He wasn't able to do much, got caught out a lot, hadn't enough damage to kill anyone, couldn't pick off Echoes, couldn't pick up anyone. So I think we have to see Young on a more scaling or a more late game focused jungler.
Yeah, maybe because he couldn't really get further ahead in the early game. I think it was like he topped in the early game. He couldn't get more ahead, so that doesn't work for them. We can conclude now. But I think a lot of it has to be prescribed to the fact that Flames didn't really start the fights ever. They got engaged on every time. The only fight where they were kind of on the front foot was at the Elder Drake, and they won it big time. Because the way that their picks worked, Hecarim, he wants to come in from a side. Gubi on the Vladimir wants to come in from a side, and then they want to have the Cassiopeia standing in the backline, but they just got forced on every time, quickly sealing a pick on the side of Hobro Vikings. So a lot of it has to come down to the way that they played the fights, but also the way that they built the comp. So I think we're going to see something different from them here. I think we're going to see non-major Dekara and Gubi.
I think so as well, because it's gonna work out better for him. Even though Gubi got a lot of damage with the Hemo Plague, with the Tides of Blood on this Vladimir, it just simply wasn't enough because his teammates got picked off one by one by the Hobro Vikings lineup. But we'll see, because we're actually into the draft now for the second game in the grand finale between Copenhagen Flames and Hobro Vikings, and I cannot wait to see. I'm so excited what's going to happen, especially in this draft.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see the draft now. It's going to be interesting to see how they will dispose the resources here, especially being on the blue side on Flames. They need a good first pick. They need a strong first pick. Unfortunately for them, there is no Akali Urgot that you want to get first pick as we used to earlier in the split. So I'm really interested to see maybe first pick set. They didn't pick it last game.
No, yeah, it was open for the entire game. Yeah. It is a possibility for Eden Fox. Even though the Cassiopeia worked out great for him, he got a lot of damage of almost 2v1 down in the bot lane between Nunky and Yebeho. But I want to see him on the set if it's open.
Yeah, it would be great to see. I really like to see a set on him. Or something else. I mean, the Cassiopeia, yeah, it worked fine, but I think he needs something that is a bit more mid-game oriented. Yeah. They can't wait for the very late game, it seems. We've never really seen them go so late, Copenhagen Flames. They've been so good at closing the games early. Yeah. And maybe it's just their weakness. Maybe they just have to drag them out.
Yeah, because they did drop the ball on the late game. Especially on the engagement from Hobro Vikings, they couldn't follow up, they couldn't have the sustained damage that Nunky brought to the table with the Urgot. But now we see the first two bans, which are going to be Elise. Especially, I want to put here again, target ban on Young because he is a very great and confident elite player. Also, the silence goes out, and there goes the Urgot from the side of Flames. No more Urgot for you, Nonky. They've had enough for Flames.
It's fascinating, right? They really want Urgot to be in the meta, but they don't want him to be too strong. And maybe they breached the roof. Maybe he is too strong now. I don't know. He seemed really strong last game at least.
Yeah, especially in the hyper late game, he was very strong. But in the early game, he lagged a little bit. But it was against the Hecarim, who does bring a lot of damage early game to the table.
Yeah, but I think he did well in the mid game. He really showed up already in the mid game. That fight at the small choke going into the jungle, yeah, where they actually aced him very early in the game.
Yeah.
He really pulled out some great things on the Urgot.
Yeah, the Conqueror really putting in some work on this Urgot right there. But Kayle also goes out here, totally understandable, as well as Lucian pick going over to the side of Flames, probably to Gubi, which we predicted is going to be on a real AD carry right now.
Yeah, and a lot of pressure going on to Hobro Vikings draft now. Do they want to secure the Braum here, or do they want to give it to a very strong bot lane? Kalhira played one of the best game last game, and if you can pull out the same thing on the Braum, I think they're a very good spot on the side of Flames.
Most definitely, and it seems like Lee Sin is going to go over to the Bartholdi again, and he did pull out a great Lee Sin last game. He got a lot of great Dragon Kicks off on the team, so it's going to be locked in here to Bartholdi, and what a great pick. It's one of his best picks, and we've seen him just perform consistently well on this pick throughout every game.
Yeah, but really the Lee Sin really helped him in the early game. That very early level 1 gank it was. Level 2 on the Lee Sin, of course, in the bot lane, where they actually secured the first kill of the game onto Ghoul. Oh!
Vladimir is going over to the side of Hobro Vikings this time, probably on Alec or Nonky. It is a flex pick, of course.
Or Echoes.
Or Echoes, yeah. But Echoes is not known for playing these AP carries in the bot lane. He is more comfortable on the regular AD carries. So I think we're going to see it in the mid lane or in the top lane.
Yeah, definitely. But now let's see. Do they pick the Braum? I really think they should. I really think they could use that strong bot lane, or maybe the Galio, something to get them ahead. Yeah, here comes the Braum, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, here it comes, and it's gonna be a very strong bot lane for the side of Flames with Gubi and Kalhira with the Braum Lucian combo, and that could secure them the other game.
Yeah, it really could. And now they must make the consideration: do they pick the set here as their last pick before they are able to ban it out on the side of Hobro Vikings, or do they just pick something for Young, a good jungler maybe? Rek'Sai is open, worked out fine in the early game. Of course, follow up in the late game, but it seems like they're gonna hover the Rise here.
Okay, a Rise pick to Edenfox, or possibly a Nilla. It could be our first time seeing Nilla on the Rise, which could be interesting.
Yeah, I think we will see it on one of the solo laners. I don't think Gubi will pull out the Rise in the bot lane. Not after the performance last game. They have locked in the Lucian, which is traditionally not known to be used in a solo lane, but has been used in a solo lane. So they definitely have the possibility to flex around that a little bit.
I want to also point out that the Aurelia is open for Nilla right now. It could go here in the second ban phase in a moment, but it is open for Nilla, one of his best champions throughout this split.
Yeah, definitely. The Aurelia is a possibility, but I think they will ban it out if they believe that Rise is going mid. Otherwise, there's no need to ban out the Aurelia. Yeah. But yeah, I want to notice the Vayne pick. That shows a bit of confidence on the side of Hobro Vikings, I think.
It does.
Yeah, they see the bot lane locked in, a very, very strong bot lane, and they still have the confidence to pick the Vayne. That really says something about the confidence on the Hobro Vikings squad right now.
It's risky, but Echoes has been showing himself to be a very, very great player. As we've mentioned time and time again, he is very confident in this bot lane, and I think he has what it takes to pull off this Vayne and go into the late game. As we saw last game, it went into 45 minutes, and if he can get this again on the Vayne, it's a clear GG.
Yeah, definitely. It could be so GG. But he needs the right support now. They're banning out Galio. They get another ban on support. Morgana's already banned. Braum is picked. What is even left to pick as a support? I mean, Thresh, yeah, of course, Thresh is open. Alistar, but that kind of sums it up, I think.
Yeah,
maybe go for some hybrid defense support. I mean, Janna, Lulu, those kind of shield supports might help out the Vayne, but I don't think we'll see it.
Hecarim goes out here for the side of Hobro Vikings. Target ban against Nilla. They don't want him on again, even though they won. He did put a lot of work in on the Hecarim in the top lane, so definitely understandable that Hobro Vikings chooses to do the last pick on the Hecarim.
Yeah, maybe Nonky just saying, I don't want to face that shit. Yeah, they actually ban out the Nami here. Interesting.
Okay. We have seen Nami yesterday, actually. So definitely a great support to ban out. But I didn't expect it to be the last ban.
Yeah, well, the other option was to ban out maybe a solo laner, but since they have picked the Vladimir, who can flex between the lanes, I think it was wiser to ban out some supports. And the Blitzcrank is being hovered here.
I do not believe it's a Blitzcrank. No, it's gonna be the Janna most likely for the Vayne. No, fresh pick. Okay, yeah, which is a great pick, as we mentioned before. We expected it fresh or Alistar probably, and it's gonna be the fresh for the bot lane to Yevahau.
Yeah, and the fresh is good in the way that you have a lot of defensive tools, you have a lot of peeling tools, your Flay and the Lantern to keep Akko safe from the pressure that most definitely will come from the side of Copenhagen Flames, with Gubi and Kalhiro playing this great bot lane of Braum Lucian.
And now it's going to be a Vi pick over to the side of Young here, which we've seen it on, I think, 2 games before, and it adds a lot of early pressure to the Flames lineup right here. A lot of great early games, and securing the kills late game is very easy on the carries, especially when they pick the Vayne over to Eggers. Assault and Battery will do a lot of work, just focusing down straight.
Yeah, will definitely be so decisive on locking down the Vayne and whoever they will pick as their last solo laner. And we saw Young play that Vayne very well when they had winning lanes. Now he's gonna play with what seems to be losing lanes, both Ryze and Kassadin locked in.
Yeah.
So I'm really looking forward to see how they will manage the early game. Of course, now the lanes will be more open to ganks, but they won't have the same Scuttle pressure. Set is being hovered here,
which could be the deciding factor in the pick in the mid lane against this losing lane. And now it's even more of a losing lane if Eden Fox goes for the Kassadin, which he most likely will, and it's gonna be Nille on the rise for the first time. Set versus Kassadin. Eden Fox is not gonna have a great time.
Well, I've seen Eden Fox play Kassadin very well. We've seen him play Kassadin very
against
well.
Orlando, where he just completely annihilated Fatakavau on the Talia. I think 1 ult and a W, and took him down instantly in the late game. So they're going for the late game here on the side of Flames.
They need that level 16. It is so important. Is so important for the game. I think we're going to have another 45-minute game here.
I think so as well, because both teams scale up great. They have the Vayne on the side of the Vikings, which scales up really, really great, but they also have the Kassadin to Flames, which could be a good countermeasure for this late game over the Vikings.
Yeah, most definitely. But I think if I were to choose who I want in the late game, a Vayne or a Kassadin, I would go with the Kassadin, actually. Because no matter how much you can jump on the Vayne, no matter how many condemns you can pull out, the Kassadin will one-shot you. And literally one-shot you. Ultimate W-E, done.
Especially when they have the Vi on Young. Assault and Battery just open up the possibility for Kassadin to just freely go in on Echoes here and just completely one-shot him. So most definitely a composition that works really well late game, because normally if the Kassadin goes for the engage with the Riftwalk, Echoes will be able to just condemn him out, but he will not be anymore if Young goes for the Assault and Battery on him.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of lockdown, and considering that they don't have that many jobs on the backline protecting the illusion, which we've talked about, is a very individual AD carry, can move around a lot himself, and when he has the Braum with this big ultimate, he is very safe actually. So there are 3 to follow up on that backline on the side of both Vikings and totally demolish it. So it's going to be backline against backline here, I think. There's a lot of backline pressure on both sides.
Yeah, and excited to see the top lane matchup. Nille versus Nonky, Vladimir versus Ryze. It's going to be the first time for Nille in the LCD on the Ryze, and has to scale up, but so does Vladimir on the Nonky, but has to sustain to keep this lane going for him in the early game.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see if Nille will go for the Aftershock, which we saw yesterday. I can't remember, it was Rollo who played it against him actually. Used the Aftershock. That was a losing lane, so I think that was why. Against Vladimir, it's kind of even. So I think he'll go the Phase Rush to keep up the Vladimir, who will definitely go Phase Rush. But it'll be interesting to see what choices he make. And also on Eden Fox, what choices do he make in terms of runes? Do we go for the Fleet Footwork, which is like generally considered the best? Or do we have some shenanigans up in his sleeve?
Yeah, and talking about the matchup in the jungle, Bataldi versus Young, the Vi against the Lee Sin. Vi should definitely look towards going into the jungle, but Bataldi could go in the middle and enable his set. It's easy ganks before Kassadin hits at level 6, and it could be a secure kill, especially with the damage that comes out early game from the set.
Yeah, we've seen Bataldi not needing a lot of setup to actually execute his gank. He seems very confident in landing his Q and also going with the warp jumps. So it could be with the set that doesn't have any gank setup really, but has a lot of damage to follow up a gank. And then Eden Fox might be in trouble. I think
he might be.
I would war the rivers.
Eden Fox has shown himself, especially on the Cassidy towards Atlanta. He is a very safe player when he plays Cassidy. He does play a lot back and enables himself to get into the late game pretty unscathed and just enables himself to scale up and carry his team to victory.
Yeah, he's been playing very, very calculated, especially on the set as well. Very, very good at dodging those all-ins coming up to the mid lane. He constantly dodges the crucial abilities and gets out with, 10 HP or something.
I actually think the team comps right now, as we have them, are very, very even.
Yeah.
They both have some late game. They both have some early game pressure, especially with the Lee Sin and the Vi on the both sides. And the top lane, both very sustained fighters. Rise with his shield and his movement speed from his passive, and Vladimir with his healing and his pull. So it's very even right now. But why do you think... What comp are you leaning towards the most?
Flames, I think. They have the stronger side lane pressure in the late game, and they just will have the late game with the Kassadin, especially considering how Eden Fox is playing the Kassadin right now. And they still have the power to go through the early game with the strong winning bot lane and the strong Vi jungler. So I'm going towards the Flames comp, but I'm fearing the Vladimir. He's been putting out so much work.
He really has. But talking about the top lane matchup, Rise actually hasn't gone Phase Rush. He's gone Arcane Comet, which could signify that he's looking to poke down Nunky in the early game.
Yeah, definitely. It's a guaranteed hit if you hit your root, right?
Yeah.
It's a guaranteed hit with the Comet, and he knows that Nunky isn't strong on the Vladimir very early into the game, so he will definitely be able to secure some kills, or
but
at least pressure him a lot.
But let's see, because we are into the Summoner's Rift right as the game gets paused here in the second game of the Grand Finals in the LCD Spring Split Playoffs 2019. This game could go either way, I would say. Very significant comps on both sides, but very even in the lane matchups, except mid lane. Both have scaling, both have early game pressure, both have potential to roam around the map, open up the side lanes, and I can't wait to see where this game leads, because it could go both ways, I think.
Yeah, I do want to give a big edge to the bot lane. It is winning very, very hard.
Of course,
be at least.
Of course.
Depending on how well the Ekos is playing. Last game he was playing decently. I mean, he was playing very well. Hopefully he can take some of that onto this game and help his team secure one place in the finals, or the first place in the finals.
Yeah, but even though bot lane is a winning lane, we have seen Bartoli going for that level 2 gank when the bot lane is level 1, and it could go the same again, but actually Gooby and Kalhira is going up to the top lane, so it's gonna be spicy to see what they're going to do. But yeah, let's see where this is going, because actually the bot lane is going top right now. Looking for the kill right here on Nunky, who actually flashes over instantly, and that's a flash down in the top lane. Okay.
I think that's actually one of the first invades that have worked out in the LCD. It's not something that they're very keen on doing, those kind of invades. So great to see it working off here. Nunky using his flash. Great advantage for Nile. Really big.
Yeah, really good advantage. Especially when he has the Arcane Comet, has the damage output to poke him down. He has gone the Corrupting Potion, which could signify, as we talked about, a very aggressive early game from the Nile's Rise.
Yeah. Hopefully. I want to see some aggressive early game.
Okay. We're actually going into the spectate mode again, we see, because we might have some trouble in the game here. But let's talk about these comps. We talked about it a lot before. It's very even, I think. But what do you think is going to happen in the early game? Do you think Bartoldi is going to be able to enable his bot lane, even though it's losing lane?
He needs to. I think he needs to enable the bot lane, because the mid lane should be winning on its own. The top lane should go kind of even, so he has to work around the bot lane, which should be a winning lane for the side of Flames.
But talking about the mid lane, it's actually set going top lane. They lane switched.
Whoa, psych. That means Alec is playing in the top lane right now.
It really does, and nothing we would have expected at all. It's gonna be Vladimir into the Kassadin here. Okay.
Not too sure about that. I mean, of course there are confident players, right? But they are playing another lane. They are playing a different lane, and I think it's just it can be a bit frustrating. But it will work out for them, maybe. We'll see. Maybe
it will, and especially that's going to be a nice for Eden Fox to just have the Vladimir in lane instead of the set. It does remove a lot of this kill pressure that Set is threatening with.
Yeah, definitely. And also considering that their first buy that he made in the mid lane, Eden Fox.
But now Bartoli is coming out to the top lane looking for a gank on the Nille, but not going to be able to do it because he has a minion wave with it, and Bartoli takes a lot of damage from the minions. He wouldn't be able to get a kill off there, so he backs off immediately.
Yeah, what I was about to say with the cloth armor that he opted for in the mid lane on Eden Fox, it doesn't really help on that Vladimir, who has no AD scalings, and therefore little disadvantage to him.
That was kind of a psych from the side of Hobro Vikings. Maybe it will work out for them now that he has his first item that is a cloth armor and 4 pots. It will not work out for him against the Vladimir. So cheeky tactics from the side of Hobro Vikings.
Very cheeky.
I like to see that. I like to see them switching it up a bit. With nothing we've seen in the LCD so far. So great strategy. Great strategy, I would say.
Yeah, great strategy. And hopefully work out for them. I would really like to see Hobro Vikings go 2-0 here, going into the game.
But right now, like the Rise now has the pressure on the top lane because he is threatened by the kill pressure that is from the set early game. So most definitely, he has to watch out on the Rise.
Yeah, he will. He will need to watch out.
But looking into the game, we have the bot lane here pushing actually in the favor of Flames here. As we expected, it is a strong bot lane they have down here against the Vayne, who needs to scale up.
Yeah, the Vayne will need to scale up. Otherwise, you don't do anything on Vayne. And we've seen it time and time again when Vayne is picked. If you get to that mark, the 30-minute, the 35-minute mark, you just pop off. No matter how you're playing, no matter how far behind you were in the early game.
But let's remember, the assault and battery on the Vi is still a factor and could end up taking the game for Flames if they get the right pick on the Echoes in the late game.
Yeah, I think that Vi pick is so important for them right now. It is so important. And he is even looking bot lane right now, Young, sitting in the bush there. I think he's going to go for the recall here. Yeah,
he's going for the recall.
He cancelled it. Here it is.
Oh, he's going in for it here. Echoes flash out immediately. What a threat there is on this Young. We know he's can put a lot of damage output, and now Young is helping to push this lane, putting it in the favor of Flames here.
Yeah, but he is leeching XP out of his lane. He is leeching some CS, maybe. Nah, he didn't go for any of it. He got it all on the side of Gooby, but
yeah, but that's a flash down for Echoes, which is really gonna help out Gooby and Kalhira in the spot lane. And he has cleanse, and that's not gonna help him so much besides the Brown stun. So definitely now Gooby and Kalhira should look for fighting.
Well, I think it will help him a little bit in the Braum stun. If he gets locked in the animation, you can use the cleanse and then get out. It is, of course, still a 1-second stun that can be relevant.
And now they have seen the lane switch once again. Eden Fox is going top lane while Nille is going to the mid lane. Okay, what is happening in this game? It's so uncommon what we see here.
Yeah, we're back to like mid-season 7 where lane swaps were a thing, but not the lane swaps back then were much more with threat. It was like no CS in the first 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Here's just I think a bit of psych. But now they're back to their matchup that they expected, and I think Flames are not gonna follow. They are gonna keep the lanes as they were meant to be.
Yeah, I think as well, because we have the Seeker's Armguard now on the Eden Fox, which is only gonna be able to help him out on the set, which is like it's gonna be hard not when it's not facing that. But now he is mid lane again against the set, which was what the plan from the start, and now that Seeker's Armguard is actually a worth buy.
Yeah, as we talked about yesterday when Set was against Kale Olaf.
Oh, he goes out with a death mark instantly on Eden Fox, but Young is able to dab, but misses the Q here on the Alec, but Eden Fox barely survives with a little bit of HP while they're going in the bot lane. Okay, Hook misses from Yebahau here. Okay, what a fight. Instantly hits level 6, both at the same time in the mid lane, and they both go in, death marks activated. So Eden Fox gets so low, it's forced to go back, and Young is holding the lane for his mid laner.
Yeah, very good play by Alec, actually. He managed to avoid a lot of the damage from coming out from the Q and the setup. He's not avoiding any damage in the bot lane, Echoes. But gets some decent damage onto the side of Gooby now. Actually on the front foot here.
And now Bartoli is on the way, but he was back out because Gooby and Kalhira has smelled it. They know they're here. He is there. I'm sorry, I can't speak English right now. It's very hard, I know. It's the grand finale. It's the pressure getting to me.
I know. I feel it too.
You feel it too? Okay. So then it's just me who's not able to talk. Okay. Great to know then. But right now, Eden Fox keeping it cool in the mid lane, letting him push in the lane, which is the wise move here against the set. Oh, great damage coming out from Nilla with the Arcane Comet here. Oh, Assault Battery in on the Alec here, which could be able to die. Flashes out immediately, and that's a flash from the mid lane. Great Assault Battery here. Simply calling him out in the bush here, just waiting, clearing the ward, and that was the opportunity to get the flash out.
Yeah, now the flash is gone. That's a lot of kill pressure taken off. A lot of that damage comes from the set execute. Getting that... Oh, look at this thing.
Engaging bot lane. Echo's activating his ult here, but gonna be able to lose the fight. Cleanse comes out easily, and Yebehao saves him with the Lantern, but Taldi is there to follow up if they want to engage, but it's not gonna happen. Great Lantern here from Yebehao.
Yeah, and see how important the cleanse was there. I actually think it's a very respective on the side of Echoes to go for this cleanse.
Yeah, especially when they have the Lucian on the side of Brown as well.
Yeah.
But now Edenfox is looking for the Alec kill, but he has no mana at all, so he's not going to be able to follow up and kill this set in the mid lane.
Well, he had literally zero mana.
Yeah, he had literally zero mana, yeah.
To go for the slow.
That's what happens when you activate your ult too much. You just burn out of mana. Nothing you can do about it.
Yeah. And that is the big punish for going for the Seeker's Armguard. I think I mentioned it yesterday when we had Snowhill against Edenfox in the mid lane, where Snowhill played the Kale. He also went for the Seeker's Armguard, like first item, and we saw you just burn your mana pool so fast because there's no mana in that item, and he didn't even go for the Dorian's Ring on the side of Edenfox or the Corrupting Potion. He only has a Fairy Charm for mana regen, so it is kind of a setback in terms of extended fighting potential.
Yeah, and he has to back now. His wave is shutting a bit into Alec, leading down the CS here in the mid lane, clearing the ward in the bush. But now Edenfox is able to actually get a bit okay back. Whoa, engaging Yebehao here gets the hook onto Kalhira, but it's fairly low. Ignites get popped from Kalhira, but it's not going to be a kill. They're not going to be able to follow up at all. Young is down there as well. So no kills this time, but Ignite pop from Kalhira.
Yeah, and heal used on the Poe, so kind of worth, I guess. Ignite has a short cooldown.
Yeah, kind of worth, yeah. So what we're seeing now, the bot lane is dominating really much from the side of Flames as we expected, because it is a strong combo with the Lucian, with the Braum, and not able to do much. But now Young is actually getting collapsed on by Alex, who's in here. Whoa, what a damage flashes out from Young immediately. They cannot catch him. Brown Kalhira comes in for the save. Whoa, collapse on what a damage that came out from Alec right here.
Yeah, so important that Alec used his flash early. It was so important that he didn't have it up, because then he could have followed up, flash, auto E, and Young would be done.
Yeah, and Deathmark was up here. Maybe he should have used it.
Was it up in the fight? I think it just came up as he was using it.
Maybe. I think it was up, but correct me if I'm wrong. If we're taking a look at CS, it's pretty even around the board. A little lead in the bot lane over to Echo's side, but not something very significant yet. Playing it very safe in the bot lane. I like it. It's what we should do on the Vayne, because he has to scale up. He has to get those items. He's not going to be able to have the kill pressure that Lucian and the Braum combo has.
Yeah, and he's actually fairly bit amount of CS ahead. I mean, 13, 12, around 8 CS after he catches this wave. That's a decent amount. I mean... It is on the Vayne. It is a losing lane. And how do you get the dragon? I mean, very impressive play.
The first objective of the game is going to be the dragon. Oh, Alex looking for the kill in the mid lane. Deathmark comes out on Edenfox, and is he going to be able to die here? Assault Barry comes in on Alex and takes him down. Okay, Young. Great roam up. Great assisting your mid laner here in this hard time, this hard situation. The Deathmark was activated, and Assault Battery comes in, takes down this Shadow Assassin immediately.
Yeah, perfect gank timing from Young there. If Young didn't show up, I think Edenfox would have been 10 feet under the ground, demolished by the Deathmark, but he catches him right on the tower range, making sure that he goes down. Great play by Young.
Yeah, have to give it to him. That was great. And now he ensures Edenfox is even closer to couldn't scale up in this late game.
Yeah, I think they have to rely a lot on Edenfox right now, since they haven't been able to push the pressure in the bot lane. I'm actually surprised that they haven't gotten more out of it.
But now Flames is looking to take the Rift Herald, actually. Now that a Mountain Drake has gone over to the side of the Vikings, they're looking to take the Rift Herald. Oh, Nunki engaged here from Nilla and Kalhira. The Glacial Fisher comes out, but he flashes out of it, Nunki. Burns his flash, saves his life.
Yeah, great flash. Otherwise he would have been 10 feet under as well.
10 feet under, that's the new expression. But the Rift Herald goes over to the side of Flames here onto Young Zwei. But while we're talking about that, Echoes and Yebehao pushing a lot in the bot lane, getting some plates here. But the Rift Herald is activated in the top lane, trying to answer this push that they're going on into the bot lane with Echoes and Yebehao, getting a lot of gold over to them.
Yeah, I think that the Ritter will take down the first tower here in the top lane, maybe, or maybe they can respond here.
No, Bartoli is up here actually trying to stop them with Nunky, but there are 3 men against 1. Shelly goes down here. Only 1 play left on the top tower. Are they going to be able to answer? I don't think so. Oh, Hobro goes in, Dragon kicks him back. Gooby flashes out immediately, but a nice comes on Bartoli. He is going down 2-0 here. Right as well, but the first tower is actually gonna be taking the bot lane to Echoes, and you how Nunky pulls here as he's being collapsed on by Young and Eden Fox, but goes in, and the kill goes over to Eden Fox. 3 kills to 0 over the side of Flames, but a first tower in favor of Hobro Vikings.
Very important for Hobro Vikings that they get this first tower. A lot of gold put onto Echoes now, almost 20 CS up now at first tower. I think he has a huge gold lead on Gooby, just what they need to scale into the late game. But do remember, they are also scaling on the side of Flames. Eden Fox has got to kill even CS in the mid lane.
And now has his rod, which will make it so much easier for him to sustain this lane. So much easier for him to survive and get to this level 16 power spike.
Yeah, and he has a Seeker's Arm Guard to have that little bit of tankiness against the Lee Sin and the Zed. And partly the Vayne. I know there's a lot of true that's coming out, but some of it is still regular AD damage.
Yeah, Alec here in bot lane looking maybe for a kill on to Gooby, but not going to be able because he's spotted by a control ward here. Let's just talk about the trade that was in the top lane. 3 kills. Oh, actually 2 kills it was, because the first kill was already on Young here. But 2 kills in favor of first tower to Hobro Vikings. Is it worth for Hobro Vikings this?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I think what makes it worth is that the gold goes on to Echoes, meaning that he can like sustain into the late game. Nunky will get strong anyhow, I think, but giving over a first tower is a lot, or not like just giving over a tower is a lot. So good for them that they got the trade. That was very, very important.
Flames still able to take down the top tower, but not as much gold as the first tower that gives.
Bot lane they were more people splitting the tower plating gold. Gotta remember that.
Exactly. And bot lane coming back with both Berserker Streets and Blade of the Rune King on both sides. Hooks comes onto Kalhira here, but not being able to follow up. I don't think they want to fight yet. Echoes still need half an item more or something like that to be able to fight the Gooby and the Kalhira.
Yeah, he will need at least 3 items to be like a defining factor in a fight. Whereas Gooby, he needs, 1 item now? He's pretty good. And when he gets the second item, he's almost at a power spike.
Yeah, but let's just talk about it. Nothing is set in stone yet. Maybe there is a kill lead and a little bit of gold lead over to the side of Flames, but they still meant, a great damage for Eden Fox comes out here engaging on the ally. Assault and Barry is still up. It's a game to take. Deathmark comes out, but it's a dead ally right here. Goes down instantly. What a damage that already came out from Eden Fox. Only level 10.
Yeah, great damage coming out from Eden Fox. He really knows how to maximize the damage output on that Kassadin, and he just catches Alec out of position. Great run by Young also getting the kill. I don't think he would have secured the kill if Young didn't come.
No, I don't think so as well, because the W was up and Assault and Battery was ready to engage if it was Eden Fox was getting low, but that was not the case. He remains his cooldown, and that was a great kill, and now it enables Eden Fox to push out down the bot lane.
Yeah, now they actually have the lane pressure right now. Mid lane has prio, bot lane has prio. Young is able to roam around the jungle right now. Could be able to answer this engage. Bartoli might go for. No, he doesn't pull the trigger because he didn't hit the Sonic.
Oh, it could be with the hook here. Not being able to follow up from Yabahau or Echoes. They don't want to take this fight yet. They need to scale up, but now the Ocean Drake is the next target for Kalhira, Gooby, and Young. Another Drake could go over. The first Drake could go over to the side of Flames, and it's gonna go there very, very uncontested.
Yeah, very uncontested. Very good that they secured this Ocean Drake. It really helps them when they want to set up the side lanes. Having that extra regen is so important. When you get 1 Ocean Drake, it's like half a blue buff, global blue buff, so it's really, really huge.
Exactly, but right now it's just a little bot lane skirmish in the mid lane here. Yeah, but how consistently landing these hooks very, very nicely. Oh yeah, Gooby and Kalhira actually goes in. Glacier Fisher comes in here, but Bartoli is there to answer. Young is able to go in. No, he chooses to go out with his Q here. Good engage onto Echoes, half health him, but not being able to get a kill here in the mid lane.
Yeah, we also really see the strength of Braum in such a skirmish here. Getting up that shield, blocking every auto attack coming out from Echoes. So important that he did that. Otherwise, I think they would have been a great trade for the side of Hobro Vikings.
Especially if he could get Echoes down, it would have been a very, very good trade for him. Shutting him down, get more gold over to Gooby, but it's not going to be the case. But now Eden Fox and Young flashes in here to get Alec once again. Deathmark gets popped on Young. Assault and Barry comes in, and that's a death. Shadow Assassin once again. Oh, he takes down Vi with him. Young goes down as well to the Deathmark and the tower damage. Okay, a 1-for-1 trade, a return kill over to Alec, but he's now 1-3 while Hobro Vikings is pushing down the mid lane.
Yeah, but he actually gets the tower in the bot lane. Oh, look at that damage coming out.
Good damage from Nilla activating the Hemo Plague onto him, but Nunky comes out with his life in check.
Yeah, because his team were very fast at rotating. But it means they give up some pressure in the mid lane, actually making Flames able to sustain or reset the lane. But look at bot lane right now. Eden Fox doing his thing, side laning it like a god.
Pushing it hard, and nothing really they can do to answer it. Alec is on his way down with Pathology, but he knows what's up over at Eden Fox. He is not a man to be messed with, and that gives a great lane priority to the side of Flames. Also, top lane is pushing in as well. They have the side lanes checked, and that's why they're putting so much resources from Kalhira and from Gubi into the mid lane right now.
Yeah, I really think Nilla, we haven't seen him all game. He's just been auto fire or farming simulating in the top lane.
Yeah.
175 CS, almost 10 per minute. Good job, Nilla. I mean, he's been doing very good in top lane.
We could see the same kind of style we saw against G2 and Fnatic, the Wunder on the Rise, who just farmed up the entire game, come up to 450 CS and just comes in and turns the game around completely to the side of G2, even though they lost. He was the deciding factor because he was so strong for farming up the entire game, and we could see the tendency to be the same around Nilla right now.
Yeah, he's doing a great job right now to fulfill that role at least. Even though I think Flames they want to win the game, they don't want to make it G2 lose to the
lose to the base race.
Yeah.
Oh, Young going here, but Holly hits the Q actually, and that's dead blind monk right here. The kills go over to Eden Fox, which is now 2-0 and 3. There is nothing to do. So much damage coming out from the Cassidy right here.
Yeah, man, what a team! A blind monk and a shadow assassin. What a pair.
Yeah, what a pair.
Both going down to a girl with big gloves. What can you do? I mean,
what can you do? A girl with big gloves, that is the ultimate counter for everything, as we know. Now Kalhira and Gobi looking to push this mid lane, which there has been a lot of pressure on Echoes, and you're not really able to answer it, pushing out the lane here, but not being able to fight yet. We have a recurve, but we have a pickaxe over on Echoes. The Blade of the Rune King activated Kalhira looking for the fight. Flash here from Yebehau because they know Bartoli is with them. Devmark comes in from Alec. Young is also there to answer, but takes down Gubi immediately. Assault and battery onto Eggers, which also goes down. And Alec is the next target, which get very low, but Edenfox is there to answer him. And come on, can he take out Yebehau as well? Is it a double kill? It is! Double kill to Edenfox. Hemoplague is activated from Nunky, but he gets so low, not being able to get anything from this. Okay, Edenfox stepping up, securing this game, and taking the mid tower now to the side of Copenhagen Flames.
Yeah, great outcome for Copenhagen Flames here. First goes 3-1 in the fight and is able to take the mid tower. Even more kills, even more gold onto the side of Eden Fox. That is starting to rank up some strength. I mean, Cheer completed Lost Chapter. When he comes back, he will have the Archangle Staff, and in not so long, it will be stacked into Serap's Embrace, and he will almost be unkillable. 3 levels, and it is done. He is level 16.
Here we see why Eden Fox is such a strong player. We see him on the Cassidy, a pick that he picks into the set knowingly and knowing, okay, this is a losing lane, but so confidently just played this, gets way ahead, picks his fight with confidence, with ease, and with calculated mindset. Just ranking these kills up, getting this gold, and now he's securing the late game so confidently for the Flames.
Yeah, and you gotta remember, Nil is not cutting any slack either. He is sitting at over 200 CS now, is 202, has completed 2 items and tier 2 builds. He is getting there as well. I mean, it's looking great for the side of Flames.
Yeah, and Young getting 3-0. Young is, we see a little bit the same with the Rek'Sai, gonna fall off in the late game.
Yeah. But will have the ultimate. I think that's the big difference.
That's the deciding factor here in the jungle matchup, because the Assault and Battery will be able to just take down Echoes. As we saw in this fight in the mid lane, it was the same. He completely just went for the Echoes with the Assault and Battery, took him down instantly, which enabled the rest of the team to follow up, get the kills, especially from Eden Fox, who had so much damage. And that, because they lacked the damage with the Echoes, there's not really much they can do, and that's why it became a 3-for-1 in favor of Copenhagen Flames.
Yeah, they will be able to do that over and over again. But also gotta give it to Nila. He rotated into the fight at the perfect moment. We haven't seen him all game really, but when he shows up, the fight is over.
And then it just gave him a lot of damage coming on from him.
Yeah, really.
But I was just said, a lot of CS on him. He has completed his Serap's Embrace. The tier is fully stacked. He has him on Renomicon, Shock Boots. He hurts like a truck right now, even though we're so early into the game, especially for a Rise.
Yeah, and he will just get stronger. I mean, he will just keep on scaling up. So hopefully they can hang on to the game now, Flames. We can't sell Hobro Vikings out yet. They have the Echoes on the Vayne, who is able to put out a lot of work in the late game.
Yeah, and is 20 CS up to his counterpart on Gubi. And now that Young has secured the next for Flames, which is going to be an Inferno Rage, which is going to help them out a lot. They don't need the damage, but they're going to get it anyway.
The damage is always nice to have. I mean, damage is so important to have.
And now that we're 21 minutes into the game, the Baron has spawned and is live. It is a possibility for both teams to go up, and we see Young actually rotating up to get some damage here. It's gonna be... do you think we're gonna see the same Baron dance we saw the last game?
Maybe. I think Flames will play a bit more proactive this time. It was kind of what didn't work for them last time, that they were waiting for so long. So hopefully they will keep on applying pressure and going first for the Baron. But we gotta remember, it is Hobro Vikings who have the Mountain Drake.
Yeah.
The Mountain Drake is gonna be so important. Because with that Mountain Drake and the Vayne, you burn that Baron so fast.
You'll take it down instantly almost. It just burns to the crisp with the Vayne and the Mountain Drake, as you said. But the fight will, if they choose to fight, will go over to Copenhagen Flames, I think. They are this far ahead. They have 9 kills to 2. As the game gets paused here, we are talking through it. But the Kassadin, we have to talk about Eden Fox, doing such a great job right now. Have such a well damage output. His tier is not fully stacked yet, but it's gonna get there in a moment. And when it does, he has so much sustained teamfight ability.
Yeah, the ability to get that shield, and when he completes his Sunny's Hourglass, he's gonna stay in that fight forever. And the mana from that Archangel staff, I mean, it's gonna be so hard to deal with him, especially for a Vayne who just coming into that, getting hit by that assault battery. Or assaulting battery? What's it called?
Assaulting battery.
Assaulting battery.
Assault and battery.
Assault and battery.
Grammar is very, very important.
Yeah, thank you. With that lockdown, it's going to be so easy to get his damage off. We saw it yesterday on Mr. Brandwarm Shakal, who got absolutely burned down by Eden Fox Kassadin. So much damage coming out.
Yeah, and especially because Young's assault and battery just enables him to do this even more. He doesn't even need it, but it enables him to do it even more.
Yeah,
that's what is so great about the Young and Eden Fox combo with the Vi and the Kassadin.
Yeah, it's going to be so great. Meanwhile, in the backline, they're not shy of damage either. Huh?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's me.
They're not shy of damage either in the backline with the Rise and Gooby standing there dishing out a lot of damage. But again, I don't want to ride Hobro Vikings out completely. They have shown great coolness, especially in these situations.
Especially last game where they just kept their cool and took their fights with very calculated mindset, and which won the game in the first game of the finale. So definitely nothing is set in stone yet, and I think this could go both ways, even though Eden Fox is so incredibly strong as he is right now.
Yeah, you gotta give it to Eden Fox. He didn't have the best game last game, but now he has stepped up, shown he's worth the money, and he keeps on applying pressure.
Yeah, and Alec is having a hard time. He did come in and one-shot Gobi in the last teamfight, but also goes down. But he has having a hard time. He has 2 kills, but 4 deaths just pretty early into the game.
Yeah, it is pretty early to throw away 4 deaths, and he is almost half of the deaths on his team. I mean, sometimes you just have to be the sacrificial lamb. You can't always be have the start KDA like Eden Fox has.
No, you cannot. Both teams looking to clear some vision up, especially Hobro Vikings looking to clear some vision up around the Baron, setting up vision superiority for their team to take this next big objective, which could be the game decider.
Yeah, I think it will be sort of the game decider, but I think more the fight that will follow with the Baron take will be decisive. Whoever wins that fight is in the driver's seat. We saw Copenhagen Flames maybe giving up the Baron, but only letting one team member survive with it. If they can do somewhat the same, I don't think the Baron will be that decisive. But of course, the whole setup will be important.
Yeah, and Eden Fox looking to push down the bot lane once again with his great push he has kept up all game. And it could make it hard for Hobro Vikings to answer this, especially also with nearly just pushing into the side lanes. There's a lot of push they have to answer over the side of Hobro Vikings.
Yeah, really, there's a lot of push, and I think that's... Oh, look at this damage coming in now.
What a great damage from Eden Fox. And Nonky in trouble. Both flashes out here. Eden Fox not being able to get the kill. But what a damage we saw there. Jesus Christ. Tons of damage.
And he's not even level 16 yet. He's almost getting there. Level 16. That is the ultimate power spike for the Kassadin. And when he hits that, he's been very good at farming. He's so far ahead in XP, almost hitting level 16 here 25 minutes into the game as the first one on the whole map. It's going to be so huge for Copenhagen Flames.
It really is, and I can't wait to see where they go with this. But now Alec actually engages on Young here, but they're not going to be able to take him down. Bataldi is also there, but it's not going to be a fight evolving around the top lane. But both teams seem to put a lot more pressure around the river, around the Baron to secure this objective. It will be important, and looks like they both want to fight around this Baron right now.
Yeah, but I think Copenhagen Flames, they want to hold their horses for just a little bit more and allow Eden Fox to hit that crucial level 16. He is perma-sitting in a side lane right now, shoving wave after wave, getting XP and XP to be his final form.
Yeah, and he is level 15, so in a minute, it's going to be very hard for Hobro Vikings to take it, because then he is level 16, and then he has his final form. Then his power is over 9,000 without a doubt. So it's going to be hard for Hobro Vikings to answer this, because he's just in the side lane, he's just soaking up so much XP. He's way ahead. He's 4 levels above his support.
Yeah, he's way up above his support. And as we speak, the dragon is actually spawning. And I think Copenhagen Flames, they want to secure this. It is a Mountain Drake spawning. And I think they'll rotate immediately. Yeah, look at Young and Eden Fox going down to secure this. That makes their Baron take even stronger.
It's going to be so crucial for them. Especially because we talked about it before. Because they have a Mountain Drake on the side existing on Hobro Vikings and the Vayne. It's going to be able to burn it down so quickly. But if they get the Mountain Drake on the side of Flames, which they will pretty uncontestedly, it will be very, very safe to take the Baron for them.
Yeah, really will.
That English is hard, we know. It's not always fun. But now resetting in the mid lane here, the push is very strong for the side of Flames in all the lanes. Still just soaking out HP, and Eden Fox has hit level 16 as we speak. Okay, now it's getting dangerous. Now he's hit his final form.
Yeah, I think they should rotate like immediately up to the Baron, or maybe just like start it up. Eden Fox has his TP up. Will be they've actually started it here on the side of
started here on the side of a bull, which could be good for you. There's nothing. No one is there from the side of Flames. Eden Fox is still in the bot lane. They have no idea. They have no clue that they're starting it actually. Okay, Jesus Christ, it's gonna be a free Baron also for Vikings. What a turn of events. They get it pretty uncontestedly. No vision at all from Flames, but nothing they could do at all. What the hell would happen there? Whoa.
That's it, guys. Yeah, you can see how goddamn important that vision control is. They might have just thrown a huge part of the game out in the toilet.
Yeah, it really did. Even though Eden Fox, not even without a sliver of sweat on his forehead, he just takes out Nunky without any trouble at all. But that Baron over to Hobro Vikings is really gonna change the game up.
Yeah, they have to fight now. Of Copenhagen, they have to fight now. Remove that Baron pressure, and they're playing very proactive right now. Yeah. I like this response.
4 people down on the bot lane looking for the push, looking for the fight right here, because they want these Baron boss off of a Hobro Vikings team.
Yeah, and they want for all on Earth to secure that they do not become offensive Barons. They want to keep it as a defensive. That they do not become offensive Barons, but keep it as a defensive Baron, which it is right now. Very proactive play. I really like it.
Yeah, it's gonna be great, but what a Baron sneak we just saw here.
Yeah.
Nothing we've seen in the LCD yet. They have no vision, no clue at all from Flames that they were taking it. Just 3 people, Jeppe, Echoes, and Bartoldi just took it down pretty fast with the Mountain Drake, with the Echoes on the Vayne. There was nothing they could do. They had no clue at all from Flames. Not like them to show this no sign of vision at all.
No, not at all.
Oh, Gubi going down here instantly to Alec, but a teamfight breaks out in the top left jungle. Echoes getting a lot of damage in on the Vayne. Assault and Barry was used on it, but not being able to follow up. Okay, it's gonna be a kill over to Young here for Bartoldi, and actually a 2-for-0 trade in favor of Hobro Vikings. Okay.
Yeah, really unfortunate that Gubi got caught up in the top lane. But that is the strength of set. He has the ability to take out one target as it is nothing. And he has never hit level 16 as well. His level 3 ultimate is no shy either. It is very, very strong and puts out a lot of damage onto pure Gubi.
Yeah, and we saw what the Young did here. The Assault and Battery comes out to Echoes immediately, but Eden Fox wasn't able to follow up, and now Eden Fox is actually looking for the kill on Alec. Is he going to be able to take it? A lot of Ripwalk comes out. Oh. Whoa, what a damage on the last Ripwalk. Has stacked it up so consistently and just completely annihilates Alec in the mid lane. But meanwhile, in the mid lane, just pure pushing power from the Baron buff over at the Hobro Vikings, taking down the inhibitor tower 29 minutes into this game.
Yeah, that's an inhibitor tower. That might turn out to be very huge. Even though it is the mid lane, it opens up the map a little bit more, allowing the side lanes to be pushed even further and applying pressure all around the map right now. But Eden Fox is still 18 now. I gotta give it to him. 6 levels in front of his support.
It's completely insane, and he's 6-0, and no sight of whatsoever for Hobro to take him down, especially not in the near future at least.
No, not at any point in the game, I think, from his part on. He has bought the blasting one. I think he's gonna finish off his build with the void stuff, and there's gonna be so much damage.
Yeah, and it's gonna be almost impossible. Oh, and he goes in here, he stacks up his void. Oh, what the damage! Jesus Christ! Sit down, Bartholdi! He couldn't even react. It was faster than I could see, I think, almost. He just completely erased Lee Sin's data from the game. There was nothing he could do. Jesus Christ, the damage that came out of Eden Fox there.
And what do you do now? What do you do when you are on the side of Hobro Vikings? No one can match that guy in a side lane. It is just over this game, I think. Eden Fox hit that magic mark.
Yeah, without being able to be taken down. They even once played the early game so securely, and now Flame is just looking for the hard push in the top lane, looking for the fight because they know they can take it with Eden Fox up. What damage! Oh,
so
flashes
much
in,
damage.
completely annihilates both Jeppe Hav and Echoes, takes them down instantly. A double kill to Eden Fox, which is now 9-0, and Alex is probably the next target. I saw him, Barry comes in, and he is taken down to the kill of Goopy. Nunki is the next target. They're on the rampage of Copenhagen Flames, takes him down, kill over to Young, and now they're closing out the second game in favor of Copenhagen Flames. What an insane turn of events. Just 30 minutes into the game. What an insane Eden Fox plays. So strong on this Cassidy. Annihilates it. Takes the second game of the grand finale. What a game. Copenhagen Flames dominating here in the late game.
Ties it up. I mean, ties it up. Eden Fox, he actually solo carried that game.
Yeah, solo carried. It's like, you use that phrase a lot, just loosely, but this was a complete solo carry from Eden Fox with 22,000 damage on the board. What the hell happened? Completely one-shots everybody on the Hobro Vikings lineup.
I'll tell you what happened. He hit level 18. Well, that's what happened. And when that happens, there's no way back. There's no way back. And they didn't utilize that Baron buff that they sneaked, because Flames, they played so proactively. They did not allow them to get the pressure onto them. They believed in themselves, and I think that's what won them the game here.
It was such insane to see, and he was just able to soak up so much XP from the side lanes.
Yeah.
There was nothing Hobro Vikings could do.
Yeah, nothing at all.
That's why we see the strength of Eden Fox. This hyper late game. He can just play it safe early game. He's so used to that, so controlled in his laning phase, and able to, especially also credit to Young, because he was able to just secure this laning phase for him without much trouble, without getting any deaths over to Eden Fox.
Nah, I don't know what to say anymore. I think we have to give it all to the analyst. I think we're done in here.
Yeah, we have to give it all to the analyst. We are done here in the Cal Studio for this second game. We're going over to the third game in a row, but first we're going to the analyst desk.
All right, thank you, Theo and Nils. We are here on the Red Bull analyst desk. I'm Palle, and this is Revo, of course. And holy crap, a performance of Eden Fox. What do you think, Revo?
Yeah, we're getting back into the individual skill kind of play that we have seen a lot of times from Copenhagen Flames. We do see actually Young coming in quite early, securing this Cassidy into set matchup. Like very early into the game, right? Using this assault and battery, making sure that you get ahead on the like single most important win condition, right? In the Cassidy. So really, like, I don't want to give all of the credit to Eden Fox. He played well, but at the end, right, with this like 10-0 Cassidy or whatever, it's one click and everyone dies. We saw that at the end there with the bot lane from Hobro Vikings trying to withstand the pressure and the push that was gonna come in. But yeah, very, very well played. And I have a little bit of a notion with this next Pixaband phase.
Yeah, it kind of seems like you can't let the Cassidy go through. He was even against one of the hardest counters for Cassidy, which is set, and he didn't even die once in lane. It was clutch though, to say the least, because Alec surely played up to his limits, but it seemed like Young was there when he needed him. And as long as Cassidy gets through the lane, even gets through the lane with a death or two, he's fine, because the scaling Cassidy brings to a game, well, it's just insane, because it kind of felt like Eden Fox was just 1v9ing, because he was doing all the plays basically by himself, and it's fine because Goopy took so much attention from Alec in every single team fight, which made sure that Eden Fox would, well, one-shot the entire team.
Yeah, but that said, I want to say that I feel like Hobro Vikings is the best team to actually take on Copenhagen Flames throughout this finals. Because we see them take all of these initiatives, right? We see them go for the Baron, like out of nowhere, finding a creative way to get 3 members in there around the wards that Copenhagen Flames put down, and they were 9-2 ahead at that point. So far behind, not expecting the Baron to happen, but the Baron does happen, and we all sat there with a wow, what just happened feeling, like how is this possible? And I feel like these initiatives actually could have turned the game around has it not been for the Kassadin. So I do feel like this game more or less was lost from the draft phase. I wouldn't say that. A Kassadin isn't necessarily a win, you know, but looking at how Eden Fox got ahead and looking how, like, it just seems hard to counter, right? Even if you play even, but mainly losing because, yeah, they lost the lane so early on.
So I guess it's win lane, win game, the theme of this Copenhagen Flames. We do have to point out Ekos. His performance yesterday was just fantastic. He played so well on this Tristana in Game 3 and in Game 4. But I don't feel like it's the same guy we're seeing this time around. He doesn't really do anything in the laning phase, even though as soon as he gets the Blade of Ruin King, he should be in a favorable matchup. It is hard though to play Vayne against the Kassadin because of the short range Vayne brings. Well, she just dies in every single team fight, but definitely not the Echoes we were used to seeing yesterday.
Well, he's playing a bit of a different champion, and yeah, he was playing very tremendously in the, like, yesterday's games. We did see him pull out some of those rhythms in the first game today on the Sivir, but yeah, picking the Vayne this early makes it really hard for him, because what is he gonna do? Like, how is he gonna deal with a fed Kassadin? I definitely wouldn't put this game on him though. Like, he didn't have a chance to scale at all. So I don't think necessarily he's looking unprepared. He's doing very well, but his team just needs to make sure that they get to a point where he's the main carry, where he can like play the map as he wants to, and he can play the team fights. He can put out damage to the front line, and this game just quite didn't get it right, because they had such a hard time following Young around on this Vi. And wherever Young was, and wherever at the end, or of course Eden Fox was where the game slowly got in the hands of Copenhagen Flames. So these two players, very well played to those two.
Yeah, really well played. And we are heading into Game 3. We'll just take a short pause, and then Revo and I will actually cast Game 3. So we will be back here with you guys. Stay tuned for the next few minutes. Get some popcorn and, of course, get some Red Bull. We'll be live just shortly. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Game 3. Of course, I'm still Palle, and this is still good old Revo, and we are live here from Hydras. We are surely hyped. What do you think, Revo?
I've been just waiting for this Game 3, waiting to come in here where the action happens, waiting to come in and cast those games for you guys watching back at home. This is gonna be the game that decides who's gonna take the match point, for like who's gonna move in to the stage where one more win could get them the title. I have absolutely no idea what we're going to see. Well, I do have one idea, and that's a ban onto Kassadin. That's my biggest expectation. But what kind of picks and bans we're going to see, I have no clue at all. But really, really looking forward for these two teams to battle it off. Also because these teams play with such similar win conditions, right? They play the team fighting aspect. They pick the champions, like a good balance between early game champions and late game champions. Early game junglers, we see Rek'Sai, we see Lee Sin, all of these kinds of Vi as well last game, right? So very, very early game aggressive champions in the jungle, and then late game carries, either top, mid, or AD carry. So we have this like very up and down game, big team fights towards the end, the big Baron dances, vision setup, everything a caster and a viewer for that sake could dream about.
Yeah, this is for sure everything a caster can dream about. Sadly, we didn't get to cast Game 1 because that was probably the caster dream, just like Wicked versus Hobro Vikings yesterday, Game 1. That was probably the caster dream of dreams. So let's see if Game 3 can deliver as well, because we have seen some great flaws and some fantastic team fights from both teams. But there's surely many things that each team can pinpoint about the enemy team, because there are a lot of mistakes from both parts. We're not saying Flames played perfectly. They sure didn't, but that Kassadin just seemed unstoppable.
Yeah, it did. And yeah, we talked about this before even going into this series, that if you want to win against Flames, a lot of players from the LCD actually have come to the conclusion that you have to ban Zed, you have to ban Vladimir, and you do have to ban the Kassadin. So we're going right into the picks and bans here, trying to figure out, because we do have Hobro Vikings on the blue side, how are they going to deal with this Kassadin? Is it an instant toss away? And yeah, what bans are they giving up?
Or maybe they want to first pick it themselves. That would be pretty cool. We are seeing the Rise ban. This might indicate that Hobro Vikings actually do want to go for the Vladimir. We also see Viggo Mobsen, most importantly, playing top lane this time around, so it's not Nonky. And Viggo Mobsen is actually known for playing Vladimir in the top lane, so it would make sense for them to ban Rise. This might force the Vladimir ban just straight out. Anyway, we do see the Urgot ban right here.
Another thing I want to... This is digging deep down in our archives, because Viggo Mobsen also has been playing Kassadin top more than once throughout the LCD history. So I'm looking forward to see if that is the plan with this substitution, right? Because if they pick away the Kassadin as the first pick, they don't have to ban it. And they can potentially be the ones running away with an easy game, like we just saw Eden Fox do.
Alright, and we see the Silas ban as well as a Kayle. Just two very, very strong champions right now. Silas, we saw Roskilde, how well you can do in this champion, and Kayle, Finn really showing yesterday what kind of obnoxious champion this really is. So I guess those are some two good bans, just taking out some meta champions right now. But do they let the Kassadin go through, or do they pick it themselves? No, they don't. They ban the Vladimir. I guess it's a good choice. It's kind of risky to first pick a Kassadin, especially when you play against a mid laner like Eden Fox.
Yeah, they do ban the Kassadin, I think you meant, because I think we're going to see the Vladimir ban here.
What did I say?
Entirely. You said Kassadin.
Okay, good.
Oh, well, wait. You said Vladimir, sorry, instead of Kassadin.
Oh, whoops.
I'm sure the chat corrected you multiple times already, but I'm expecting the Vladimir ban, yeah, and here it comes. So this opens up for a lot of options. You can go with a first pick AD carry, or you can use pick the Morgana. We did see Alec play that multiple times yesterday, and it actually worked. It activated him as this utility player, dealing, like, finding these angles, playing the vision very, very well, because he is very good at that. So, looking forward to see if this is going to be the pick. It very much is a safe first pick, because it can also go down to Jeppe Hov, who also has been playing Morgana as late as yesterday, right, in the tournament. So, a flex pick, opening up for potentially an AD carry, first pick over here, but definitely also a good jungle pick coming out, because, I think we're going to see Flame striking first on the jungle pick.
Yeah, they surely should, because it's picking jungle in the first rotation is always the smartest thing to do, because that leaves the solo laners up for the last pick, so you hopefully get a counter pick or two. That is mostly what you want. Get the counter pick in either mid lane or in top lane, because having priority in one of those lanes, well, it sets up so many options for your support and especially for your jungler. We do see Young picking up this Jarvan. It can be flexed in the top lane as well, even as the support. I think it's going to be Jarvan in the jungle.
I do think it's going to be Jarvan in the jungle. Yeah, we also did see some success with that yesterday. Also, it's worth to mention that Flames decided for themselves. They picked red side, said that they were going to go red side. I think we are going to see why throughout this draft. I don't think they fear one pick over the other too much. Of course, leaving the Morgana open for Hobro Vikings to pick up, but now also gets two very, very strong picks in Jarvan and Lucian. So, looking good, and I think we'll have to see a AD carry here.
But you do see
quite
the
early.
Hecarim being locked in. So this can mean it's a Hecarim jungle or Hecarim top. We don't see Viggo Mobson do the usual ignite teleport top as you always see on the Hecarim. So it might be a Hecarim jungle for Pathology. That would be really, really interesting. But I am liking the general theme we are seeing of Hobro Vikings right now. Because Hecarim, he can dive deep into the backline. And who better to follow than a Galio?
Yeah, and of course, we did see the Kassadin ban, but Eden Fox been having a lot of success on this set pick. I'm not even sure I've seen him lose a game on set this far. Maybe one. It would have been against Wicked Gaming, if anything. But I don't remember. Also, I'm not entirely sure why you decide to show this Galio support this early on in the first rotation instead of keeping the Morgana as a flex pick, but because this is also why we are seeing the set pick already, because this forces them to pick that. So,
and especially the Morgana against set in mid lane. Sure, she has some nice wave clear and some defensive ability with the soul shackles and dark bindings, but her black shield can't be used to anything against the set, because obviously he deals physical damage and dark shield is only a magic damage shield, so you can't really use it to anything against the set, and nor Jarvan if he comes for a gank. Cataclysm, well, nothing can block a Cataclysm, and we are seeing the Ignite on top lane right now, so it is for sure Viggo Mobson picking up the Hecarim top lane. I really do like this pick though, because it is an interesting pick to see, and it can be so good in the laning phase and also the team fights.
Yeah, I want to see the Tristana ban from Flames now to acknowledge how good Echoes played on it yesterday, because do they take that out or do they take the Vayne out right now? They can go for both. I do feel like the Tristana is more important, but they decide to take out the Vayne. I am going to respect that. Obviously, it's also like you ban one, he picks the other one. So I am assuming he's going for the Tristana here. And yeah, I would probably have swapped out the Kai'Sa with the Tristana and maybe leaving the Kai'Sa open, but that's just me, I guess.
That might just be you, but I actually agree with you, because Tristana is so good with a tank support, and well, who better than Galio? He can taunt, he can take up so much damage for his ADC. We are probably going to see the cow in the bot lane along with Lucian, so it will be a really, really aggressive lane. Oh, maybe a Gragas support, really one of the strongest supports actually is in the laning phase, because of the amount of damage he brings with the body slam. But I do believe it should be an Alistar in the bot lane. Yeah, it will be. But you are right, this opens up for Echoes' Tristana, because he showed off so greatly yesterday, and he might as well just do it today.
Yeah, keep your eyes peeled, because I think the win condition from Hobro Vikings is about to be picked here. If it is going to be an Israel, I would be surprised. It's clever to pick. Oh,
I would really hate to see the Israel because it just forfeits the lane completely. Caitlyn, however, can get priority very, very easily as well as Tristana, and we are going to see Ekos Tristana in this game. I'm loving it.
Yeah, has not really been showing too many flaws on this champion, so easy to understand and get into why Hobro Vikings would pick this champion. Now, I feel like we need a jungler, right? So they've been putting off Bart Holly's pick all this entire draft. I am thinking about the Lee Sin again for the third time. I'm not sure, we'll find out. Oh, actually picking away the Vi, the signature Vi over to Young, forcing this Jarvan into the jungle role, perhaps. I don't know, but that's what they're going for. They're banning top lane, so, and picking away Vi, so maybe they just want the aggressive tools of Vi rather than taking it away from Young. Because, yeah, they are thinking that this Jarvan is gonna go to the jungle, and yeah, he sure is. We see the Swain pick up a sort of budget Vladimir, in my opinion. Do provide some more CC, the hard CC as well in the Never move, and also does very well on the side lanes. But now I'm really wanting to see about these lanes, like how we see an Alistar. Normally we would see a Thresh, something like that, into the Galio. We've been seeing that all day, or maybe even the Braum. Braum is open for this Lucian, so they're trying to get some follow-up engage, maybe to Jarvan's Cataclysm in this Alistar Headbutt Pulverize combo. I do like it, and my eyes are on Galhira, because can he live up to this? Yesterday against Atlanta, Galhira just made a fantastic flash in the middle of the game. I've been talking about that ever since. 3-man
knock-up. It was beautiful to watch, but you are right. Galhira is definitely the man to watch in this game, as well as Young, because they definitely have the engage tool on the side of Copenhagen Flames and the follow-up tools, both of Zed, Swain, and Lucian. But Revo, go through the win conditions of blue side this time around, who are Hobro Vikings.
Well, it's funny to talk about, because it's not the everyday LCD comp. We see some identity to this lineup. We see the Morgana, we see the Hecarim. Hecarim, really, really strong in the lane. We did see in game 1 how strong it is. They're picking Hecarim to win the lane in the top lane, I assume, against Nille. Nille, who himself played it very well in game 1. We do see the Vi. I think the idea behind Vi is to take care of this set, just as we saw last game. So I think they are actually learning.
CC.
Yeah, they're learning, from their opponents, really trying to pick it out. Of course, the main win condition, I can't say anything else, is that Ekos gets a couple of items and jams away like we're used to see him do on this Tristana. So it is, I wouldn't say exactly one-dimensional, but after 15-20 minutes, it definitely is. And they are ready for the team fights.
They definitely are ready for the team fight, especially Ekos, who can be boosted up by Alec. And when we are looking on the side of Copenhagen Flames, well, they also have some team fighting aspects, because they have Swain, they have Java, and some great wombo combo potential, especially with the cow in the bot lane. And they have Lucian to drag him through the early game and make sure Swain can secure those good late game team fights. I'm really looking at the mid lane matchup, because I think that can really spice up this match, because Zed versus Morgana should really be Zed favored, because of, well, Black Shield doesn't do anything against Zed. You basically have one ability that can't be used for anything in this lane. So, yeah, sure, Alec has some great wave clear advantages, I guess, but it's so hard for him to walk up past level 6 sure against shoulder shackles, but he might just get one shot before the stun actually procs.
Yeah, he might, but one of the good things with this Morgana pick into the set is, we saw this yesterday as well, she can put down the tormented soil all throughout the early game and keep pushing Zed in, doing a good job preventing him from roaming, holding him, keeping him in the mid lane before he gets to the point where he can roam down but kill the ADC, or where he can roam up top and maybe even kill Viggo Mobson. But yeah, a warm welcome to Viggo Mobsen as well in this game. I'm really looking forward. He has been one of the main reasons that this team is actually standing here today in the playoffs.
Definitely.
So really looking forward to see what our old friend in the top lane is going to bring to the table that Nunky didn't.
Yeah, because Nunky definitely didn't do a lot in Game 2. He did have a really, really hard matchup, though. It will be interesting to see how the Hecarim does against a ranged top laner like Swain, who just enjoys poking your enemy. And we do have to point out the summoner spells in the bot lane of Hobro Vikings, because we see Tristana, Echoes going for the barrier, and Hobro going for the heal. So they're just going full on defensively. They don't care about the laning phase. Echoes just basically wants to survive and make sure he survives the team fight with the barrier when Eden Fox will eventually dive him.
Yeah, also we do see Alec on this Morgana going for the glacial augment. I like that a lot actually, because that just goes to show that he is gonna be the utility player from this team. He has developed into one of these like very, very well-knowing utility players. Knows how to play this. We did see him go with the Hextech GLP and the Twin Shadows yesterday and making it work, showing how easy it actually can be to land those Dark Bindings and to provide this utility to keep everyone at bay and keep them slowed down. Also make sure that his own team has the advantage, right? Because that is what you do as a utility player. We are slowly getting into the game here. 1-1 it is at this lovely Sunday night between Copenhagen Flames and Hobro Vikings. Looking forward to see what's going to play out in this game and how it's going to play out. But two teams that are definitely out after the win.
They are after the win, especially you would feel like Hobro Vikings. This is the first time they are in the playoffs, and also, of course, the first time they are in the grand finals. This is completely unexpected. Hobro Vikings was always a team that would kind of slumberfest the first half of the split, and then the second half of the split, well, they would do wonders. But this time around, they actually finally qualified for the playoffs, and I'm so hyped, especially as you mentioned, Viggo Mobsen now in the top lane, a veteran here.
Oh,
in the
look at
LCS.
this. Look at Vi.
Vi. This might just be a Gooby sandwich right here. He has to flash over the wall already, but look at the cow. He is engaged upon Dark Binding. Oh, it
narrow.
just misses narrowly. Kalhir also has to expend his flash right here. So it's already two flashes expended here in the bot lane for nothing on the side of Hobro Vikings.
Yeah, and that should get Echoes and Hobro started, right? They don't have an ignite over. They just wanted to try this, and I really, really like this creative jump over the wall from the bot side river. Really, really forcing out not just Gooby's flash, because I think they acknowledged what was happening, and I think that is why Gooby decided to flash towards the tower instead of running up towards Bartholdi that he potentially did read. But both junglers starting on the red side, meaning that we are going to see Bartholdi probably moving up for the... No, wait, he's actually looking for the level 2 gank here.
Ooh, which actually should be expected, because Gooby and Kalhir has no flash, so either the cow or the Lucian should be just served for dinner here for the first part. Let's see, he doesn't go for the play, he just goes for the Scuttle Crab instead. Will he go for the blue buff of Young, or will he just go over to his own blue buff? That is a question, because he definitely wants to be bot side when none of these members has their flash up.
Now we're looking top a little bit more. These junglers really fancy their level 2 power spikes. I do think we're gonna see him go in.
Oh no, the root hits Viggo Mobsen, and remember, he has Ignite, not any flash. He will definitely go down for first blood in Game 3 here in Game 3 here in the top lane, and it is Young who picks it up.
Welcome to the finals, Viggo Mobsen. This is not a child's game. This is where the adults play, and yeah, you just had to use your TP to come back. You are now in a disadvantage in your lane. Young, though, picking up the kill on this job and showing why they prioritized it.
Yeah, really showing off that Young is a great jungler, as well as he's showed in Game 2 and in Game 1. He's really playing so well in this playoffs here. We have to really credit him. But Viggo Mobsen, how are you going to win this lane now? Because as Hecarim, we want to be the lane bully, but how are you going to win against this Nili when you've already died?
Yeah, it is going to be difficult, because if you don't win this game, right, because he's the only other damage source, main damage source, I guess, in these mid-game team fights than Echoes. So, should he not win this lane should he not get big.
Ooh, the flash Q from Pathology onto Nille, but Nille still has his flash up. This is so greedy. Never mind, it's not. It's just so clever by Nille right here. Gets a lot of return damage onto Vikings, and he's out safe and sound.
Yeah, now this lane gets even harder for him, right? They do get the flash out of Nille, so he does have to play a little more passive now, but I'm liking the attention that are being put towards the top side now. Also, we do see Viggo Mobsen clawing back in the CS deficit that he was put in and getting back the lane a little bit more now, also with an XP advantage. So right now, we are not seeing too much around the mid lane. I'm not expecting us to be looking in there until level 6, but Flash is still down on both Gubi and Kalhira. When these two summoners gets back up, I am expecting to see these two guys playing up a little bit further, because Lucian is known for being very lane dominant, and I could see him doing exactly that in a matter of probably 1 minute.
Yeah, for sure. But let's see how Eggers will play out this game, because if they do get to the late game, he can be such a big factor.
Young is around.
No, the root hits as well. Nille will actually be 1-in-1 right here in the top lane. So 1 for 1, but the assist does go over to Young. But well played by our man in the top lane, Viggo Mobsen.
Viggo Mobsen jumping right back into this game here. Very, very well played. Also gets the flash out of Young, right? Only getting the assist because of the flag aura. So yeah, well, pretty well by him. He is still capable of dealing damage, and that is what we see here. And when he hits this Triforce power spike, he's definitely gonna be looking strong. Also, like into targets such as Gubi, such as Eden Fox. So, still waiting a little bit for those bot lane summoners to be up, but Gold a little bit in advantage of the Flames lineup right now.
Yeah, it really is. But look at the mid lane. We were talking about how Alec was going to play this mid lane. He's already had to. He missed his back. Now Kalhir doesn't get upon. Not really anything too big. Gubi takes a punch from Gallery right here. Hobro actually going quite low, as well as Gubi. So it's actually a good trade for the bot lane of Hobro Vikings this early on into the game.
It is, and look who's moving down here. Bartholdi is moving down, probably looking to secure this lead. Maybe, well, he won't make it before the flash gets up. Both flashes should be up in around 5 seconds, and Ward just timing out in this bush, pinking there, probably moving forward one more bush. I think they are looking for the burst now that Gubi is on the half HP, so we will find out shortly. Is it gonna happen? Kalhira might be the focus.
Oh, he does channel onto Kalhira, who already has to expend his flash to show a good gank right here from Pathology. Doesn't result in any kills, but a flash expended by Kalhira, and the priority is still in the bot lane of Hobro Vikings, even though Copenhagen Flames should have the advantage in the early game with this Lucian.
Yeah, completely agree. Also, we do see the first buff spawning up for the junglers, so I think when they've taken those, they will have ultimates, and the Cataclysm and the Battery and Assault are definitely two party starters in this game. I'm really looking forward to see how is this first Assault and Battery going to be used. Like, are you going to go for Kalhira now that he doesn't have a flash, or are you gonna look to a complete other side of the map? Because you can also go up to Viggo Mobsen, kickstart him a little bit more now that he has level 6, take down Nille, make sure he doesn't grow too big on this Swain. So a lot of options, definitely.
Definitely a lot of options, but it will be really important to see where Bartholdi makes his first gank with Assault and Battery, because Vi is kind of like a what can you call it, a Nocturne on steroids, because she has that great level 6 gank, but she needs to make sure it results in a kill just like Nocturne has to do, because the cooldown on Assault and Battery is so long. You have to secure a kill, or at least have to secure a neutral objective or just a turret like Bartholdi is doing right now, taking down this Ocean Drake.
Yeah, and what we usually see happening if that doesn't happen, if Hobro Vikings doesn't get anything out of these early stages of the game, is once Rift Herald spawns, the bot lane, Gubi and Kalhira, will push out back, and then they'll go top for this Rift Herald. We saw it last game as well. I wanna see a much more aware Hobro Vikings this time around. I want to see them prevent that from happening before it's too late, because that is more or less the recipe for these early games for Flames, and it is predictable. They do know that will happen. So I want to see them either force this bot tower in time, that they almost did last game, to be honest. Or maybe even try to counter it by moving with them at the same time.
Yeah, but let's see. The bot lane tower has already lost one plating and is soon about to lose the second plane. So Echoes and Yamaha are definitely doing a great job here in the bot lane, playing actually aggressively, even though they are against the Lucian Alistar lane. So they are doing just fine here in the bot lane. Also, Echoes, he scales so well into the late game, and it might just be hard for Eden Fox. Oh, the ulti does come down from Viggo Mobson here in the top lane. Nice, well, Flash is up, and Nila has to use his ultimate and his flash to escape Viggo Mobson's wrath.
Oh, and we do have the Cataclysm up here, looks like, because we have no flash on Yamaha. Remember, he used it last time he tried to taunt, flash taunt when Bartholdi was down there. Now we have Young down there, and I guess he showed himself. I'm definitely getting the notion that they know that he's around, so they back off just a little bit longer. So now we're looking in the top lane.
Oh,
no
the flash junk on this Nila in the top lane. He will definitely go down. Can he get the return kill on Bartholdi? No, he cannot. He just gets out safe and sound.
Yep.
Well played by the duo in the top lane.
We do have Eden Fox roaming up there already. I think he's trying to catch Bartholdi off guard. Might not succeed and might be looking for Viggo Mobson instead.
But can he actually kill Viggo Mobson right now? He does have everything up. The death mark does go down as well as his ignite. Can the triple Q hit? Yeah, it sure can. He gets the return kill and the shutdown onto Viggo Mobson in the top lane.
Yeah, goes to show why he is, because we were talking about this, right? This Morgana was supposed to keep Eden Fox out of, inside of the lane rather, especially with this TP. So the fact that he gets to roam all the way to the top lane and also very well executes this kill onto Viggo Mobson is one of the biggest threats in this game for Hobro Vikings, because he didn't really miss. I don't think he missed any abilities there. He landed the maximum amount of damage possible on top of the ignite. Not even the tankiest member of Hobro Vikings would survive that.
Really, really well played by Eden Fox. Managed to hit triple shuriken right here. So we have to really compliment this guy. He's showing off so much individual skill in this series so far. But let's see if we can actually transition this kill into anything more. Because sure, a kill is nice, but as long as you don't win the game, well, it doesn't really matter.
It doesn't matter at all, no. But something that definitely will matter throughout this entire game is Echoes, and directed camera keeps moving us down here. And here we do see it. Actually, I like this play a lot, because normally we see so much attention be put on towards this Herald.
Oh, here is Eden Fox. He does not have death mark. Oh my god, he almost one-shots Bartholdi. Assault and battery dodges the damage from Jarvan, but now Young is in the stun from Soul Shackles. Viggo Mobson is here, and he is on a rampaging horse right here. He wants to kill Young. Double kill right here. Will he go down to Nille? Alec is here to support him, but can he actually kill him? No, he can't. Alec picks up the kill on Nille, and it is a 3-4-1, and they do pick up the Rift Herald as well.
Yeah, this is the first real swing we see in the game. Very well played from Viggo Mobson. Looks like he's been hungering to play in this finals, because he's definitely showing up right now. Also, very nice. Alex shows here how much it actually means to have this sort of utility going on. Does land the Soul Shackles and transfers that into a very, very nice kill. Like, if Eden Fox didn't get the kill back, it would be very, very tough. We also saw the kill, I'm pretty sure, going over to Young. Young with the electrocute, definitely also looking scary on this Jarvan at the moment. 2 1-1. This really shakes the game up a little bit, because I don't see Gubi and Galhira winning this bot lane unless they do something very, very big or miraculous within the next 2 or 3 minutes. And that means we do have 2 winning lanes on the side of Hobro Vikings, and that means they get to dictate the game, especially with this Herald. That could mean a bigger goal lead.
But why is Echoes and Yamaha mid right now? Do they want to activate the Rift Herald already and get the first tower here in the mid lane? I think they should just go bot lane and make Alec go back into mid lane. And look, Alec, he got his stopwatch a long time ago. Also the DLP build right here. So he should be just fine in the laning phase against Eden Fox. Ooh, will they actually go for him? Never mind, they won't. But I feel like they are wasting some time right now. They should be more decisive with this Rift Herald, because they are sharing a lot of XP and losing a lot of CS by doing this. But the Rift Herald does get popped in the mid lane, so they are looking for the first brick here in the mid lane.
Yeah, we do see Bartholdi just quickly taking notice whether or not the Flames lineup disengaged from this Dragon, and they did. So now they get, instead of just getting the mid tower for the Dragon, they actually get both of them. So the patient game paid off for them this time around, and I do like it. Also, we have been seeing one of the biggest forces of this Hobro Vikings lineup is the neutral objectives. Not only talking about all the dragons they got yesterday, I think they've been getting around about 85% of all drakes they've seen in this entire playoff stage, and definitely also a quick...
Look who's spot. It's both Bartholdi and Eden Fox, and Echo's already so low. There's no taunt. Bartholdi gets pretty much one shot by Eden Fox. He is the sacrificial lamb, and Gubi will pick up the kill and the red buff.
Yeah, and he does get out like that. Now we do see Flames Young moving in towards the top side. He does have the Cataclysm up, which will definitely force out. Oh, look at this. Blast Cone taken from Alex. They don't know that he's there.
This dive might be a bit too spicy. Level 9 versus level 11. Oh, nice knockback from Viggo Mobsen, but now the focus is onto Alec. Soul Shackle has been popped, and Nilla will definitely go down. Oh, never mind. He flashes onto Alec and kills him. Now Young Cataclysm onto Viggo Mobsen, and they will pick him up. Shut down onto this guy in the jungle.
Yeah, and also look at Eden Fox. Flames really showing up, trying to have each other's backs all around. Eden Fox, we just saw him bot lane, taking care of Bartholdi. Now moved all the way to the top lane. Actually running around the map very, very well right now. Waiting for his power spike to take a solo lane. Waiting for the map to get opened. Helping his team opening it, to say the least. He didn't do any significant things in this matter, but just the fact that he is around goes to show that he's knowing what kind of roaming game he is supposed to play at the moment, and very nice by him. But also I did like the roam from Alec, but he just missed out of the tribe where Young was standing.
But I feel like this is game 1 repeating itself, where Hobro Vikings were very far ahead in the early game, but suddenly they just threw the lead for no reason. I feel like we're seeing the same again. They are completely even right now, but Hobro Vikings was definitely in the driver's seat just like 3 minutes ago. So huge mistakes right here from the lineup of Hobro Vikings.
Yeah, we do though see two major different things coming into this game compared to the first game. First game, we did see a significant CS lead on Echoes. This time around, CS is even. Although we do see that Hobro Vikings are the first ones to make this rotation with the bot lane up in the top lane, and that's of course positive, because that goes to show that they are in control of the map. Actually lost their bot lane tower, but
Young is in the top lane.
Cataclysm almost up.
And can hear CS as well. Alec will be here to defend his teammate. The taunt does go down, but the top lane tower will definitely die right here to the bomb. Or will it? Yeah, it will. Jekos does take a single auto attack, but he will be just fine. So far it's going fine for Hobro Vikings. They do pick up the tower. Now Viggo Mobsen is looking for the 1-1 on Eden Fox. Can he get it? Oh, nice death mark right here. Dodging the ulti from the horse. Can he get the kill? No. Both of the players decide to back out. Probably the wisest thing to do right here. But Eden Fox and Viggo Mobsen, these guys are showing off.
They are showing off, yeah, and I like the fact that Viggo Mobsen engages. It is pretty much his only option, because should Eden Fox get the engage, I think it's really, really hard for Viggo Mobsen to survive. We saw that in the top lane a few levels back, so I'm definitely expecting actually the same outcome should he get the engage, but...
Oh, Echoes does get engaged upon by the cow. Now Jepahau has to be a bit careful. The Birdio is birding its way out, and everyone is out safe and sound, but both teams are anxious right now. They want to get into the fight.
Yeah, and Eden Fox coming back. Look at that. His death mark is almost up already. Has a lot of cooldown reduction. Always trying to be there when he's needed. We do see Dragon almost spawning in as well. Right now, I think we are going to see Hobro Vikings, as they usually do, move their focus from the mid lane and into the Dragon area to get the wards up and make sure that they can get this Dragon.
Right now, Echoes is sitting on 1.4k gold, so he should definitely just back soon. Oh no, they are looking for the horse.
The horse is the word, and they will definitely kill him under the enemy tower right here. Eden Fox picks up the kill. He's doing so good in this game. 2-1 and 2, sitting on almost 2 items, only 18 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I think Viggo Mobsen here a little bit slow at reacting on what's happening. Just seeing that Nilly is top and assuming that no one can be but, or he can't be in a disadvantage. Little did he know, actually gets killed a few seconds later, right, trying to get this tower. So now we still see actually Hobro Vikings taking over this Drake area. We do have the teleport up on Nille should they want this Drake, but Ocean Drakes does not seem to be on the menu for this Flames lineup.
No, Ocean Drake definitely doesn't. But look, this would be the triple Ocean Drake. Ocean Drake is generally the least effective dragon because, well, it's really good from laning phase and that's basically it. But 3 Ocean Drakes, well, this amount of regeneration they will get in both HP and AP, or HP and mana, never mind. Here comes the engage onto Jibberho. Oh, the Birdie managed to get the taunt onto Eden Fox. Eden Fox is almost dead right here, but only takes a lot of damage. Here comes the Birdie. He says, defends his teammate. Meanwhile, Bartoli flashes out, and now Viggo Mobsen is here. He says, destroys the entire enemy team. But really, never mind. He will be killed by Nille right here. Egos is still alive. He wants to get the kill onto Nille. He has no flash. He can't get out. He is definitely a dead man right here. He will die to Alex.
Yeah, and they didn't shut Eggers down in time. Look at how hard it is for Eden Fox to go in. MVP of this fight, definitely Jibberho. Look at that flash, like ready to peel his AD. He just about won the team fight single-handedly here by taking away the biggest threat in set. So really big applause for this Scalio player. Really doing wonders, working wonders. Also getting the mid tower here and can reset and get into the Baron area. Probably take the control. Very well thought out team fight from the side of Hobro Vikings.
Yeah, really well, but this game, or this team fight just showcases how close this game is because both teams look like they were winning the fight. I guess Hobro Vikings eventually won the fight, but it was so close and, well, it could have gone so horribly wrong.
Yeah, worth noticing though, we do see Viggo Mobsen no TP in the bot side right now with the Baron being up. Really wants this tower before moving into the Baron area. Also, waves needs to be dealt with from the side of Hobro Vikings. They did go for the second tier mid tower, so now they have some wave management to deal with before moving into the Baron area. But they can easily take their time. Look at how many wards they have in the area already. So I don't think this is going to be a sneak Baron. I think this is going to be a Baron that they truly deserve, you know, and truly can contest should it come to that. So right now we're going to see the 1-3-1 slowly pan out from the side of Flames. We do see a little bit of a collapse being set up here towards the mid lane.
Oh, the horse does get engaged upon, but he already uses death mark. He cannot dodge the assault. Oh, not the solemn battery. What the hell am I talking about? Shadows. Meanwhile, here, Jibberho does get engaged upon. He gets called down. Bang, bang, bang by Gobi. Eventually, Young picks up the kill. But will this make sure the Baron can be picked up by Copenhagen Flames, or is it just one single kill?
I think this is going to give Flames the ability to retake the Baron area, destroy some of these wards that we see, get control, because they already have the lane assignments done well. They do have the lane pressure, they do have the waves in the right place, so it is dangerous if they lose anymore. Also, reason why we see Hobro Vikings disengage this early on, because they could be in lots of trouble should they have lost, or would they have lost more than just Jibberho. They gotta keep their wave clear up. Gotta make sure they don't lose anymore, because if the Baron goes down, it's gonna be very hard for Alec to clear any waves at all.
Yeah, it's really going to be so hard. It is worth to mention right now that Viggo Mobsen's ulti oh, no mind. Maybe I should shut the hell up, because now Eden Fox and Viggo Mobsen are looking for the 1-1. But it is Viggo Mobsen. The horse is definitely taking this fight. Or is it? That mark does go down, but Viggo Mobsen will survive. Meanwhile, a solemn battery in the mid lane. Now the bird is here. He won't hit. And Nille flashes down. He is maybe safe and sound, but it is Hobro Vikings who are in the driver's seat. Jibberho has to be a bit careful. Dark Bite doesn't hit. Oh my god, this game is so good.
Yeah, and that's so big. Look at this one kill from Viggo Mobsen. Just enables his entire team to engage if they want to get the flames out of, get the flash rather out of Nille, and also get the Baron control. But last but not least, also get this bot tower that they've been fighting so much over.
The bird is the word. Jeppe Hov is trying to take the attention of the enemy team. Meanwhile, Baron has been started. It's down to 5,000 gold. Can he steal it? It is 11 against level 13, so he has the level advantage right here. Meanwhile, the coin does go down. Redemption does get popped, but Dolly's in. He doesn't have best barrier. Oh, Eggos is here. Now the horse is chasing down every single one. Moves at the cow as he dies, as well as Young. And now Baron is definitely on the menu. Eden Fox and Nila are alive, but can they defend the Baron?
They strike back. Looks like Hobro Vikings really want this match point. Looking so strong. Eggers didn't die once. Eden Fox does have his death mark up right now. Eggers definitely have to watch out.
Oh, the engage does go in on Nila right here. Always uses his Sonus Hourglass. Meanwhile, Eden Fox is on the other side. Taunt does go down. Oh no! Eden Fox gets hit by the binding. Will he go down right here? He goes for the death mark onto Alec. Can he get the kill? No, he can't! He dies. 2 Vigor mobs, and now the Baron will definitely go down. Or will it?
I don't see any way of the bot lane from Flame stopping this. Death timers are too long. Young won't make it in time. And also, I think the right move here from Flames is try to lock down the Infernal area instead. And this shows the eager from these teams. They are trying to move up, seeing is there anything we can do about it? No, there isn't. So push out the mid wave, get the waves under control before the Baron power play happens. Perhaps, if they would have been a little bit faster, like we usually see them being, they would have been going for the Infernal Drake here. Really, okay, we also do see them going for it. I like this a lot. Maybe it is a little bit too slow. We will shortly find out. Gubi obviously 202 with a lot of items. Actually, trying for this.
Here comes the cow as well. Oh, not the cow, the horse. The cow does stop, and Young takes a bad trade right here. Assault and battery onto Gubi. He is chased down. Will they actually just back out right here? Bartholomew might be in a very bad spot. The Infernal Drake does go down. Dark Binding just misses, and everyone is out safe and sound.
Yeah, only at the cost of 2 ultimates on the side of Hobro Vikings. So really looking ready for this almost brute force push, right? So right now, I feel like if you're Hobro Vikings, you want to group up, like we're seeing them do a little by little, probably trying to find some power spikes here, item spikes. Also why we did see Eggers channeling his recall shortly, is sitting on actually not too much gold right now, so he can move in towards the inhib tower should he want to. But moving as a group really is vital for this lineup. Otherwise, Eden Fox can find a pick.
Get hit by the binding, has to flash out now. Gubi's halfway, he can't flash out. So
here
far, Alec picks up 1 kill. Here comes the horse. He doesn't have his ultimate up, but he'll just say, on so sad right here. Eden Fox, oh my god, nice death mark. He does get out, but now the cow is the focus, or is the horse going to go down? Yeah, Nila picks up the kill now. Berdio goes all over to his dead teammate. The tower will go down. Young gets killed by Sustainer right here. Echo is doing so well in this game. 4-0-5.
Yeah, no death mark on Eden Fox. I think Hobro Vikings are going to take the safe path here and go for the top lane tower, but this is huge for the game. For the first time in a long time, we do see a massive gold lead in the favor of Hobro Vikings. Currently sitting at around 6k gold lead. Also looking to take down this top tower before going back, which I think they can do because Zed won't, or Eden Fox won't have his death mark up. So more or less a free top tower here and a well spent Baron power play.
This is probably one of the best Baron power plays we've seen in this playoffs. They're really showcasing how to use a Baron, unlike game 2 where they got Baron and they lost the game.
Yeah, and this mid lane inhib now means that they're going to have to opt for either top or bottom. Right now, I think it doesn't really matter which way you take. Maybe you could go bot lane to get the money, but that's not about the money right now because you are in a point of the game where you've actually outscaled already. Like, you're ready to do this. I mean, Eden Fox been playing very well throughout the early stages of the game, but we are seeing a little bit of the same thing that happened to Alec when he played Zed in the last game. I don't see him becoming much more stronger than this, and
he can't get onto anyone right now. It's so bad. Oh no, Viggo Mobson is here, and Eden Fox, you are a dead man. Assault and battery can't do anything right here. 45 seconds death time, and they will definitely get the bot lane second tier tower.
Yeah, and this is looking so bright for Hobro Vikings first. Who else than Eden Fox is gonna take Eggers down? They now have 33 seconds where Eggers can shoot whoever gets in range or within a radius of 10,000 kilometers of him, because he has this level 14 range already, and they are going to take the second tower. now looking forward to see, are they going to bring the super minions in, or are they going to go for the systematic 3 inhib choice? I do see them moving towards the top side. I do like that, but I'm waiting for Kalhira to pull the trigger, and I'm waiting for the Wombo combo. I'm waiting for them, because they don't have a lot of team fight potential, but they sure as hell does not have too much of a choice right now.
Dark Binding onto Nille. This is just picture perfect macro with the Baron buff. It has run out so far, but still they've gotten 2 inhibitors and they are looking at the third one right here. Egos is sitting on the rapid fire cannon, static shift, infinity hits and BF shot. This man is so strong. And look at Viggo Mobson, even though his score isn't the greatest, he's doing so much in this tower. Base has been broken completely right now. Third inhibitor is on the menu. Oh, Bartholomew accident will go down. Never mind, the horse goes in onto Eden Fox. So far, 1 kill. Oh, the return. Cataclysm is big, but it doesn't matter because look at Eggers. He's untouched in the backline. That is 2. That is 3 from Copenhagen Flames. They will get Nille here eventually. The stun does go down in the stasis so far. It is a 4 for 3. Much closer than what any of us would have expected. But can they close out the game? Gobi is the only one alive to defend the Nexus. He will go for Alec right here. Now, in comes the rocket jump onto this Lucian. Can he actually go down right here? No.
Just about.
Hobro Vikings. They will pick up the 3rd game in this grand finals best of 5. Holy sure, I can't say that word on stream.
Look at this. Exactly playing to the win condition. We talked about 8-0 and 5 Eggers. Getting all the necessary kills to carry this game. This guy on this champion is looking so strong. I mean, what are you gonna do about it, right? So Eden Fox, like, I think they won the game the second that Jeppe flashed into that. I know I'm going back to that play where he flash taunted in on Eden Fox, preventing him from going in on Eggers, and yeah, getting Eggers the one good team fight he needed to pull ahead in this matchup. So very well deserved and well played. The first win we saw from Hobro Vikings, we were talking a lot about how they won this as a team, but I can't help to say that Eggers really stood out this game.
Eggers really stood out, and it just seems like Jeppe and Eggers are the best bot lane in the LCD. I can't believe I'm actually saying it, but so far they are delivering so well. But we are going to set it over to the analyst desk, where Theo and Niels are ready to break down the game.
Tak for det, Thank you, Palle. Sorry, that was in Danish. It has supposed to be in English. We are here at the analyst desk with Jonas, the team manager for Hobro Vikings. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
That was a great 3rd game for you guys, taking the win in the end, now making it 2-1 versus Copenhagen Flames here in the grand finale. And what do you think on the backbone of this game?
Well, I do believe we just had a very suboptimal draft game 2. But in the end, I think this just goes to show that in this meta, you can't really be slow at playing the game. You need to be proactive, and I think Copenhagen Flames is a very methodical game team. And I think it's just a bit too slow for this meta at the moment.
So, this game is over. Going into the next game, you know what to watch out for Copenhagen. You played them 3 games now. They won 1, you guys won 2. What will be the things you're considered going into the next game?
Well, I think our game plan from the start was just the same as it has been for the whole series, and we will just continue. We know what their strong sides are, and we know what their weak sides are. And it's very easily exploitable, to be honest.
Yeah. So now you're looking strong in this finale. Are you confident you can take it against Flames? Or are we going into the 5th game? Are we going to have to put on silver scrapes? Are we going into the 5th game, or can you take it in the 2 next?
It's gonna be early Sunday evening. Don't worry.
Great answer here. Confident man right here. We like that. But we're in the game in just a few minutes after we go into the caster studio once again. But on the backbone of this game, congratulations on the 2nd game of the win. And we hope, of course, we go into the 5th game. You hope we're going into a clean 3-1 here. But it will be close, and I can't wait to see what you guys will do with it. Do you have anything to say before we go to the casters?
No, I just hope you viewers out there have a good evening and enjoy the games.
Great answer. We will sign out here from the analyst desk and push it over to Mikkel and Revo at the caster studios.
Thank you, Niels and Theo. And we are so ready here for Game 4. I'm of course Palle and this is Revo. I don't think we could be any more happy right now because Hobro Vikings are in the driver's seat. I can't believe I'm saying it. They might look to take down Copenhagen Flames.
Yeah, and they are definitely stepping on the gas pedal this last game, right? Showing like next to no mistakes at all this game. We did see Viggo Mobsen brawling a little bit back and forth, giving away some kills, but nothing worth mentioning in the bigger picture where they actually end to pull out the win. Also, I was talking to Gigashock. He was just in on the analyst desk. I was talking to him earlier today. He did say something along the lines that this is an easy game. This is an easy win, right? Not necessarily that, but he did not overplay Copenhagen Flames like some people
like
have
some
been,
gods.
right?
Yeah.
Because definitely showing that they do have weaknesses here. Also showing that Hobro Vikings can actually beat Flames at their own game. We saw a lot of mistakes that Flames made this game was mistakes that they made the game prior to that. So I want to see how this draft phase develops, because it has been developing since game 1. It's been developing more and more and more, and now we picked up the Kassadin ban this game we just saw. So I want to see what ban is gonna transition into this next picks and ban phase, and what is it gonna leave open?
Yeah, what is it gonna leave open? I feel like you can't afford to leave open Eggers Tristana. We were talking about why banning the Kaiser instead of Tristana, because he was playing so well. Ooh, we are seeing Nonky being invited into the lobby, so this means Viggo Mobsen might not play. We are seeing Viggo Mobsen be invited as well, so this might be a bit interesting. But you have to point out the man in the top lane on this horse. He played really well and kind of dumb sometimes. He did some really weird mistakes, going way too far up in the lanes, but his team fighting abilities was so strong. He basically died in every single team fight, but it took so much attention from the back line of Copenhagen Flames in every single team fight.
Yeah, and you can't help but feel that Flames are on the back foot right now. They must be very shaky throughout this game, especially because one mistake could cost them the title that they've been fighting, not only today, not only yesterday, but an entire split to get. These guys coming together from backgrounds that are nowhere near what they've made it to be. These guys are playing at their best performance of potentially their whole careers, and has been for the last couple of weeks as well. So really looking to put the final nail in the LCD coffin here, taking down Hobro Vikings. But right now, one game down, probably looking to tie it up. I'm sure a lot of you guys out there, and who am I kidding? We also want to cast these 5-game series. Are hoping for them to tie it up. But right now, I must say, Hobro Vikings deserve what the result is showing right now.
Even though I have to get up at 6 p.m. or a.m. in the morning, I can't wait for the Game 5, because I feel like this will definitely go to the Game 5. Copenhagen Flames must have something else up in their sleeve, because they can't allow to make the same mistakes as like leaving open the Eggers Tristana. Also, I feel like we mentioned this just in the brief pause right here, that Zed against Galio is basically impossible in team fights, because every time Zed goes on a carry, well, Galio is just ready to defend his teammate, just use a taunt, and well, Eden Fox can't do a single team in any team fights. And that was basically what you saw. The only kills he got was basically in solo kills.
Yeah, I mean, Eden Fox tried so hard to influence the map all over. Did a very, very nice amount of roaming in the last game. Tried to influence the entire map, because he is this kind of player, right? He picks up a lead. He want to spread this lead as fast as possible. We do see him also like playing very nicely around these side lanes, going down, trying to ult the side lane. If it works, he gets the kill, pushes out the lane, and then looks for another opportunity. How can he join his team? How can he make that little bit of an edge that's going to win them the next fight in another place? That's what I like about him, but he definitely got shut down. So I want to see now from Flames, can they find any other ways of winning this game? Because we were talking, well, we have actually not been talking a whole lot about Gubi and Kalahira, but can this bot lane do the same thing that Hobro Vikings bot lane can do? Can Gubi play something that isn't Lucian and isn't Vladimir, but still has a massive impact?
Yeah.
That's what I'm wanting to see.
Yeah, it really felt like Gubi and Kalhir weren't in the game last game because, well, they just got outclassed by Ekos and Jeppe, and it must feel so great for Jeppe right now to beat his old former team. He did play for Copenhagen Flames last split, so it must feel so great just to slam dunk his old teammates right here. Or not his old teammate, his old organization. We are into the 4th draft right here. Copenhagen Flames are on the red side, meanwhile Hobro Vikings are on the blue side. So let's see which pick will be the first pick of this game.
Yeah, we're gonna see the bans now, and this is where I think we can tell that it's been shaped perfectly. We do see the Rise already banned out. We saw how strong Rise was from Nille in game 2, was it? Yeah, game 2. Also the Urgot, a champion Viggo Mobsen has been playing almost more than anything. Actually, one of the biggest champions in his pool. So I'm expecting a Kassadin or a Kale ban here, or maybe both from the side of Hobro Vikings. Unless, of course, Viggo Mobsen knows how to play this, because that is the big question. We have not really seen a lot of drafts with Viggo Mobsen in it, so we don't know if they're ready to get him the Kale. Looks like they aren't taking it out now, so I'm assuming the last ban from them is going to be the Kassadin, and now we're going to see potentially a ban towards Alec or Bartholdi, and maybe even a ban over on Ekos.
Yeah, but we see the Rise ban again, so it kind of forces Flame into the Vladimir last ban right here. I would say as well we are going to see the Kassadin ban. It just seems too good Eden Fox in this champion, but what is on the menu for first pick? We do have something like Lee Sin for Bartholdi. You would not first pick a Tristana, but maybe just a Morgana again. If it ain't broke, why fix it?
Yeah, that's a good call. Also, it works, right? Because all of this utility makes it so much easier for Ekos to play his game. We've been seeing that repeatedly. Like, not only does he get the Black Shield right away in every single late game team fight, here Morgana gets banned out, so we're going to see a little bit. That is how the last game differs from the game we're about to see.
Now Vladimir is actually open a signature champ of Alec, or not a signature, but a comfort champion on Alec and Viggo Mobsen. But we are seeing maybe the first pick, Hecarim. Viggo Mobsen is going for the Ignite and Teleport again this game, so it might just be a power statement right here.
Yeah, and we did see the Hecarim for the first time last night, I think. Yesterday, actually, I think. Where it was like one of the later picks used as a counter for Irelia or something like that. But now, only a day later, we see it being first pick material.
And what do you pick into it?
Yeah, what do you pick? Like, didn't work with this. Well, sort of worked with the Swain, but not in the mid to late game, right? Because of Hecarim's Triforce Power Spike. And this Ignite makes it so much easier. And we did see Young try to camp this Hecarim last game, but it did not pay off enough. And if you play an aggressive top laner, you're asking for camp. You're playing without the flash, so you are, of course, getting a lot of camp. But you know what that opens up for? That opens up for the main win condition, Ekos. He has a completely free game because all of the attention is drawn towards the top side. But we do here see instantly take the Galio taking away. You were mentioning this as a massive problem for the set. Now it is taken away, and also we do see the Rek'Sai, very good champion, especially for ganking the top lane on the red side.
Yeah, it's really good at ganking top lane on red side. That is a really good point, especially when there's no flash in the top lane. So Young might just say, well, I'm going to camp the hell out of top lane. Make sure this Hecarim doesn't work. Oh,
I love how this is actually becoming a thing, right? Young brought it up, and then Hobro Vikings has been developing into this habit of picking it. I'm sure they must have practiced it, otherwise they wouldn't have been picking it in game 3. And here again in game 4 we see how strong it is. It is easy to execute, actually, so that's what I like the most about it. Is it going to be the AD carry? The trundle into... We saw this actually from Jeppe yesterday as well, so this must be their all-time answer, should they not get the Galio.
Oh, a Jax lock in, probably a counter to Viggo Mobsen's Hecarim in the top lane. I don't know how that matchup actually plays out. I guess it should be Jax's favorite since Copenhagen Flames actually pick it, and now we do see the Tristana ban. I like this draft right here from Copenhagen Flames because they secure a strong support, a strong jungler, and probably get the counter pick in top lane. However, the draft from Hobro Vikings is kind of sketchy because, well, why show
your win conditions? Why show your plan this early on into the draft with the Hecarim pick?
Yeah, I mean, it is considered a power pick, and another thing they could have done was picking the Vladimir, which they didn't, and now it's taken out off the board. We are yet to see mid laners. I do love how they're trying to get Eden Fox in a good matchup on the side of Flames. So right now, I'm expecting another AD carry ban, because definitely needs to put more focus on towards Ekkas in this draft phase. Might take out the Vayne, might take out the Kai'Sa. Last time they opted for both of those, and they actually end up banning Lucian. I'm looking forward to see what Gubi is gonna play here, because it might have something to do with what he's gonna play. But yeah, finally banning the Tristana. I was talking about this since last Champion Select, and now here it comes.
Here it comes. Well, I do like the Tristana ban. I don't really understand the Lucian ban, because Ekkas hasn't really had that much of success on Lucian. We saw it in Game 1 against Wiki Gaming yesterday, but they actually lost on this champion. It felt like they couldn't end the game with this champion, and now we might see the Kai'Sa Galio bot lane, a really obnoxious lane to lane against, and they have banned Vayne themselves. Vayne is considered a great counter pick for the Kai'Sa. So what do you counter the Kai'Sa with, or will it be a Yasuo mid lane or bot lane?
We do have a Galio, so it opens up for some aggressive picks. It is ending up being the Kai'Sa. They are gonna agree to play the scaling game, and the biggest question towards Flames for me is yet to be answered, though. What do you play on Eden Fox? Here we see hovers on 2 long-range champions. I do like the Jinx for the only fact that Hobro Vikings seems to be winning games where Ekkas plays on very well scaling champions, which is also what they pick here. The Sivir, excellent. Also for the Jax Counter-Strike, for the Galio as well. So I do like the Sivir. I do see it playing very, very nicely into this Kai'Sa. And yeah, we saw what he could do in Game 1, but he did take his time getting to that point in Game 1. Definitely did. So we are yet to see the 2 mid laners here. This matchup can be deciding for this game. We do see the Akali already. What a strong lock-in. Alec finally getting put on one of these assassins.
It's definitely a power house to go for with the Hecarim, Vi, and Akali. We saw Akali yesterday as well on Hobro Vikings, but this was Akali top on Nunki.
Look at this. I know what he's doing. He's spelling my name with champions. He went with the Ramos. Oh, and there goes my signature. This guy, yeah.
He's so cute. He does pick up the Lissandra kill here. Shout out to you, my friend. Thank you for making Revo's day. You're such
my
a nice
day is
guy.
made. Yeah, my day is made. It is... we were joking about this. We were actually joking about this earlier today, and he brought it. He made it happen. So yeah, I mean, I'm of course not biased. I was 50-50, but now I must say 49-51 to the side of Flames here. Gotta make that one count. But ends up picking the Lissandra. Very, very well team fighting comp. Very well organized. I love this actually from Flames, going back to the roots of Flames by playing these teamfight comps. Also, like 2 win conditions that are actually different this time around, right? Because we do see the Akali, and that is answered with Lissandra, which is usually a very good answer. So this is going to be another completely different game in this series.
Definitely. We often see Eden Fox on those aggressive mid laners. This said, the Cassidy, but this time around we see him on the counter matchup of Lissandra, and going for the more relaxed control mates. This is, I should say, completely different draft we are seeing from both games. But Revo, can you go through the win conditions of Hobro Vikings this time around?
Yes, I can. We did see what the Hecarim offers. Like, he is this... You pick him to win the lane, you pick him to provide some CC in the team fights, and to pick off targets like the Kai'Sa, for example, in this composition. And picking off targets, speaking about that, we have a lot of, like, we do have the Sivir ult on the hunt, which can be used alongside the Assault and Battery from Vi to take out this Kai'Sa and to win the scaling game between the 2 AD carries. So main win condition still remains Ekkas on the Sivir. We know how capable he is of carrying games if they go long enough. So they've picked 2 relatively aggressive lanes in Akali and Hecarim to help him get to that stage. And when they get to that stage, they can also throw some offensive tools towards Kai'Sa in the form of Hecarim in the form of Vi. So, yeah, a lot of tools to pick this team fight comp from Copenhagen Flames apart.
Yeah, and when you look at the composition of Copenhagen Flames, it is a classic 4-1 we are seeing. Jax obviously wants to be in the split push, and Lysandre, Kai'Sa and Galio are so good at going together because they can go for a pick, they can be defensive with the Galio ulti and the defensibility he brings, and especially the Rek'Sai is also such a great champion going for a pick. But this is definitely a 4-1 composition, even a 1-3-1 with the Lysandre in the side lane if Eden Fox does feel comfortable enough. However, they do have to get out of the laning phase in the bot lane because Kai'Sa obviously is a scaling champion, which is why Rek'Sai is such a great champion because he should be able to carry them through the early game. Or she. Is Rek'Sai a boy or a girl?
It is indeed a girl. This discussion has been had a lot of times throughout all the casting and the lore history of every...
I'm gonna say it. Kennen is a girl. I can't believe that champion is a boy.
You can't believe it?
No, I can't.
It could be like, because it is a small person and the voice is light, it could be a... Yeah. A lot about... enough about voices here. I want to hear, Pelle, with our viewers out there, is the flame still burning? Can flames still come back? Do we have some Flames fans out in the chats trying to... hoping for Flames to take back this game in their hands and tie up the series? Go show your guys some support because they deserve it. They've made it through such a clean season. And now they're at the finals, down 1 point, and they need you now more than ever.
Yeah, and if you are, of course, a Hobro Vikings fan, go make some good spam. We don't have Nunky in the top lane, so we can't say spam this monkey to help Nunky, but make some other thing with Viggo Mobson because we are heading into Game 4 here in the Grand Finals where Hobro Vikings are up 1 game, 2-1. So this is definitely a really important game because they can take home every single thing they've been building up the entire split right here. Or Copenhagen Flames can fight back. Will this be Copenhagen Flames or Copenhagen Flames? That is the question.
It is the question, and we've been talking to a lot of the members playing from Copenhagen Flames, but also the coach, and all of them are saying the same thing. They want to break the curse. I do feel like if they have a chance of doing it, that chance is now. They've been practicing. All of these players have been growing immensely throughout this season, like at such a fast pace, becoming this very, very well synergizing team that we have been seeing them in. Now they're down 1 game. Now they're on a team fight comp. I think no better chance of winning a game than now, because this is the roots of Copenhagen Flames. Boys and girls, we are getting into the game now, and the opening phases is about to be played. We do see the very, very standard beginning here. Also, I do think that this is I do think this is the most important game for Copenhagen Flames not to mess up in the early game because if they get to the team fight stage, this game should almost play itself for them.
Yeah, it should, but if they are behind, well, Eggers can work out wonders in the team fight as well as Bartholomew and Viggo Mobson because the dive on the side for both Vikings are so great. We have Onslaught of Shadows from Viggo Mobson, a solid battery from Bartholomew, and perfect execution from Alec, as well as Jabha's ultimate Subjugate, which can steal resistances, so the one-shot can happen even faster. So far, nothing is happening right now, but make sure to back up your team in Twitch chat. We basically don't care what you write about your team as long as you support them.
Definitely, yeah. Also, I want to quickly dive into some keystones. We do see Alec going for the unsealed spellbook here, showing that he does not only want to... here we see the late invade.
Nille face checks the duo of Bartholomew and Viggo Mobson right here. And look at Young. Oh my god! Bartholomew steals the red buff right here. Young is definitely going...
no!
He flashed out. He'd think he was safe, but little did he know about the ignite of Viggo Mobson. 1-0. Only 1 minute and 50 seconds into this game.
And that is gonna delay Young's pathing so much now. He's not gonna be able to gank as early in the top, and he's not gonna be able to help Nille get to the point where Nille can be the Jax that, can do what Jax normally does. Push out the lane, win those duels, and be unbeatable, right? Because He's going to have to do it by himself now, Nille. And not only does he have to do it by himself, he also has to do it against
Look at
a
Bartholomew.
1-0 Viggo Mobsen.
Bartholomew might just straight go for the red buff right here. Oh, not Bartholomew. What am I talking about? Young. He is going for the Rift Scuttler as the first. Will he actually go for an invade? That would be very, very greedy because he might just die second time around. Also, importantly, he loses his flash, so he can't go for those spicy level 3 ganks. Oh, Nille already taking a horrible trade here in the top lane. Good thing Viggo Mobsen doesn't have his ignite up, because that could very well be a solo kill.
Yeah, it could. And also, I like what Young did here by taking the Scuttle in the bot side, trying to get some vision control, because he knows he's not going to be able to support his team through ganks. So the least he can do is get some vision up, and that is exactly what it does. Definitely also gives him some time to pick up some CS, pick back up a little bit, try to catch up, because look, right now he's 10 CS behind already to Bartholomew, and here we see the brawl.
Oh, this is actually a pretty good brawl. I can't really say. This is so hard to see, but Viggo Mobsen does have the ignite up in this matchup right here. So when he will get in about 90 seconds, he should be really, really good. I really like... Nille, can you do it? You can! Picks up the solo kill in the top lane, 1-1.
Yeah, Nille is not looking to lose this game. We were talking about how early mistakes are really, really expensive, mentally expensive, I want to say, for the side of Flames. So this first little... incidents that happened around the red buff must have been very, very exhausting, but here Nille clawing the game back to an almost even state, currently down actually 1,000 due to some CS differences between exactly Nille and Young and their respective counterparts. So starting off with this cloth armor seems to be a great idea.
I love the Trundle troll. Like, when he cancels his auto attack, it's the best thing about this game. We'd really have to... I want to talk about Alec. You mentioned it earlier with the Unsealed Spellbook. It's so smart because this means he can get both the Ignite and the Cleanse, especially the Cleanse against Counter-Strike and Eden Fox's ultimate Glacial Tomb. I really like this this build right here. Also, when you are laning against Elisandro, well, the kill pressure is not that heavy, so you don't have to go fleet footwork just for this defensibility.
No, you don't. And also, quickly want to mention the bot lane summoners are also showing us that they want to play for the safety of the AD carries and the farmability of the AD carries. And they want to keep those bot towers standing for as long as it is possible. They want to get these AD carries to a couple of items before they even get involved in those risky situations. So I do like that a lot, but it definitely goes to show what the different win conditions are. And I'm looking forward to see if Gubi can do what Ekos did last game and step up on a late game carry.
Yeah, but it's not like Ekos doesn't have a late game carry. Sivir can work out wonders in a late game. Oh no, Young, you have to be careful. The flash Q from
no
Dolly.
flash.
Can they get a kill? They can. But Dolly picks up the third kill of this match. Eden Fox should be out safe and sound with the claw. But so far, it's looking really bad for Young. Meanwhile, Nille actually takes a good trade. The Ignite does come down. He has to flash out. Didn't expect the Ignite. You have to know about the Ignite when you are landing against the Hecarim. Meanwhile, in the bot game, Jibberhall takes a terrible trade.
He does, yeah, but look at what the lack of ignites from these supports mean. It means you can safely go to 200 HP and walk out of situations like this. So most of the trades have to be all-ins, otherwise it's not gonna be anything special. I'm not expecting too many kills, if any at all, in this bot lane. I'm expecting the focus to be more around the top lane throughout this game, especially because Nille and Viggo Mobsen, if they don't have jungle attention, they're just gonna go at each other for the entire game.
Yeah, definitely. They will just be a brawl. Oh, Kalhir does go for the taunt onto Jibberhawk. Remember, the Ignite is not up. Meanwhile, the Onslaught of Shadows does go down in top lane. Nille should be out just by an inch. But oh my god, Viggo Mobsen, you are so aggressive right now.
Yeah, and we're gonna see Nille being so delayed on his Triforce power spike. Not only does he have to buy this cloth armor, but he certainly also has to go for the Ninja Tabby, and he will be losing out on a lot of CS and XP. So,
Gubi TP'd back into the lane, but forgot to buy items. He has a Doran's Blade.
He does have Doran's Blade. I don't know if he was looking to teleport back, get some gold, and then back when the wave was good to get a BF sword. But it looks very weird, but
he does have the gold for the BF sword. This doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't, but look at the junglers here. As I was saying, I do like the fact that Bartholdi is going
Here
for...
comes Young, looks for Jibbo. Oh! Gooby does get slammed dunked by Echoes right here. Now Young is on the hunt for Echoes, but look who's here. It is Bartholdi with the assault and battery. Young can't do anything. It's 4-1, and now Alec is in the bot lane. Will pick up this kill. Thank you very much, he says to Cal here. Slam dunks him, and now they are onto the tower. This Copenhagen Flames lineup just seems demolished right now.
It does, and this is definitely going to mean not only a 3k gold difference, but also these tower platings on top of it, and that is starting to spell trouble for this Flames lineup. And they must be so shaken right now. A team that's expecting actually to take this win over Hobro Vikings, coming into such a difficult series. Hobro Vikings with, I want to say, nothing to lose, actually stepping up huge here. Also, like, pretty much getting everything, not making a lot of mistakes. We did see Viggo Mobsen getting taking a death against Nilly, but other than that, not too much. And we already see 2 kills going over to Echoes.
Look at how strong the horse is right now, sitting on 1-1 and 0, and the Fates right now. He's making Nilly's life miserable right now. He will have the onslaught of shadows and igniter very shortly, so he should be able to get the solo kill if he plays it correctly against Nilly.
Yeah, I want to see now, though, where we are closing in on the support items being finished, that Hobro Vikings plays some vision, try to push this lead a little bit more. Also, Flames, I want to see them remove some of the wards in their jungle right now that are making it hard for Young to find a way into this game. Currently sitting at 0-3, not really getting any ways of entering this game.
Eden Fox, nice onslaught of shadows. I'm making sure he will get out. But this relieves a lot of pressure for Nille, because now the kill pressure from Viggo Mobsen is not that great, so he should be safe for the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, and if Flames want to win this game as well, they have to make it to the team fight stage here, where we see no flashes.
Let's go down. Gubi has no flash because he's using the last trade. If Yamaha uses Subjugate on Gubi, well, he will be basically a free sitting duck because of the amount of resistances he will steal. Also, if he uses it on Kalhira, well, he will be so tanky. This spot lane feels so strong from Hobro Vikings.
And they really do, and not a lot of mistakes being made from them. And they're at the point where they're ready to engage right now. We do see...
Nille! He gets assault and battery right here. The horse will pick him up. Never mind, Bartholdi actually picks him up. But Bartholdi, every single member of Hobro Vikings so far, playing so well.
Yeah, and I mean... This Vi is really doing work in this series.
Uses the perfect execution, misses the second part on Young, who just gets out safe and sound. Will he pick up the blue buff? Yes, he will. Thank you for the leash, he says to Alec. But still, Alec, he wants to make the plays on Akali, and I'm loving this guy right now.
Yeah, and look at all the effort he has to put into this blue buff. That means also that we're gonna see Bartholdi on the other side of the map picking up this Herald, looking for maybe even a first tower in some lane. But tower currently down to just below 2 platings.
Eden Fox might get chased down by Alec right here. But look, it's every single lane of Hobro Vikings who are winning right now. They are sitting on a 4,000 gold lead. Now Young is in the bot lane, but they can't even do anything. They go for the return kill onto Young. Subjugate, he gets killed by the troll right here. Kalia goes in, has to expend his flash. This is a disaster for Copenhagen Flames. And look at Gobi almost going down. Yamaha as well are so... Oh, not Yamaha. Kalia are so low. They do get out, but Echoes and Yamaha, these players are playing so fantastically.
And normally, this is a point in the game where Rek'Sai would be strong, which is also why Young is playing as he is. But he is just so far behind, and it really shows.
Eden Fox did use a very nice...
Assault and battery almost up.
Assault and battery is almost up. I don't believe they want to go for the turret dive. They did get some plating, so it's fine, I guess. And they do get the first brick tower in the bot lane. This means they are ahead by 6,000 gold almost right now. Only 11 minutes into the game. How do you come back from this, Copenhagen Flames?
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing the 4th seed, actually, I think it was. No, 3rd seed. Coming in really strong here in the finals, showing up big against the favorites from Copenhagen Flames, and currently sitting with a match point. Not only that, but also a 6k gold lead in the exact same match point. So right now, they want to activate Gubi a little bit more. They usually play around Young, creating this fundamental value in the beginning of each game. We haven't seen him create that, and he hasn't been able to find a lot of help from his teammates. Really hard finding good ganks, really hard playing into Bartholdi. So what are you going to do on Young right now? Because you're not really useful. You have to, like, if your Flames looks elsewhere, someone else has to pick up the ball and dribble it a little bit longer, because Young definitely seem to not be able to dribble it any longer.
Yeah, and it must feel so hard for Young, because he always does so well on this Rek'Sai, especially in game 1, for an example. But right now, well, he can't do anything. He probably used to dealing so much damage that he basically does no damage right now. I do like the rotation from Echoes and Jibahau right here in the top lane to pick up the second tower of the game. Quickly answered by Kalhir and Gubi though, but how are you going to defend against Xavier and Trundle right now when they are so strong? And look, Echoes is sitting on a 30 CS lead right now. He's so strong. Like game 3, this guy, he's performing so well.
Yeah, we need to see Flames clearing some of those waves, buying time for Nilla to get his Triforce so that he can potentially take on Viggo Mobson. Right now, keeping up just fine on CS. They are waiting for nothing else than him to finally.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Alec might just die here. He flashes out of harm's way. Directed camera didn't blaze us. We couldn't quite see it, but he gets out safe and sound. Now there's Solid Battery. Holy moly, under the tower. Eden Fox will go down here. Nice stopwatch by Bartholdi.
Oh,
Young
no.
flashes out, but he will dive right here. Bartholdi, my man, you are playing so well right now.
He is. He's really, really showing up. Like, coming into this game, we were talking a lot about jungle matchup. And in general, we were talking a lot about Young.
Oh, Jibahau, you might have picked up a bit more than you could chew. Never mind, he flashes out. Meanwhile, Gubi gets picked up by
No.
Alec. Oh no, disaster! Echoes picks up yet another kill right here on Kalhir. This is 11-1 right now. How do we come back? 9,000 gold deficit, and Viggo Mobson, he doesn't horse on Nilla right here, but he's still doing so well. Jibahau, you have to be a bit careful not to die to the Cloud Drake right here. Are they letting Nilla get out? Yeah, they actually are. They will pick up the second Cloud Drake of this game. And, well, I can't believe what I'm seeing right now, Revo.
Me neither. This 6k gold lead we were talking about what seems like a minute ago is currently building up and is now a 9,000 gold lead. Baron is not even close to be on the board right now. So main focus has to be this top and mid tower. This top tower from... I don't know. Wait. Sorry, man. I completely lost it.
It's okay.
I'm looking for towers, but there are no more outer towers. So they have to be looking towards the jungle control to take these tier 2 towers. Very, very... like... a massive amount of tempo from Hobro Vikings. This team had troubles closing out games earlier
Alec, he
today.
goes on to Eden Fox. Here comes the Gallo to defend his teammate. Can he actually? Never mind. He can't. Alec picks up the solo kill right here. Every single member of Hobro Vikings is just so strong. Now, killer instinct. Gubi does going on. Alec, can he pick up? No, because here's Bartholdi defends his teammate. They will pick up Kalhir. They will pick up Gubi as well. Alec, you are performing out of your mind.
He is... Oh, I mean, Alec has been playing utility for the entire playoff, but now coming in to show up big against none other than Eden Fox, who is currently known for playing, like being the best assassin type style playing mid lane in the entire tournament. Now Alec stepping up to his legacy and also picking up these assassins in a very, very convincing fashion.
What's even going on? It's 12,000 gold lead. Like, I don't think we've ever seen this big of a storm. Now Eden Fox does go in on Alec and Bartholdi. He does use the Clash of Prison, but this is pretty much every single amount of damage he can bring. Jibahau is really low. This actually looks pretty good for Copenhagen Flames. Now the double TP. Nilla picks up a kill on Jibahau. Now they are looking for Echoes. Their huge shutdown will be picked up by Nilla. Oh, that was actually a nice turnaround by Copenhagen Flames.
And this is so big. That means that we are now going to see a Nilla who's able to buy a Triforce, able to build up some side pressure, so that they can finally find some power, some pressure points to play around on the side of Flames. We did see actually yesterday Wicked coming back from a 14,000 gold deficit against exactly Hobro Vikings. This was actually a very good fight from the side of
Have
Flames.
you taken more than you can chew? I think you have. The Onslaught Shadow is ready. He says onto Nille. Can he pick him up? No, he doesn't use Ignite. Why would you not use Ignite on Nille?
This is fantastic news for all the Flames fans out there. Going to show that this is not over. These guys really needed some success in this game, and here they find it through Nille and through these picks, through the vision that they set up, the defensive vision, and through Hobro oversting. Hobro making this one error that changed into another one, and now we do have a 3-1-on-1 Jax currently backing for the Triforce, and we will see what else.
Currently, Nille is actually sitting on a 1,000 gold lead above Viggo Mortensen right now. This is actually insane considering the entire team is almost 10,000 gold behind. So the fact that he can be 1,000 gold ahead, well, it's just completely mind-boggling. But this just explains how far ahead Hobro Vikings were because of these enormous shutdowns that were on Echoes and, to be honest, also on Jibho.
Yeah, right now I want to talk about Alec and Echoes, because how are Flames going to deal with them in fights? It's really important that Gubi doesn't instantly die to Alec, or the front line doesn't instantly fall to
Here starts
Echoes.
team fight. Young is looking on his side. Oh, nice interrupt right here by Alec. But this seems like a horrible trade right here. Can he actually get solo killed by Eden Fox? Never mind, he's playing so well around his own shroud. Does stop the TP and gets out, Tiffins out. Flash is ready. It is used here in top lane by Alec. Now the TP does come in from the horse. Or is it Echoes? It is a horse.
Is a horse.
He is looking for the kill. Can he get it? Yes, he can. Here comes us. He sails on to Eden Fox. Picks him up. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, can they get more here? Nille goes in. He does get pillared away. Meanwhile, the double man taunt on Pathology Anti-Ball. Can they get more? Kalia is looking for more. Now Gubi dives in. He's buried too deep. He will go down to Echoes. And the Galio ulti hits no one. Kalia is looking for the taunt. Can't only hit it on Heavy Ho. This is an insane team fight because
Echoes.
look at Echoes. He will pick up the double kill. He will pick up the triple kill. Can he get the quadra kill? Ooh, the pillar is slowing down Jibba Ho. Can he get it? He can quadra kill Echoes.
This could very well be the entire tournament and the title going over to Hobro Vikings. This is gonna mean not only the top inhib, but we are exceeding almost. We are not far away from exceeding the 14k gold difference.
Ooh, Eden Fox, can you pick up the double kill? You sure can. But the inhibitor does go down. Eden Fox does pick up a great amount of shutdown gold, but at an expense of their own inhibitor. They are looking for the Baron right now. Maybe it is spawning in 3, 2, 1 second. So will they go for it? It will be a ballsy statement. The ping does go down.
It does, yeah, but we do see 2 Cloud Drakes on the side of Hobro Vikings. They should be there quite fast. I don't know if you can just start it right away, Flames. I don't know if you're respecting the fact that Echoes, who's 7-1 and 5, is coming in.
And Echoes on the hunt, and Assault and Battery are ready. Eden Fox is quite low. This might be a disaster for Copenhagen.
Alec has his TP up.
is looking out. Now the Redemption does come down. Now the TP, you are right, flank TP. Kalhir is the first victim right here. He does go down. The Baron will get picked up by Copenhagen Flames, but it is at the expense of the entire team. The TP does go in the base. Will this be GG? Only 20
Echoes
minutes
looking
into
for
the
it.
game.
Here comes the clean ace.
Oh my
That is
God.
it. That should be it. Is this? This is the tournament. This is the LCD Spring Split title going over to Hobro Vikings. And what a way to get it. Look at this insanely well playing Flames team throughout the entire split. The big favorite of this tournament. Taking down here in the end. Meaning we have ourselves a new champion. And it is gonna be the most unexpected team out of all of them, I want to say.
It is definitely the most unexpected team. I never imagined Hobro Vikings would pick up this win against Copenhagen Flames. I'm baffled. I'm out of words right now.
Yeah, well, it is hard to find words, but this goes to show how much you can accomplish when a team comes together. I mean, I want to take you through the story of this playoffs, right? We do see them coming in yesterday, playing against Wicked Gaming. They are expected to lose that one. Wicked Gaming been looking very strong, coming out of a win against the otherwise undefeated Flames. They are having Nunki along their substitute top laner. They are looking like complete underdogs. We heard some Wicked Gaming players saying that they were like around about 60 to 90% sure that they were going to win this game. They pulled out the 10 to 40% chance of winning the game up, and now moving on, getting Viggo Mobsen back into the roster, looking stronger than ever.
Was it Jebba Ho who said he thought they had a 30% chance of winning against Wicked Gaming, so themselves they didn't even believe they would go this far. And well, going to the finals is great, but they actually picked up the title of the spring split. This is completely insane. This is it for me and Revo. We are so happy to be allowed to cast here in the spring split playoffs, an entire spring split. We will send it over to Nils and Theo for the last interview.
Welcome back to the Analyst Disc, where we are joined by Hobro Vikings. Congratulations on the victory in this finalist of the LCD Spring Split 2019. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What do you have to say on the backbone of this great 3-1 win?
It's been a lot of hard work, and Hobro Vikings has always been 5th place, trying to get into the playoffs, and finally we made it, and finally we won as well. It feels great.
It really, I imagine it does. But yeah, you're having a lot of nerves right now. The worst part are over now. You have won. You have secured the victory. But what are you doing right in these games? You seem to be so confident through the last 3 games or so. What were you doing right? But the first game went to flames. But what were you doing? What has changed since you just, especially the last game where you just pretty much steamrolling through the entire game? What were you doing right?
I think we were very creative and very prepared. All the players, very determined to win. Everybody wanted it so much, and we did. We put in the hard work.
That's great to hear, and it definitely showed through the last couple of games. Going into like the first couple of games, what were your thoughts? What were you thinking when you started this grand finale? Were you really nervous? Were you nervous going up to the Flames? Who were the fan favorites? You were the underdogs in this story. Were you very nervous going up against the Flames?
Well, that's the.
I was very certain from the start that we were going to win the series if we played our best, and I think we showed that.
Yeah.
We played very well today and yesterday, so
yeah,
very confident.
Most definitely, and that showed on screen as we saw. But again, congratulations to you guys. Secure 3-1 win. Congratulations. Go celebrate. Go have a great evening. And we'll see you on the next. Yeah, hopefully. Go drink some beer. Yeah.
Yeah.
And if we can get the other casters in the analyst disc as well, so we can get a complete setup. Welcome, guys.
Thank you very much.
Was it a hard cast?
Oh, yeah. I've never been in such a heated up caster box ever. Like, Pelle had to take off his otherwise. Like this thing is stuck on his skin. It feels like right every time we see Pelle, he has this on. Well, not in the caster box.
I actually felt like I picked off my skin because I was. I'm so hyped. Like, Hobro Vikings taking down Wicked Gaming. Oh no, yeah, sure, Wicked Gaming. But coming Flames, this is just insane. My heart is racing right now.
Yeah, we definitely felt it out here in the lobby as well when we were watching the game. But that was the LCD Spring Split playoffs and the end of the LCD Spring Split. What are your guys' final thoughts, and what are all of us final thoughts on this split?
Well, I don't even know what my thoughts are, because this was just so mind-boggling. I guess we can't blame Flames too hard, because last time around when they did go into the playoffs, they had the superstar team with Rexon and Kex in the top lane. This time around, pretty much every single member of the Copenhagen Flames were names you hadn't really heard of before. Kalhir Shirt did play for Lyngby Vikings, who ended up dropping out of the LCD, so you can't say they were the superstar team, but still, Copenhagen Flames is always the team you can count out in the playoffs, so it just feels so weird that they can't win, but it was clearly Hobro Vikings who were the better team tonight.
Most definitely, but that will conclude the LCD Spring Split of this year. The casters here, we are signing out for this season, but we'll be back very, very soon with some new League of Legends content. We hope you enjoyed this split and this last finale, and we will see you very soon.
Everybody hands go up, hey, showtime, and they stay there, and they stay there, and they stay there, up, down, cause all I do is win, we the best music, and if you go I'm going in, sitting on the top floor, what you think I'm hot for, every summer drop mode, hits to make my stock go up, them hands go up, the bands go up. I'm number one in this bitch, and I'ma say that we the best of the best. Why while you haters asleep? I'm yelling free Weezy. I rep the heart of the streets. Who harder than me? I'm wearing the crown. Tell me can't stop, won't stop. Go hate on me now.
I can never get enough when it come to getting fitted. Niggas ain't ready for my Ferrari Scaglietti. Mario ain't dreaded. Money coming fast. My honeycomb hideout is made of all glass. I can never be a racist. Wake up every morning just to count white faces. Neo in the Matrix. Glorious as Morpheus. Employed all warriors. I'm mean as a scorpion. Dr. Kevorkian.
Brimstone. Yo, every time I come, I gotta know a nigga come to get a lot of money. When I'm in the building and I come to say there ain't no motherfucking body. Better. Okay. Niggas know I got it when I hit you with the pitter patter. Whenever they see me, then you hear a lot of chitter chatter. Niggas know they ain't nobody better. I watch a lot of niggas when I'm in a cut. So sick when I come and hit them in the gut. You will crown me king.
No matter what.
Get 'em. Okay, let's shine, my friend. Get up on my grind again. Some niggas should be happy that I chose to rhyme with them. Cause
all I do is win, no matter what. Got money on my